place I could clear. And when they named the person, there was no place to go. It had changed. The guy on the other end thought he was trying to.
I noticed too, the news has quite a few people on the ground as well. Less in the air, more on the ground.
I didn't mean it at all, just the way he worded it. It came out that way. Now I hate him. I'm out the sidewalk, kicked out, you know. He's here like a breaker, I think, dog walk through river.
And I hear that too much, and then you guys get pumped in the street.
I
just don't think that champion's
totally anti-human.
obviously not your thing. You don't stay.
And he has to deal with me. He feels very bad about what happened. Tries to come forward, but finally moves me into this lady's house. And I have the front room, a front apartment, and she is adorable. She knew me.
We're on round
as a
2
little kid.
right now.
Went to Sunday school classes, and she taught
Yeah,
her.
we only on round 2 for 2 hours.
And gave her.
I'm lagging that, man, right?
Anyway, long story short, they were Susan girlfriend. She had a little girl that stayed that summer with her great granddaughter, Claudia, who saw me there with me at their apartment opened a couple of years ago. And she went on, she's on film and tape and everything. And she saw me with me in my apartment so much. She saw me there. So I have lots of, she's only one of many witnesses I have. All of that is ignored.
That's what I noticed too. Like, if you can get a little higher than everybody and not be on ground level with them,
I've sent you a picture of her. I've sent you pictures of various
sort of a
witnesses.
parking structure.
Yeah, one of the questions a lot of your detractors bring up is like, you have no hard proof you ever met Lee. Because there's no photos, right? But we're also talking about the 60s, the early 60s.
Yeah, intimidating people carrying cameras around. But also, Lee Oswald is pretending to be pro-Castro. He is protecting this group is trying to create a biological weapon to kill Castro.
There's a lot of
They've done it over 600 attempts.
How is
Lee Oswald involved in this so-called
people we know on that list that are prominent.
All right, I'm going to explain that.
Besides even,
Okay?
government
Because we don't
officials.
want
Forget
too
government
many people
officials.
involved.
All right?
With the
Forget
Little Flaps,
government
people
officials.
in the ring,
I'm
nobody
talking about
else owns
some of the biggest
Project
rappers.
There were
Some of the
over
biggest
159 covert
biggest
medical research
athletes.
facilities in the U.S.
That's right.
Like, bro, it would just crush out so much
documents I've shown you,
like culture, like people that are
Dick Russell
deeply
showing
rooted in
that.
culture,
That is a worker
like just pop
at
culture.
Riley, and her correspondent, she's a witness that, yes, I did work at
It
Riley.
would change, and it would fall back on such a
Coffee
trickle
not
effect.
shot. You see,
Or
somebody
the
said
record
coffee shop, and
labels, or the
you're looking somebody who's 25
conglomerates
years
that
old from
sponsor
past.
these
And they're
people.
trying to say,
You know what I mean? Like
just worked at a
Gillette.
coffee shop.
Oh my God, he was there. Okay, well, I'm not buying my
company,
Gillette
a coffee
razor.
company, that you weren't necessarily pouring coffee at the
No,
barista.
of course not.
You know what I mean? Those guys, they act
I
out of
was
here.
the vice president
So
secretary. He at 19 years
It
old,
would be
he
so
could only
bad.
type 19 words a minute. It went up to 21
Oh yeah,
at the
James.
time.
Yeah, it's no
I
different
mean,
with
it's
the city.
ridiculous.
So you
I
guys were
really
shipping
believe
loads of
it's the
coffee
same
all
thing.
over the
They
country.
just weren't going all the way to an island. In fact, they probably went there more often because it was an easy trek.
A
Go
coffee
over to
company.
New York or
Coffee
to
company.
LA. They had that beautiful house in the
Well, we
Hopi
had
Hills.
to have some proof of how we were surviving here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
You have
kid.
to have other jobs.
People like him,
And
things
I
like that.
gave you
So
a
many people,
particular
super prominent,
I
that we
have,
all
I say
love
all
him.
of them.
For
Now,
many
understand
years.
that we were told that
This is a legitimate
Movies, in
case
sports,
study.
everything.
I've
And
got
it would
all of
just
them.
change
I mean,
our
this
whole
thing
conception
is-
about how
You
you
can
look at
tell
how
it feels like it's decades old. And it says right
You know,
here,
and
date,
it's dangerous
June,
to
it's
prop up
printed on
anybody,
with a typewriter, June
especially a
7th,
celebrity that really doesn't
63,
know or
salary
care about it. They
$46.
just want you to buy their
Well, I got
product.
a whole bunch. I can't
Whatever
bring
that
it with me
product
because
is.
something could happen to me.
Season tickets to the Lakers,
WNB, Riley,
you know, whatever.
you
The
know,
next
it's
movie
USA.
they made.
Yeah, well, I got all of them. Now, I saved all of them because we thought we were saving America from Castro's.
Press me harder,
Third World
fascist
War.
daddy.
Okay, we gotta get rid of Castro.
Ah,
The United States blade, how they do it. He gets cancer, he gets lung cancer. Who knows more
Kind
about
of a-
getting
that's
lung
pretty
lung cancer? All right, because we were
pretty
killed
fancy.
at least 151 people.
Oh boy.
That's
So yeah, it would all crash. That's what I'm saying. The house of cards would come down low. And that's why I truly believe we'll never see we'll never see those lists ever.
Hired the same. Wait,
Wait, what, we're looking
It's
at
just,
multiple?
it's just talk.
yeah, these are all
These
mine.
are all yours?
Get
Okay.
people
But he
to
has them too.
want
Okay, got it.
think Dad raised
they confiscated his, but they matched mine.
So you guys started working at this coffee company the same day?
Wait, there's more.
Just my opinion, but I really feel like that's what happened.
Actually, we spent 1 week at what's called standard coffee.
It would be such a crazy trickle down
That was
effect.
also
So many
owned by
companies,
Riley,
and that would end up coming down to your pocket because a lot of you own stocks, maybe in
This is
certain
so
companies that are backing these
Again,
folks, and then that would change.
Get this
Stocks
standard
would go
coffee
down,
where they're
you're
members,
losing money
they
straight
are
out of
represent.
something that you didn't do.
Okay? And then that
It's
same
the same
day,
deal with me,
we got
man,
our
with
record show, we
baseball
transferred
cards.
together the same thing to Riley.
Go ahead and get a whole bunch of Wander Broncos. Wander Bronco gets in trouble.
In 2 different departments of the same company, of course, but I had to cover for him. And
I'm not a
that
Rays
means,
fan. You know what I mean?
in the morning,
You just
he
kind of
would
get
check
bumped
in,
out
and
of it.
I've got the records,
Rock,
by the
thanks
way,
so
I had
much.
to force
We're
it
just in
the
North
FBI
Carolina, our
using
mostly
contact
elderly,
for that,
watching MSM.
because the FBI had the
Well, they
records
do
showing
go to
that
the old
I was
folks'
the
homes.
one.
You have people like John L.T. that are old and go ahead and bother other old folks to get out and,
Secretary,
you know, be
because he was in charge
communists
of
with them.
finances and security.
Have those
If you ever
things.
had trouble with H-page time card, so you're supposed to write May 40 personnel list. And they said, yeah, he's been there
All right,
40
we'd
hours.
check
You
into
know,
4 or
here's
5
his
of them.
time
See
card.
what crazy
They couldn't do it for him because they didn't have
transpiring. Short expression is advised.
So 7 times out of
You're
11 weeks,
worse than Mr.
the
Henry.
cards came to me, and I marked it. I gave him one to show you. That's the J on it. I showed you. You have one.
Oh, I have
Why?
one time cards that you signed
Why?
off on.
Yeah, that's that worksheet. There's the
Seven.
worksheet.
This one.
There.
This?
No,
This.
Look at that. Nobody talking 10 seconds in.
well, it used to, it originally.
Right, so
But,
finally,
Okay.
Regal's calmed
We're
down.
not talking about this though. This is
No,
Matter
no,
of
no,
Regal's
that's
getting
why we're
under.
going to talk about that because it's hilarious.
Steve with Rothschild.
Well,
What is
it's not going to be very.
Hopefully he just calmed
Oh,
down.
here it is.
Oh, there you go.
Here it is. This is authentic. Here. You can see my J. That's the second last. So this signed by the National Archives. They did a special signature for me because they cheated online and said I didn't sign certain numbers and then
Do old people go on spring break?
you see their initial even.
BH
I can
Oswald,
just read
$60.
Probably not, wise guy. I'm gonna watch what's going on here.
You see where it says J, it's supposed to say May 40.
Edward G, thank you, Edward.
Yeah, yeah.
I am verifying he was there for 3 hours when he wasn't. Okay. Now, somebody had to verify for me because I went and the vice president himself had to verify for me. He's former FBI agent. He did that. So now here's the thing. What's interesting about this, you got clock-ins. I just want to show you one more thing. I want you to look at the 5. Look when he clocked in. He was being good there.
Oh, which one? Left or right?
Yes,
On the
well,
left, you see when he
they were.
clocked in.
Yeah, he's clocking in around 8.
I mean, again, these are larpers.
9:37.
People that,
Yeah,
you know,
most
build
of it was
forts.
later.
And then he
Out of
clocked out
micro
at 6
objects.
that day, but there's no clock out.
They're living out
Look at the
Minecraft.
clock out. Yeah, no, it's right next door. See where it says 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Now see, notice how
Bunch of
easy it is.
NPCs that are building things that
See that?
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
David
This
Jackson,
is
thank you so much,
clock
David
in
Jackson.
for lunch. There's first clock in. There's a first clock in on the very left
Finish
for
my
the
coffee.
morning. Then there's a lunch
Your
out and a
discretion
lunch
is advised.
in. The
I
out
have
is
had my
like
caffeine. You can't blame this one on
female
me.
employees.
BJ didn't give me
Half
this
hour
bag. I
lunch,
haven't
and
done
this is
this BJ
in
stuff just yet.
5:05:05:5:01, and one of
No,
them
that
says
501 is for the clocking out. It doesn't show the lunch in there.
Oh, okay, got it.
I'm
It's
trying
under
to,
the lunch
now
tab.
notice how big it is on one side, like you said 9:30 or whatever.
Yeah.
And the other side, listen, I'm doing it 5 o'clock, well, maybe 5:01. Because I am the secretary, I could go and pull his card, bingo, put it in there in front of everybody.
Right.
And I want out of there at 5. So I've got a whole bunch of stuff, 5:55, 5:30, and 5 they're all over. On the other side, it's
Show
like
your
one time
face.
7:30
Show your face.
p.m.
Why, so you can dox him? While you all sit there and wear your
So what's
COVID
the
masks, show your face. Oh, they're all got their schmunda on their fucking face.
Infiltrating. They found out that the anti-capital people who work in the CIA and the FBI community.
He found out that.
Well, Rob, I guess you don't realize that I actually do send money
You're
to these
talking
people.
about.
You
can ask them. I dare you.
Cuban
It's like
exiles
Josh.
who are working
I dare you to go into all the rooms that you see here and ask them. They're in their chapel. I dare you. And you'll see. That's how much of a hustler and a good guy I am. Because there's lots of people that use other people's names and don't pay them shit. I send money. He's very honest.
And the reason it worked is because they could put the
That's
thing
real.
that
I
anybody
can show
could
you
put
the
right back at you. In nature, they involved so many agencies in so many ways that nobody could use anything that we else wanted.
I intended for 25 bucks.
They got it. So he's the first murderer ever on television.
First person to be murdered on live
On live television. Because it's so because once he got
Well, it's
transferred
really
on
bad.
the other side, he could
Like all three of the people I'm watching on my side are all
Let's see.
like
Quick break. I got the elite real quick, and we'll jump right back in.
the internet is just rough now.
We're back, people.
I thought I'd love to tell everybody about these passport applications here because it shows you some inside stuff that you never noticed all these years until I pointed them out.
We plan to
Now
subscribe
that
on
everybody researches how they can have these things for 35 years, 45 years, and 50 years even. And I
Yes, I'm looking to see. They don't have their chopper, like just the soul chopper.
This passport
That's all I'm
document.
looking for.
And all they knew about the document, they didn't look at it very closely.
Let's see. Lee Harvey Oswald, P.O. Box 30061, New Orleans,
Okay,
LA, October 18, 1939.
that's what he was going.
Oh, that's what he's born. Okay. 5'11".
All right, I'm going to speak about this, all right?
Okay.
See where it says 511?
And you, buddy?
Yeah.
All the documents having to do with the U.S. government be filled out, even the Marines say 511. It was only 5'9".
That's real.
Really?
Yeah, it's out there because these no, they did that. Did ferries the same way. It was 5'10", and
And
it
I
says
think
that
also
he's.
what a lot of people don't realize is even if I wasn't paying,
We have other documents saying that they always have
I'm pushing a whole lot of people that come to watch our show. I'm pushing to watch their show. Maybe those people like their show better than mine. Ours.
I couldn't prove.
And donate them.
Was
We
issued
donate
June
to them.
25th, 1963.
Well,
Right.
when was it actually?
I bet there's people that donate to me that still donate to him and everybody
When did
else.
he submit the application?
That's how that works.
Where am I looking?
And these sites aren't helping us as streamers. They're not. They don't care unless you're a,
Well, let me
you
tell
know,
you,
Golden
it is a
Goose,
document
Mr.
that
Beast, or, you know, like Aspen Bowl, those
he
kinds of those.
submitted it.
September 10th?
They get more help because, again, they're you know, top tier streamers. I'm not that.
25 when you got it.
June of,
So we have to do our best to help each other.
Submitted this
I
application
feel
on
like
June 25th.
I'm not on all the time. You know, I know I need to be on all
Yes,
the
it's gotta
time.
be. Let me see.
When I'm not on,
Look at the
I
other
want
sheet.
you guys to
Look
have
at
more to
that.
watch.
Let's see, the black and white.
I know their good needs.
That's the back
So
of
why
it.
not push their needs out? I'm not selfish like that. With, oh, I gotta have everything my way. And you know, it reminds me of when I used to detail cars.
yeah.
I always said this to myself. I would never fight with anybody like that's another
Here,
detail
it's
or
down
anything.
here.
There was never any sense. Because even if they said, hey, David, everybody wants you to wash their car. Everybody. Here in California, we all want you. Just you
June
do it. I could never fulfill
24,
it. I could
1963.
never get all that done.
Passport issued June 25th,
There you go.
1963.
Yeah,
You
see,
understand?
one day,
I
24
feel
hours.
the same with
They
this.
flew the man in. Now notice that two different, I couldn't prove this until we got it out in color.
So we help each other.
Color like 2018 or something.
Okay.
No, wait,
They help me with the feeds.
the color of the
I
guy
help
who
them
signed the
push their
passport.
channel further than it already is
The
gone.
young, see the young?
Introduce new people to
There's
this.
the
They
actual
introduce
trying
people
to
to me.
establish
First,
that kind of a joke. There was Arthur Young here is actually associated with helicopter and all that. That is kind of a joke.
Trust me, I'd be sending them even more money if
Notice the
YouTube
colors.
make my account harmful
See it?
content.
Now,
They make way
he
more money.
said,
Remember, I make zero.
the
Zero
CIA
at
tells me what
you
kind
know
of
and I know.
occupation it's
You
going
don't
to be.
see any commercials on YouTube
Now, notice the
at all.
occupation of what ink color it's written in.
They ain't paying. There it is.
Red?
All right, it's the thing that just read as the signature of the guy, the customs officer. Got it?
What?
Got it.
Thank you so much for
Filled
that.
out the
Wait.
occupation. Was it reading?
Appreciate you.
No.
It was actually, this guy is a CIA officer, okay, associated with customs. Filled in photographer.
Photographer.
So Lee became a photographer according to CIA.
Yeah, I mean, plus we got a lot of mentally ill folks.
Now, he got this in one day, right?
You know, a lot of
He had to turn in a passport that was covered with Soviet
anti-Semitic
stamps.
behavior,
Bang, 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 bang from
anti-American
Soviet.
He
behavior.
didn't even try to make the handwriting look similar to Lee's.
No, he didn't care. No.
All
No.
the all in the name of democracy.
Right, but there's more. I want you to look on that black and white. I want to see
Sir,
where he
cartel
chose
man,
to
that's
go.
cartel.
This is the guy that returned defector supposedly hated the United States.
Yeah.
Right. Look where he intends to go. You see the list? I'll point it out to you if you can.
Yeah, I can see it on the right, but it's hard to read.
Hopefully nobody's complaining about me, Mama. If they are,
Because I
they would
could
just tell me and I wouldn't use their
All right, so you're talking about, it says at the top here, wow, this is really hard to read, you're right. I'll start at the bottom here. You've got
Michael McLaughlin, let's go. Thank you, Michael.
England, France, Germany,
That's how we keep it all going.
USSR, Poland. Wait a minute, Poland belonged to USSR
Right.
and USSR. This guy wants to go back to USSR after turning in a passport full of stuff about USSR.
Well, we'll see, Joey. I don't know if that'll ever happen. I mean, do you think it's strictly the cannabis that's the problem?
Does that sound?
You don't think it's my opinion?
No,
Not at all.
I mean, look at, I don't know, with Twitch. Again, if it was, why wouldn't they just always bug? Even on Twitch, they never bug us. We've been here years.
This is
We've been on years on
This
this.
is when did you
And years on Twitch.
sorry, this is couples on so we get better couples. This is when did you marry her? So before
Thank you, Mama Jones. Yeah, I just don't want to offend anybody. I don't like to take people's speeds just to take for the sake of hope they don't get angry. I'd rather ask them first. If I can't get it, then that's okay too.
You did it on purpose? Or
Trust me, there's plenty of people that go live. I asked, hey, can I use your feed? They said, oh, well, not really. And I said, okay, well, what do you charge for your feed? What's your fee? And a lot of times, they just don't even get back to me. Why? Because they don't like how I say
I'm
it.
going to go further.
That's okay.
They've taken this
All
off
right.
the internet. I do have documents. But when he left USSR,
Shame
he
chat?
had to get extra money because he had enough money.
Right. He
Shame.
was writing letters to them. Like, I remember he was writing lots of letters back and forth to, I think, Marina, actually. I'm telling her that
You have freedom of speech, yes. Well, you think you do, but you don't. None of these sites are really about freedom of speech. That's just personal. Maybe Rumble.
And he's trying to get
Everywhere
a
else
loan
is
for
not
the US
about
Department, State
That's
Department.
good for you.
I didn't think he was
That's
with
more
her when he was there. I thought she was still back in New Orleans.
No, he married her. She's Russian.
sense of hope.
She's Russian. He was forced to marry someone over there so he wouldn't get deported. So it's not married to make heaven. All right, but he loved her.
I didn't even know anything going about those assassins. To be honest, I'm telling you, I woke up at like 11 nights.
His mother, Marguerite.
Said, oh fuck, things are going off. I got an alert for what's his name went live. SoCal was live. I looked at it and I was like, oh shit, they're already live. I ran in the kitchen, made coffee and bacon and eggs for the fast. Woke that down, threw a shirt on, washed my face, got off. I haven't even paid attention to any of it.
Transferred over to Kennedy's.
Didn't even know it happened. You guys were talking about it.
Contacts with the CIA did not follow up. And then you go back to the United States. It's worthless. You can't touch.
So news cycle,
Right.
I am laid
So
up
he
news
has
cycle
to
today.
actually goes and takes risks his life.
Where's Todd?
Without
Need him
papers,
coming
all
in
over
and
the
give
U.S.
us
Embassy.
breaking news.
They found it, checked him on the train all the way there. They could have executed him.
I do, but I wasn't paying
That's how much he might get back to the United States. He was his child.
had
And
enough.
he's not going to give up on the kid if you don't get him out. There's a lot of stuff you guys don't
Hey,
know.
where's our
about the
voice
documents
station?
and
You
some
don't see him
of
right
this
there,
stuff.
Evo?
Because
Right
I
down
was
the
able to
street.
pick up
Laying
this
down
stuff
in the
before.
corner. You don't see him?
Because certain names that they
Not a camouflage.
lost track of important names and release stuff they shouldn't have released to make release. Okay, and I knew the names of these guys had forgotten. Like I say,
I didn't put any hands on it. I don't have any.
There's Robert Aparicio.
Hoping I don't hit the overhead camp by
Others
accident.
cases on
That's
him
today.
because they didn't realize how important he was. They forgot all about him. These things like very important people in the alcohol to into Mexico City. All right, so we were talking about the effort trying to get out of the Soviet Union. He's got to have enough money to get his wife out and his child. She asked for state
Been there the whole time.
small
I
print
put
said
him on
you
the
have to
tower.
get benefit for the good citizen of the United States to get this loan. So we
Why
have
bring kids?
6
Because
page
you're
document,
not a
1,
good
2,
parent.
3, 4, 5, 6
You're a
pages,
selfish
okay?
fucking parent. That's why you bring your kids to school like this. You want to brainwash them and you want them hurt.
Well, I've got the copies. The two
You're
persons
not a
that
good
we
parent.
got
Or
with me,
let's not
but they
sugarcoat
were
this shit.
in
You're not a good parent.
So
That's
it's
why
6
you bring your
pages.
kids
It
to
says
protest.
Osborne
They can get shot with a rubber
application,
bullet
just like
in
this
their eye.
passport application, fill out
God forbid, right?
And
That
all
could
goes
happen.
well.
They could get trampled by a bunch of idiots who start running, right? Get lost and separated when the fucking stampede
The
starts.
entire
That
page
can happen.
is blank. You still get some money.
Hey, what'd you tell them?
It's completely
Oh, mate, I've
blank.
been doing TikTok. I've been smashing all of them on
Now,
Grindr.
was he
Rabbit
really
Gemini, if you want to
from
try to
Soviet?
chat soon.
When we're in New Orleans, he's pretending to be a procaster.
Navy's power
There's a
bottom.
picture of a guy pretending to be procaster because the eagle wants to go and kill Castro. Are you kidding? It's the last thing you're going to do. All right.
Bro, did he say Navy's power bottom?
Pretending to be procaster and that's so easy for him. Yeah, you do too much. You understand that everybody worked with was murdered. Murdered. Except Oxy, of course. Right.
Now it's going to be hard for him.
I sent you a picture. You've got it.
So
Of Dr. Mary Sherman.
yeah,
That was, you know, that was the.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was.
I just saw witnesses. These are witnesses I have there on tape and film. She said she saw. I double dated with her.
find the photo of Mary
He's
Sherman.
gone through it already. He just got there.
It's the carcass. Okay, the carcass with the arm missing.
Oh, is that a dead body on there?
Yeah.
People don't realize he just got it.
Oh, is that it?
No, that shows a. Unfortunately, that shows a guy
What's going on in Long Beach?
cancer, and then they gave it the.
Oh, yeah.
Guess what kind of shot? That's what
They've shut their chat off on
okay. Now that is when Dallas asked, when Dallas asked, was Oswald
there is a
Mexico City?
curfew still in
We have
place.
something going on. Lee Oswald are trying to get out of the space system. And Lee Oswald and I are going to get fake random passports, random IDs,
Kind of hopping around
and
in my
in
best.
Mexico. Now that part in Mexico, they knew about it. Mexico City knew that.
Again,
So when Dallas is asking for
it's not about education for
pictures,
kids anymore. It's about indoctrination. They want to make little
well,
ones
that's
of
why
them.
they did that, because they don't want anybody to know that Lee Oswald actually was going to Mexico City. And there was, now, why did they still know where?
Indoctrination,
Mexico
not
City.
education. They aren't educators. They're
Drop off the
indoctrinators.
bioweapon to a contact.
This is the story when he claims to be going down there so he can get to Cuba.
Well, actually, he never wanted to go to Cuba.
Exactly, but that was the story.
That's the story, because that's how they framed it.
Rock throwing
He only wants to try to look like he's getting into Cuba, so CIA was satisfied that when nobody showed up to pick up this. Now, why was he the courier? Well, we developed such a relationship, like if he gets down there, he changes his identity. And he was working with people that worked at Winston.
Yes.
Winston
Yes.
thing about
Super Mario Brothers. Who's this hat on?
For people that don't know.
well, he was Mexico City
This is
Station.
where they got the stones.
Big shot.
Yeah.
All right.
This is where they were
Now,
getting.
unfortunately, when he was working at James Angleton,
Right.
Lee Oswald was head
Awesome.
of Angleton.
Top cars.
And Angleton actually told Lee this when he came back from the Soviet Union. He said, I don't trust you because you did not come back from the coffee. And he said, I'm not expendable. I am. So I got to come up. So what is it? I can really sure enough pick up this. They actually, they lured him there so they could say, "Look, he's there." So the Russians took him. He's actually trying to get a visa so he could get a transit visa just to the airport. He has a backup contact. They couldn't pick it up.
Right.
And he's got to say that he's
But
always going to say that
you didn't vote either way. Gosh, where was that?
that's
No skin in the game.
He has to say somewhere else.
No skin in the game.
He pretends he knew already his visa had been canceled by the
You can't
Soviets.
just have it your way.
Okay? He's telling me that down there, I think he would get out of
Mexico City does.
Mexico City, Russian embassy. Telling them, hey, look, I don't know how visa can give me a Russian. They said, you can do that. They said, let's go take 10 days. You know what he said? I don't have 10 days. This is special case. I only have 3 days. That's on record. Because the
Big crowds around Rafael Oliverios. Thank you, Rafael.
they said, you got 10 more days on your visa. We probably could get you a
Real party started at 8
In
p.m.
fact, the king for his birthday on February 2. Okay.
Thank you so much, Scott M. Thank you, Scott M.
So you test it on the record, so you know that it's that's right. That's right. So you gotta try to get it to Cuba. He's gotta make the effort to make it look like he wants to go to Cuba. And he really doesn't.
Channel back up. I just wanted to hear what she had to say.
They never wanted
Profound
to get
statements.
this thing. They just got me down here.
So, okay, let's go back to when
Carol,
I
oh,
asked
thank
you
you so much, Carol. Let's
what
go.
our part was.
Well, I wouldn't coach me. Just like he goes against to the embassy, and that doesn't.
Carol, if you don't mind, I'm not gonna. What I'm gonna do is I'll put it towards probably the new computer. I
Forenza.
think everybody wants me to get a
saying,
new computer.
I'm
That way we can have the quad screen up and not be all fucking
and by the way,
on the screen when you're
office is
watching it.
good for that same day.
You're watching it, and that can.
Cuban embassy
It's
is not the
easier to
same as
do.
Cuban
You can do
consulate.
more of a quad
Cuban
screen. You can do
consulate
like
was
10
trying to get the visa.
at once, not just
Transit visa just to
four
go
at once.
to Cuba to drop this thing off with a contact.
And sure, we're only really use this on like Friday nights or
He sure doesn't want to see he's going back to
still,
Mexico
it's
because
nice
that's
to have the
where
capability. I don't know. I'm really gonna look into it.
Right. And Marina has already been approved to go to Mexico. But that's not true. That's really
Thank you, misunderstood.
yeah. He had gotten really
Don't
pregnant
me for governor. They don't want me for
so
governor.
that he could divorce her.
Where the Proud Boys at? I don't know. I've never seen them.
Because the baby, Marina, they had divorced without that baby being born when the United States.
Graphics power?
They were deporting Marina.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We just get a bigger, more
Out
RAM.
of the U.S.
I mean, I got the best we could buy. It was $6,000 6 years ago. I got the best Mac I bought. You know, we made it. I didn't go to the Mac store and say, okay, well,
Otherwise, I'm
I'll
just
take
saying
that
that
one.
was Cold War. They don't.
What's the best one you got? I went and got the highest RAM, the most, the best fucking
So let's go back to when
graphics card, all that. I got all the best.
Tries again. So the embassy
That's
puts
what
a
I did.
gun down on the
So
table.
it's now
He said, look,
over
I
6
have to
years
carry
now.
They
What
take
are
the
you
bullets out
gonna
the
do?
way. They think it's nuts, you know. You gotta get this visa
That's
right away.
where
You
we're
know,
at.
you can do it.
And I think, you know, as you guys are saying, you know, after 5 years, computers start to get old, and I get it. 5 years in technology is a long jump.
Why would you?
It jumped a while in 5 years,
Right?
right? I think all of a sudden, I mean, especially with TVs. TVs are crazy different in 5 years.
That the FBI was after us. Therefore, we legitimately,
I guess I'm looking at all these other
you know,
talking
working
about
for the Castro and working for
That's what we can
Congress,
get.
okay, when we're really going to be performance for that's what really was going to
gone
happen.
from the ground noise here with the Iran
In fact, the day that Lee crosses the border on his way to Mexico City,
I haven't tried any of that, Kelly.
Alexander Ward, Jeffrey Sullivan, pilots,
450
shot down the same day he's crossing the border. They were going to pick me up and they shot him down. It's on record.
they shot down.
Over Cuban waters. Now there's something. Well, here's the thing. If you look at the map, you see from Belize straight over to Eglin Air Force Base where I was there. Then I've got all kinds.
So where were you when he was going down to Mexico City to go to that?
I had my bags packed and it was on my way to Eglin Air Force Base. Okay. Where Jeffrey Sullivan, Alexander Walker took me up. By the way, all kinds of, yeah. And fly me to Mexico.
Got it.
To Cancun. Cancun was all by myself. I said about Dr. Willis Anderson Ford. He had done an excavation in Cancun. By the way, less than 2 years ago, 15 researchers and I went to Tulane and we got evidence. Yes, indeed. They had excavated in July of 1963 there. In August of 63, they had an exhibit at Tulane University showing them with food, water, everything there because they pretended to go back. They never did. Lee and I were going to go there.
I never worked for Cypress a day in my life.
There was nothing
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about,
Dan.
Dan.
Proven that everything was there. And we got to have the documents and everything. We got the last written document from Tulane University.
That's enough.
It's in like,
Jesus Christ,
so
Jeff.
important.
Jesus Christ, bless that viewer
Look,
discretion.
nothing was there but a sandbar.
Yeah, I never worked for
you know,
Cypress a
line.
day in my life.
You couldn't go to Cancun. You got that
Never in my life have I ever done that. Oh, hold on. That's not true.
walk away at Chichen-Itza.
If you're talking about me owning a car detailing stuff, doing that, also I take some of the car stuff for them, like car, rims, tires, that stuff. If you're talking about that, then yes, I didn't work for them. I worked with them. They were my client.
they're trying to say, find and tell them, say that we were, as if Cancun were built up city, and obviously it's contratemps. No, they're lying. And of course, we have the documents showing that they actually had coconuts there, they had weeks of supplies, they had landing strips for CIA.
That's because they're my friends. So again,
I
another
wonder
false
why
statement we heard.
go back to when you, after you guys
Now,
first
left,
met,
took 30
you were
minutes of
doing
your life.
your
Wasted 30 minutes of
you
your
were-
life.
It took a while to get to
you were
trust you.
recruited by the people that were all working under Alton Offner, including Mary Sherman and David Ferry, and there was
Yeah,
Simon.
we have new witness showing that David Ferry did
Never been a roadie in my life,
his
so
name
I'm
is
bragging about being a
Ricardo,
roadie.
his father's
Again, another fucking lie.
orthopedic surgeon worked for
Yeah, you're
Dr.
nothing but a
Sherman,
lie.
introduced
Just
David
how you-
Ferry, okay, introduced David Ferry very clearly. So we have all these connections, they're all we're talking about.
So at what point did you figure out that you, Mary Sherman, Alton Offner, David
My
Ferry,
people did 9/11
and
Muslim.
Lee were all a
So now
part
I'm
of this
Muslim.
covert plan to take out Castro?
Well, what happened is that accidentally it was put on the corporate side of it. I was just wondering witness something. Because I think Lori and Lee and I were taught with all the knowledge I have and speak Russian and had said and mentioned I was going to work for Mary Sherman and they had asked for an
That's how you
assistant.
know you got it.
And it's this neat to know thing really backfired because they didn't give enough information. So I ended up being on the side that was winning.
Suspect
Well, I
identified
really
in
missed things up
insurgents.
when they were going to go and inject volunteer prisoners. That if this worked, it would kill them. I
Trolls get
objected,
me
they kicked me
radio.
out and sent me back. But they had a problem.
Just gives me a
If
chance
I'm
to
just sit back
prove
and
I'm right
okay, any
every
intensive
single
research,
time. And here we are in Beverly.
so they put me to very fancy, high class fitness or camp research.
Beverly Hills.
And
Eton's there.
I've got all the
Eton's
documents
somewhere
here.
here.
I
That's
did
why
high
he's
class
bothering us in the
research
chat
there.
room.
If they got a seminary, divorced me from cancer research, but not making
Oh, he's not bothering us, guys. He's in here somewhere.
Okay, so
So
how long were you working with Mary
And
Sherman?
I want you to
David
take a
Ferry?
quick look. This is
Well,
Beverly Hills.
I
Show me where the flags are that aren't United States. Now, I do see some of them flipped upside down.
How secret all that was.
But I'm pretty sure all I see right here is, I see, I think maybe
some days
one flag that's different over here.
I'm taken,
Right there.
introduced to her by David Ferry. She apologized for not
Every
speaking
flag I
English
see is
at
the United States flag. Upside down, maybe.
Took up 2 weeks actually
That's
for
it.
David Ferry and show up. at this
There's a
party.
California
And I
flag
heard
with
she
a
was
bear on it.
speaking
There's
about
our
this bird.
state
I
flag.
couldn't understand what was going on. The books, everything's explained in my book, so you can see what was going on.
What flag is that? Anybody know what flag that is?
By the way, this is the day
Three-color
that
one?
the
That's not
Congress
Mexico.
ever sent out the dates. It was over the wrong stage.
Almost looks like a
So it's the
Rastafarian flag.
anniversary of conquering Mount Everest. That's what they're talking about when they entered. When Mary introduced me to David Ferry sitting there.
That
Wow,
means
David
it's
is
a
me.
Muslim
She
roadie.
apologized for not
Yes.
talking to me at that time.
Just by,
Just
yes,
that
because of
we
the
got
out.
big fish to fry here. We got a big trouble. We thought we were just trying to take out Castro. That this is very
Yeah,
important to take
wise
out
guy,
because
that's what Mom was
safety
saying.
net for World War III.
Then I guess
All for
these
that.
people are
He was saying,
lunatics.
this
There's
is
no
my family.
crazy.
Friend.
They're lunatics.
Everybody. I saw like somebody was doing this saying, hey, you could
Lunatics.
take out
Crazy.
people that look like just cancer. Nobody guesses this bioweapon. Would you do it? And save us from all this Ukraine stuff and all the all the dangers. So I was getting
Like the guy, the old man in Morocco, and the fucking.
actually understand.
Is that John L.D.? I bet it is. I bet that's John L.D. So you're watching, is that John? You know what he looks like.
Or he went there diagnosed
Uh-oh.
with cancer.
HBD. Going through the crowd.
She went to Oxford before they the summit. She's the one who pulled off the summit. And Chanel did. That would have stopped the Vietnam War. These people, they want the Vietnam War to have their
Yep, we're in Beverly Hills. We're just hopping around because there's places everywhere.
Yeah, the Joint Chiefs of Staff also had a plan
Oxford's
This is what I mean, guys.
to nuke China and Russia
It'll be
before Russia was
splintered
able
off.
to get their hands on ICBMs, which would have been
Many
January
different
of 1964.
So you
sites
know these
versus
things.
one
So you
big
understand
site.
that we felt the urgency to
That's
take
the
out
difference.
Castro, and CIA is going to focus on taking Cuba because then they can do a revolution, with
Oh,
Castro
base
gone.
player. Good to
It
see you.
got
Thanks
passed
for the dono.
into the bag. But that means maybe they won't take out Kennedy. Now, we weren't sure that they thought
CEO
that
and NGO, yeah, let me guess. He's angry because they lost and they got their money cut.
back anyway,
Now he gets no more money.
and that they would get more power.
I missed the big dono. Who said it? Dono that I missed.
So these absolutely trained just had to keep this stuff alive. We showed them how to do
You
that.
guys showed him how to keep these viruses alive
That's right.
and travel with them. Did he travel with like a little like ice pack thing?
No, because that was what it was. He had a special, it looks like just a regular lunch. A thermos.
Rick,
Oh, a thermos says,
thank you for the huge dono.
If you took, I had a different as it gets more acid, you would have to change the medium inside.
My apologies, Rick. I apologize, Rick.
One change.
The chat's moving so fast on my side. I do apologize. Thank you for the huge donation. That is massive. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Looked at it, literally, you could put it
Happy Saturday to you, sir.
It tastes almost like chicken soup. I'm saying that because the cancer cells are sticking. This is giant test tube. It's all glass inside liner. That's where the cancer was. The fluid in between keeps it alive. Always they would be very like you see dead cancer cells or something. Doesn't die. So I mean, you could literally taste it. It tastes like chicken soup.
I'm working.
Like no,
Thank you.
like bone
broth.
Yeah, be like bone broth.
Never
Never gets.
So okay, so you guys taught him how to travel with this cancer
Yeah,
thing,
and how to change the fluid one time. So
how to change the fluid to keep it
No
alive.
that's right. You only have 3
But I
days.
heard they were a little bit there.
And what
And it's got
was
to get light. It's got to get. Yeah, we didn't get any of that.
so you guys packed him up with this stuff before he went down to
Okay,
Mexico.
so 150 people marching on our
The
Minto.
entire detail of how we did it is all over the book. And I've got you can see all kinds of documents and
No
everything.
Hollywood
And
Street.
what was his plan once he got to Cuba?
All right. Well, no. Originally, he didn't want to go. He didn't want to go to Cuba.
Well, who was he going to give this to?
He's supposed to just go to a souvenir shop and sit it down and wait and make sure that nobody came.
Souvenir shop where?
In Mexico City.
In Mexico City.
Yeah. The guy never showed up. This is terrible. It happens sometimes. It could have been.
So he never actually wanted to go to Cuba.
No,
Yeah,
not
he's still
really.
a
Now, we
honest.
can kind of
He's
prove
supposed
that
to
because
hear.
he goes to get a
Everybody's
visa.
had to restart their
There's a visa. Transit is
Internet's
key.
so
That
rough.
means they never did want to stay there.
There was so many
All right.
people on.
All these things about I wanted to go to
Down
Cuba.
here,
You wouldn't get a transit
phones are
visa. You
pinging
just get a
every
visa.
tower.
Transit visa. He just wants to go through. He just wants
Yeah,
to take
man.
stuff off. I mean, I've got so many explanations for what they think are crazy on this side. All right.
Hollywood Street.
What's doing it again?
The guy didn't show up. His handler was supposed to tell him, hey,
not that
something instead. His handler took off. Turned out 6 days earlier. Lee was able to trace. That's how he actually traced the actual name of his handler because he was told it was Benton. And then when he met with Antonio Vistiana operations 66,
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on?
and Vistiana sees it.
Yeah, what's up?
David.
Yeah, but I asked for clarification. What are you talking about?
Benson, okay. So,
Oh, okay.
Senior Bishop.
I've been,
I don't think so.
Far down the list that he didn't even
It's just spinning.
the right name to give him. Found out took off with his hand.
It's on an old device, so I don't worry too much about it.
Days earlier.
That's all.
Checked the whole realized because he
Leather jacket.
plays in the one that reports is this guy kept going. That was
All right. So he was his
I don't even know how to
drop
do
it
that.
off in a souvenir shop.
well, this was in Mexico City. And here's the thing. It's
Something
got
like
to
that.
look to the
Simple
CIA. That's
setting.
really correct. So it's got to at least
It worked as well. We used to watch it.
sent there. Mexico City knows about it, Dallas doesn't. Because they don't communicate that way. You'll have all kinds of things. But when Scott had so much stuff about the asphalt, you have James Jesus. When he died,
Yeah, I mean, it's just an old device. I don't know what to tell you.
when Scott knew that he didn't love me or anything, but because he has to make himself look useful, because Lechuga was having an affair with Sylvia Duran and wanted to marry her, and he was ambassador just until recently to the UN for Cuba. That was very important to penetrate.
Has nothing to do with Raphael. Has nothing to do with
Sylvia solicited 24 hours expert and taught Sylvia
Silver tongue.
RAM, how fast your computers.
Oh yeah.
Keep 4 live streams going all at the same time.
puppy dog eyes and colorful and sweet and
Really, you're right. I need more GPU, not more internet.
whatever.
I have enough internet.
All of that.
You know, that's what I say. You know, the whole internet thing is. It's Starlink. I just showed you. Starlink. You know, remember we were watching Dancing on Live. He has Starlink. He's having plenty of calls. He had to refresh twice today.
He was afraid he couldn't get the
I don't think Starlink's a definite answer. I really don't.
Mexico City there, and ran into some students who were associated
I
with
think
it.
it's
Then
around
medical contact. He couldn't reach him either. By the time he invited them to a party with
You're in a
Sylvia,
place where you have
he's
rough
off by
internet.
himself with his
I think that's where Starlink comes in town.
Just because the content needs it bad.
That's
They can figure out how to do it.
Let's go take a look at Jason Stillwell. He's over in front of the federal building.
So what did he do with that thing when no one picked it up?
Well, he's got a problem. He's got to leave it. He can't take it back with him. He's got rotten stuff in it. So he leaves it behind. But he stopped at the U.S. Public Health Service.
That's what I was saying.
Right there.
If I'm going to do that, I want to get it.
It's on record. Although they retracted it, we have the records.
Right.
And apparently left a contact told to somebody there.
Another one in here. Okay.
Some encryption or something, I don't know. Because two people working there didn't understand why he was there, but he told me he left information where he left it there. You know, it's just
Another one up. Sorry.
Now, at
It's getting rid of
any point during any of this,
So, yeah, it just needs more,
like brief you on what you were doing, like anybody officially from.
I've had it since. Twice I've been what they call debriefed.
When was the first time that happened? Like you just went through
Everybody
your
thinks
on
so.
this assignment and you met Lee.
Everybody's
and-
naming up
Both
the
times
same
those
hour.
guys were drunk, by the way.
Right. So you met Lee, you get into this secret program to develop this cancer stuff. But like, these are just people you're meeting who are saying this shit. How do they prove to you that you're doing this stuff? Like, how does Lee or Mary or anyone else prove to you that you guys are actually doing research for the military to take out Castro?
First of all, rare these animals die even by airplane, and that's really scary. So I'm finding out that all the marmosets have died. All of them died in such a short period of time, and it's the same stuff. I'm so familiar with it. They have gone through games.
And when I bought this computer, I'm trying to tell you, it was like
function
top
over
of the line.
and over again. We're the first. And
Right.
I got a document that
I
I'm showing you.
understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, like, how did they prove to you that this was the
Eight
objective?
core Intel i9,
First of all, a whole lot of money. went into
Radon
this.
Pro Vega, graphic card,
Big money, big bucks. This thing started in March
4 gigs of memory,
a whole year before me. And they had a linear particle accelerator. Things worth a lot of money.
Did you ever
DDR4,
see it?
No, but I Lee was sitting there all the time.
Really? And then, so you guys were like in an apartment doing this stuff, right? This was the Gary's apartment, is that right?
again, at the time, 5 or 6 years ago, that was the best you could buy. Now,
So this is
here we are 6 years
the
later.
underground research being
Maybe
done
it's not too bad. Yeah, I don't know.
Tons of these mice, GPU rods everywhere.
That would probably be the best
Speaking of labs, the problem is that they were complete
Just
we
make
were
the
afraid to
computer
figure out
faster.
about each other. So they break that with ferry. All right. All right. And Mary sure there's the nexus between that. All right. Now, all our, of course, when they go to Mary, she goes straight to auction with it and all that. So they never start this every Tuesday.
Thank you again, Rick.
All that. We don't have any way of
Appreciate
any
you,
control
Rick,
over
for the kind
what's-
words and support.
what they decide. Like
You
one time,
don't
several
know.
times they had to kill 500 mice at a time to pull out these
I
organs.
wanted to tell you,
Now, what was Mary doing with these mice, taking them to the
my
taking them to the hospital and putting them under this
Yeah, I could do something like that. That would
Well, that happened too, but mostly we're working with actually the tumors themselves, not the line.
I'd rather do that so that way I don't have to transfer all the files, set everything up, all the new seeds, all OPS would have to be redone. It's a big bitch. And I'm going to have to pay somebody to do that because I can't do
I have
that.
to go and assess that this stuff. Please remember the word pancreas. You can see so much pancreatic cancer and brain cancer.
First thing
So
is
those are
done.
kind of cancers that
So they
develop.
pretty sure watched the building pretty good. Remember all the graffiti that was on that building?
And
Pretty clear now. All of it's gone. You see, they did scribe it though. Look at how they scribed it. They just cut into it with a scriber. Cut the
I
granite.
always told them they would turn out disease and turn out the prisoners that they brought in from Angola prison. And I gave you a document showing it. Dick Russell shows that they were, since 1960, they were using prisoners from Angola prison. They're doing stuff. Heath was doing it, and we have other names that are associated.
And how close did you get to this? How close did you get to these prisoners that were being
That's
tested?
crazy. Dude, he's going
I
crazy.
told you I had a blood test.
Don't poke him there anymore.
Whether
This
or
guy's
not
going to give him.
I
Already
do
getting
is
complex.
if it's still there,
I know this has been a show for 50 years. I get it. I know. I heard a lot of it. It's the first time I've heard Regal say something similar, but this is also the first time I've heard Regal say, you know what, I'm playing it because basically the whole repeater almost. But even Terry's on the
You have
list.
to wait long enough to see if human beings want to sift it out. If they can leave it, it doesn't work. That's good news. So I was willing to go along with that. They were going to kick me out after this because this blood test, if it turned out that the person sifted on their body, I would say, don't do it to
Joshua,
anybody
that's
else.
fine. We all make mistakes. I'm wrong all the time. Like I say all the time, people on the internet always want to show you W. They don't want to show you the
Go up there and do a test.
People don't like what I have to say because I'm a failure about it. That's okay, Josh.
And
Just
when I
remember
did
this.
that, I learned
You're never going to agree with
everything.
everything anybody says. Even the people you love in your family, right? Mom, dad, brothers, they're going to say that you don't agree with.
We have
So
a biological.
This thing nobody you're going to agree with all the time in life. No matter what it is, no matter what you do. Everybody should have the right to speak on what they like or don't like. That's what makes America great.
Okay.
The
So,
fact that people want to terrorize you
all of
for giving
this
out your opinion.
cancer research that you got, well,
Okay?
see,
They froze it.
Every one of them that threat me,
materials that
right? Trust me, don't think I don't know. I'm sitting here, I'm recording it. So that way when things do happen, like the other guy, it's easy to find these people.
what they call immortals.
Venture to say that those are the people that would try to harm you. And again, you don't see me going to other countries and terrorizing their folks and waving my flag and burning things and doing that stuff, wrapping up the face of
isn't
them.
it true
I
that,
have
that
respect.
Mary was also trying to
I have
develop
respect for
some sort
people
of
that are
cancer
respectful.
vaccine?
Well,
You're
that's
not
not
respectful. I don't
That's
have
what
respect.
that was
Yes.
before all of this.
Yes,
I don't care where
then
you're
they
from.
realized
Don't
that
care
they
who
had
it's ours.
something
I don't care
that
what country you're from.
could help the country avoid World War II.
Good is good, bad is bad. Simple.
So at some point it got co-opted.
Well, I don't know why people don't think that we do either, because back then we trusted our government, we trusted CIA, we trusted FBI.
Even if you didn't, even if you agree with me on this subject, listen, there's got to be something you're not going to do
CIA,
at point in time.
pieces.
And that's the sucky part about being really
So,
unfiltered and
okay,
honest.
let's go to
It's a tightrope that I have to walk, trying to keep everybody happy. And I can't do
ended
that.
up
So I just got to
on
do
that
me,
route
and you
on
take it for
November
what it is.
22nd.
Okay, so he calls
That's
me,
it.
no, but here's the thing, actually, Mike calls me.
Well, I appreciate it, Jules. I know a lot of people.
But
Okay?
from
I know.
all the stuff that I've
There's a
learned
majority of us
about
here
what
all
actually
think
happened on
feel
November
the same.
22nd and everything,
And
because
agree.
as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong,
There's
but there
always
was
gonna
an
be
active
an outlier.
FBI file
And I'm
and
okay with
CIA
that
file
happening here,
on
too.
lead
And
at
you
that
can
time.
be
They were tracking
disrespectful.
everywhere
Just
he went.
don't.
There was a CIA person at every desk that he was going to, Dallas, Mexico City,
I'm okay with it.
New Orleans,
Just don't.
and there was
Man,
what's called a
so
flash
others can see what's
on his FBI file. right? So he was like,
Yeah, that was free moves.
Like,
right. So that's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
Everywhere he went, he was very high on the FBI's list of
And they
people
was trying
who sent, like, it was a red flag. If he was anywhere, like, they know where the hell he's going. So
But that's not what they told the people.
From
They said
here,
they
let's
didn't know
go.
anything about what he was doing. Remember that.
right. I'm trying to explain for the audience. So the day before Kennedy was assassinated, that high-level flash warning that was on his FBI profile was removed.
Absolutely.
And because if it was on there, being on that route on the 24th Street was the equivalent of a flea being at a license intersection. Because there's no way in hell you let a guy like that anywhere near that. So the fact that his FBI flash stop thing was removed the day before, that is a massive red flag. There was some sort of something sinister going on because they wanted him to
Very patriotic in my plus to go take this money and go protest. It's not very American. It's not what I stand for.
right.
It's obviously not even.
When I had John
worth
here,
the time.
he said that he would interview one of the
I just like to hang out and fun.
Before she died, and he said, "What is this?" And she said that she kind of smiled at it and said it's indicative of a need to know on a higher level that is above my head, and basically, however she said it, was basically like something sexual.
There's got to be some billionaires that don't want this, so that, they can try to get Trump out or something, but, $200 a day to go cause chaos is, like, crazy. Not worth it, but also, like, really fucked.
Clay, Sean, Harrison, they went up there and risked it to Clay Sean was in bribery. And you need to see it after the JoJo. Let's be best of the run and like speak out the people that just have to go to on those streets. All things that go along.
And so he was across down the bridge. Oh, that's what we destroy the community. Y'all know me, I'm a big guy, but I truly believe that electronic imagine what that is. Now they're sitting there for hours before they're wrong. They can't get a job in half left. They couldn't because they had to go wait for a phone call and to take there's only in front of town. They had to sit there and they didn't know the day before Martin Luther King had died.
Oh shit, yeah, I can't do it now, obviously, it's run the show. Yeah, good. And I'm sorry if I know we're supposed to be able to take care of that thing. I apologize.
Well,
they're trying to rip somebody out of a Ford Raptor. Do we see a Ford Raptor? I don't see one here.
Knows if it's just abruptly off to
I see a Ford white pickup. They got flags hanging out of it. They're not ripping them out.
Is saying
Anybody see a
silence,
Ford
so then they
Raptor?
can claim he's insane, all these crazy things.
I didn't know. They make a Ranger
But of course,
Raptor?
Lee gets out of the car because everybody's staring, stands in
No.
line because he ran into a woman and she
They really
had
need that
actually
Raptor.
AA degree, and she's black. And they said she failed
That's
her
it, yeah.
literacy test and couldn't read the Constitution as they couldn't find the She stood around. They said, that doesn't, I'm going to stand in line out, but I can just flash my stuff and say, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Story real
No,
quick.
no.
So Lee,
I'm hoping,
David
Chris, that all this is
Ferry,
done by Monday.
No, not that Bannister.
I thought that Bannister was there.
No, that is a lie. It's Clay Shaw, and we have the
What happened? We
document
had the
saying
whole
that
band
he
in
put out.
there.
Oh, it was Clay Shaw.
That's why Garrison went after him.
Okay, all right. I must have got the names mixed stuff.
No,
This is where they had a rally last
certified
night.
Dentist later.
Oh, they did.
Have the rally here.
That's a lie. We have all the documents. And in fact, I gave you Dita on there.
And for people, just so people can follow, who was Clay Shaw again?
The shade,
Clay
sorry,
Shaw is the
folks.
director, the underdirector of the International Trade Mart. And
Who was the independently wealthy?
Yeah, I saw one.
businessman.
well,
I didn't
maybe
realize that they
wealthy,
even had
but the
those
point
little
is he
Raptor
had all the
versions of
contacts
Racer.
of CIA.
I thought Raptors were only like one.
He was the only guy that was brought in on the
They could
know
because
that they're actually, they're now every
Oxford
have a Raptor
so
up there.
we started there because Oxford.
Right.
I gave you a picture showing Oxford
There we go. The
and Clay Shaw
California
together.
state flag.
And the reason that I did that is because they even claimed that they didn't know each other. When
Right.
International House, you saw that where they're the ones that
Ah,
raised
fuck
Kennedy.
this. Hopefully your
Okay?
sources are wrong.
International House was
They
run
probably
for
are.
9.5 years. Clay Shaw
And if
was
so, I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out a way.
Clay Shaw.
I know you probably aren't available in the morning.
because he had enough contacts, obviously, with the CIA and the bad guys. Yeah.
That's not the 1960s.
So,
But I met
and
it
why
twice.
did
I
they,
met it twice.
Just never
Really?
scootered in it.
I've met most of these people.
why did they want to bring
He had a scooter yesterday.
what was the town again? Clinton.
Yes,
I'm proud.
Why did they want to bring them there to register to vote?
Well, they didn't. That's the lie. He only got out of the car to stand in line so he wouldn't be stared at while he's in the car. So he said, I'll do that because this girl came by. I said, they refused to accept that I can register and I don't even know.
Bronco, I see the Bronco
Why
rap.
did they do that? What was the reason?
What?
Why
Well, I
did they go
bet
there?
Rusty are damn close. I bet 65,
They
70.
they had arranged before knowing about the Martin
That
Luther
one, I'd
King
rather
thing
just
that
get a
I
small
had
M1.
agreement.
Yeah.
It was a
That's
sleeping
not a Raptor.
because
But the Ranger
convoy
does
was
look
coming
nice.
out
I'm not
from
gonna lie.
that prison, these
Nicer than
prisons.
it has.
Okay.
And they
I'll
want
tell
to
you
join
which one I
the
think really
convoy
looks
with
nice.
all their
Surprised
injections and all the stuff they
was
got.
the Nissan
And
Frontier.
they have to have a fancy car.
That
Clay
thing
Shaw is
looks like
driving
a
a fancy
Toyota
car. He's got the
Like
money.
they just studded
He's
this
going to
whole
join
road.
the camp
And it
convoy.
looks
You've got a
so
fancy car in the back. You've got I don't know what they have, but you've got a Cadillac. That Cadillac is all the way together. But you can't go in by yourself. You're going to ask for credentials. So go in.
Where
You
is
have
this
to make some phone
exchange? Where's
calls.
the truck
There's a
flipping
long
them off? I
road
want to see this.
before can be seen. You know, go turn
Somebody's
into
done
Jackson.
stuff
To
down
go to
there.
the mental
They're trying to
hospital.
get through the
You're going to
streets.
meet
They're
them there.
flipping people
Well,
off.
they
They're
can't
trying
sit
to pull
down
them
the
out the
road
car.
there.
Where does
People
all that happen?
on the
Yeah.
big highway.
Right.
But they can sit by the phone booth and make their phone call. And exactly, it's a timing record. We're talking about 20 miles, you know, to join them. And they delayed and delayed and delayed. I don't know, because see, the only person was one prisoner, they had to know for sure.
Wow. Okay. I see.
So they had some red tape.
I understand.
Well, they tried to hide all this and say that they were just waiting for him to vote. They could have gone to the coffee shop around the corner and sit there and there. So we had 15 people. That's what we got. We went up. They found all these things. We went to Clinton. And I said, that phone booth is right there on Liberty Street. Maybe we can still find evidence that it was there. Because it was the only one in town that was public phone booth, you know. We parked the car right there. Sure enough, we found it. We found it wiring, we found the wood parts. And
No, Joe's not there. Joe's in Las
it was
Vegas.
gone.
So maybe
But
Joe
all
will
the
be
wiring was there and everything, just like exactly where it said it was.
I
Because
guess
we
if
had to
somebody
get,
pops up, should be safe.
I have a map of it. I even knew where the thing was located. You know, because they,
At what point did Lee find out about this plan to kill the president?
they knew at least by March. There's a famous photo. It's called The Wake.
Vector Media always
You'll
thought it was
see
fucking
Albert
outrageous.
Thomas winking at Lyndon Johnson in the plane right after Lyndon Johnson.
We'd say in our Pontiac club.
Winking. Albert Thomas in March 1963
Up those fucking
invited Kennedy invited to Texas because he was going to retire. This is in Houston. Albert Thomas gets on the plane after the
Quick post time, the round five.
dinner where he's resigning and all that. And he thinks these trips with Lyndon Johnson. Sure, you can imagine him going. Albert Thomas going where's the wind? You can imagine Albert Thomas getting on the plane maybe from Houston just to Fort
Wow,
Worth,
that's
okay?
crazy. You want more
Because
to
they're friends. But he spends the night there.
Not every car's fast.
And more. He's there
Every car's
to
fast.
Dallas as well.
Is there any slow cars anymore? Does the Camry have 350
Albert
horses?
Thomas is
Like
still
a
on the
fucking
plane.
Camry?
When Kennedy shot, he's on the plane and he was taking off and they're going to go to Washington, D.C.
Orange bar, thank you so
How many
much.
people do you know that you're going to meet in some certain city, you're going to their dinner,
I'm
and they get on the
listening
plane
to
with you,
Citywide
follow
Tattoo.
you,
and
Where's the
Valley
suitcase
Girl.
or whatever? He spends 2
It's going
years
from back and
looking for
forth.
things.
Valley
That's
Girl's
a good time.
tattoo is
He's
watching
the
two
one that set
different
up
protesters
its
of the Valley.
Kennedy on his route to go to
And then we're
Texas.
here with
That's why we.
citywide, tattoo.
That was March of
Not
1963.
busy enough. So
Now,
but he can scan
he
back.
was following that. Oxnard knew wherever
Trump's always
everybody's
chickens
going.
out.
He was very close friends with Harry
Trump's
Sherman.
always chickens out.
Yeah, so they found him.
So Marion found
Oh,
out
I love
somehow through Oxford.
Well, Oxnard thinks so. He would take
All right, everybody,
Did
it's time for her.
they tell you how he learned about this specifically? Did he give you any specifics?
No, the meeting I had was between David Ferry and Mary Sherman. Said when they told me that they knew of these things and that I had to trust them just like they had to trust me with this kind of information. Because they needed my expertise. Look, this is shading thing. The party that Dave Ferry invited me to was full of homosexuals and people were screaming that they wanted to kill Kennedy and all this stuff. All anti-Castro people. And yes, David Ferry's picking up all kinds of information about it because they want to kill Kennedy. So he's kept, you see what I'm saying? And I said, this is crazy. I don't want to have any of these people want to kill Kennedy. So Lee had to take me to Guy Bannister. Just I've got documents I showed you from
Lee
Guy
took
Bannister.
you to Guy Bannister.
That's right.
Okay. When was this?
That was right after the horrible party where I said, look, I'm going to have anything to do with this. Are you crazy? You're saying you want to kill Kennedy. David Ferry said that out loud. And he said to me, Dave said, at this meeting with Dave, later, he said, what am I going to do? Am I going to say, hey, it's the chief of the people who kill Kennedy? Or am I going to stay along with this? I'm going to go along with this so I get more information. Now, wait. David Ferry at Bay of Pigs in July, 1961, Bay of Pigs happened. He hated Kennedy Smith.
And then you have the internet.
To me this way. Now remember, David Ferry desperately tried to get me to be Catholic again. It was going to be priest. When I became an atheist and I was going to be a nun, that's how he got so close. He did everything's part of
He
it.
desperately wanted to be like a church father, didn't he?
Oh gosh, he wanted to be only a seminarian. He just wanted to serve God. That's all he wanted to do.
But he kept getting denied because of his history with boys.
No, not at all.
Oh, that's what I heard.
Well, the official version is not true. What happened is that they him in the seminaries. And finally, he believes that that's what God made him. It's horrible. I've got a whole book on David Ferry. Now, how can I write a book
That's
about
what it
him?
is. You just need to bring a flag with you and wave it. When you're blocking you. Oh, okay, we'll let you go.
All right.
Okay, so he said, he's hanging out with all these anti-Kennedy people.
And what happened is that he communicated to Kennedy what heard that Kennedy was responsible for Bay of Pigs. That was the official story. And there's this retired,
Ferry said he started to really hate Kennedy.
It's worse. He was such a wonderful speaker. He was given the opportunity to have the keynote speaker for a whole bunch of retired military officers. Now, I was also sponsored by military officers. That's how I got Russian and all that. So, I understood. So they had him for keynote speaker. He got up there and said, I thought I'd be Kennedy. Now I know what he's
away
like.
from a larger crowd. Now, from Auburn, aren't going to come all the way down to Southern California.
Okay.
7 hours. 7.5.
So he stands up there, these
7.5 hours.
military officers,
We're on
61, and
right
he
there.
says,
We're in the same
somebody
state.
should have come up
Just so
and
we're clear,
he's
Nevada, Las Vegas,
in his own
4.5 hours.
They made him get off the stage. About 150 of them. But he's hiding behind the curtains till everybody leaves. And you know what? After the meeting was over, 15 said,
Why are cops letting them lock them up? Because there's not enough cops.
So be to one
What
of
the
the
cops do is,
That's
okay,
how
you're going
come
to block
David
this
Ferry
intersection,
was
go to
getting
the city
information
hall. Okay, great. What
from
we're
these
going to
people
do is block the
because he
end of
worked
the
in the
streets
career
off.
for them
So
for 3
because you
years.
notice no
It
traffic.
sounded very long, but they all trusted him.
Right.
Then,
Yeah.
then he lost his
It's almost
job.
like
He was
allowing them
paralyzed.
their little
That
space.
helped because they still trusted him.
Then at some point in time,
But anyway, he knew all the
LAPD,
Sherman's
the
from
last
Chicago.
minute, said, okay, enough's enough.
Jack Ruby's from
There's
Chicago.
lawful
I
assembly.
gave you
As soon as they declare
information
that,
showing you that they
not
murdered
wasting
Jack Ruby partner in hospital. I said, I'm looking to see if they tried him live for over 500
Top
x-rays.
campaigns,
They
300
just
orders.
taped 22 days. It's
Yeah,
after
no, for
he
sure.
said,
But please thank you for that.
after he got done. And the National Archives called me, so, and I personally got those records for me. But
That's still a lot. You stay for an average kind of four-door sedan that's not really sporty, although it's better looking than it ever has been.
And so they gave me the original documents.
You don't think of a Camry as like a sporty.
Alive. But wasn't there a store?
And I gave you the thing showing you Al Maddox. I showed you I had contact with him. I had phone number and everything. I showed you that. Al Maddox was his jailer. He told him I got injected with cancer cells. He was one of the mafia people who sent us money. Mafia, the anti-Castro Cubans, this whole group sent money.
I don't know if he went for 20, but that's what a lot of people are saying.
Right. So Jack Ruby, he was being visited by a guy by the name of
Jolien West.
Jolly West.
Jolien West. They call him Jolly for short.
Right.
All right. That was an MK Ultra guy from CIA.
Yes.
He said after I had somebody in my hands for 2 weeks, they wanted him their own day.
Right. And this was before he shot Oswald, though.
No, he was in jail. All right, he was in jail, and they brought him in because he was too cold.
So Jolly West started visiting. Jolly West never visited Jack Ruby until after he shot Oswald.
That's right. He was in jail. He was a prisoner there, and he had full access to court with Jack Ruby, okay? Whatever he wanted. And he messed it up so much, Jack was sticking his finger up in the socket to try to electrocute himself, and everything. That way, you could tell somebody you got injected with cancer cells, nobody's going to believe you. And he did that. He injected his cancer cells 2 weeks later. He is so sick that they put him in.
Jolly West did this?
Yes, of course.
So why would he try to? So
they were going to have another trial on Jack Ruby the very day he was supposed to be transferred to another city to start a second trial. But they don't want that.
Right.
That's the day he enters the hospital. He gets 42 X-rays in one day. Even on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, he got X-rays. He got an X-ray that's not even on the record, 2 of them on the 27th December. And he could even sit up in bed by that time. He was so sick, they wheeled out a portable X-ray machine to X-ray him at his bedside.
How did he shoot Oswald?
He was forced. He cared about bleeding. I read it. He liked bleeding. He had done it since he was a kid. Really? Yes. Let me explain something. Well, I see you read my book. You're going to see I've got all the background for this. It's not made up or anything. Jack Ruby and Lee Oswald's uncle's Dukes was a bookkeeper for Carter's Marcello's godfather. Ruby comes to New Orleans all the time because Godfather took over Dallas for Joe Savello, who was running it from St. County. So Jack Ruby is working Savello and Jack Ruby owned the Carousel Club together. He's not a bad club owner, he's a half owner of a mafia Carousel.
That's correct. Wow. So who forced him to shoot him?
No stand standard.
Well,
Guys, this is live. No more on patrol. This is in the Capitol building in Denver, Colorado.
And he knew about the project.
You see,
And on top of that,
little goings on.
he had gotten, well,
Just trying to show you everywhere.
I still believe that he
Okay, Scorpius, enjoy.
I believe he did not want to kill Kennedy.
Thank you,
somehow
Stan.
they
I
figured that
appreciate
out.
you.
And they knew he knew enough that he could talk. So they made him. They kidnapped one of his dogs. By the way, the dog that's in the car there is not his
Who are we
favorite
talking
dog.
about right now?
Jack Ruby.
Yeah.
And anyway, he did very, very close to him. And in fact, I met Jack Ruby for the first time in David Ferry's apartment. All right. I've got a long story about what happened there. Yeah, it's so complex, but it's all there. It all fits. And I have witnesses. Remember, I've got witnesses that for all along the way about David Ferry and Harry Sherman, and I've got so much information on David Ferry that nobody had that now they found. So one lady put out information out there that nobody had before, and then they looked for it. And
I heard a little bit about it. I just woke up right when it was all happening.
But here
I
we've
didn't
got
get on it.
David
You guys
Ferry,
would tell me more about it.
Jack Ruby. That's okay knowing each
As far as
other
the
and all
police,
that.
I have
They,
police
of course,
scanners.
murdered
I
some
have actual
of these people.
scanners. I hear
Yeah.
more actual police scanners.
How they did David
Not
Ferry.
close enough
I
to
wish
the
I
action
knew
where
to
we
extend
get
it
it with
with
the
the
scanner.
tree.
Now, there are times where
The reason we can
very,
solve
very
this is
far,
because it is
60
complex.
miles out.
If it were simple,
Right.
We
So
wouldn't
I
have
have to
that.
rely on my
And
phone.
then they can do things like say Jackie shot her
Again, is sometimes delays,
husband,
but
and they put all this
sometimes
stuff that
delays
obfuscated.
too much,
The last thing
depending
you
on
hear
what's
about is
going on.
the Jupiter Fair Bacon.
So
Right.
yeah, that's how I.
Right. So
You can also get
let's
what
go
he
back
calls.
to
You can also
when
get
Kennedy was
Madonna,
assassinated, and you were saying that
They contacted me like 37 hours before.
right, but you were explaining how David Ferry
tactical with another
decided that after the what
45,
was the name of the operation that was going over there to the name things failed,
Oh, okay.
and a bunch of his guys, his lover boys, got murdered during that,
Yeah, two of them.
and he decided he now hated Kennedy. And then how did that transition to Lee knowing that he was involved in all
Oh,
of this?
okay. Yeah, I apologize. I think you put me back on track.
Yes.
So many things in my head going on. It's tons of stuff. Okay. And I don't forget anything. So I see the same pictures and that kind of
kind of
disturbs
hoping
me
it
as well.
was, not so many splitters.
Yeah.
So imagine he's got this information and he's got Mary Sherman, who's all in contacts with people at University of Chicago. And Lee finds out
What is
that there's
that?
a
Bro,
plot
hold on a second.
in Chicago.
Epstein
And
escort
there's this
tank
contact
service?
FBI we have.
Oh, so it's the military tank.
We have James Douglas, and we have reports that somebody named Lee.
Bro, these people are straight mental ills. It's fantastic, isn't it? They wrap their shit like in some sheets.
Broke it up.
That's right.
Gold sheets.
We've got it.
Donald showed up, they made a fake rocket, strapped it to the top. But out of fucking, those are like pots.
Didn't they
Or
also try to
plants.
kill him here?
And those are plant pots that are stuck together and zip
No,
tied
I don't know
together.
about Tampa, but I do know about Miami. That Lee
Also,
also
she hasn't washed her hair in
volunteered.
years.
Joseph volunteered. They said, well, we're going to go. He's on
Fox Jones. Why Fox? Why is
not
Fox
video,
doing
but
good?
he was on
They
audio
all.
saying we're going to kill him from a
Oh,
high card rifle.
we're
Here from
smoking
the
now
building
too.
office over here. Or Dallas.
Now we got smoke coming out of the rocket. It's a real live rocket, ladies and gentlemen.
Joseph volunteered.
Joseph Miltier.
Maybe Hamas built that for them. Just asking. Don't get angry. I know they like to build rockets. Maybe it's a Hamas rocket. I don't know. I'm just being thorough here. Just trying to figure out what's going on.
That's what.
Oh shit, you got a Darth Vader mask on.
So they found out that Lee was trying to save
Fucking Darth here.
from the assassination.
God damn it.
He was notifying the FBI about it.
Where's R2? Where's R2? Is he in back?
And he's learning all kinds of information. Cancer doesn't want to be
Yeah.
done for Kennedy. He's trying to find out information
Got
about
the
Kennedy.
Vader mask on, but
He's
can't
got
take it
all
off.
these different sources. You've got to get rid of
This
this.
rocket?
Wow. And was he talking to you about all this stuff during the time? Or did you
Oh,
all this
me and
later?
Trump, or they go crazy on him. They attack him.
We wanted to live
He always wears
together
that bag of
and we were
hat.
forced him to go
You've
back
never
to
seen him
Dallas.
without it.
They said, promise you can go back to
Military
Mexico.
parade
And
has
they found out
kicked
that's
off.
what we really wanted to do after Christmas. First they said before Christmas, they changed it to after. And that's why he gets a temporary job at the Texas School Book Depository.
Retarded rocket?
Always refer every button to Miami. Gets several jobs for always. And she was in the city. That's not the way it was to be in. They even call him his estranged wife. He goes to visit them on weekends, you know, and all that.
So creative. So
But
there's
he's
North
still
Korean
living
flag,
in just a
right?
little tiny place. And he takes a temporary job. He had offers for permanent jobs and he turned it down because, of course, the only thing he was going to be going back to Christmas. Texas School Book Depository, there was a seller.
King
They
Kong?
fired
Is
two
that what that
people
says?
the day they
King
hired him.
Kong? King Kong?
This, the book depository in September
Did I read that right?
sends his books all over Texas, school books.
I don't know why so serious
That's
is
when
it?
they need
Or is that a
personnel.
Canadian
By
flag? I think hugging a Canadian.
October, and we're talking about October 10th and 15th, he starts work. They don't have any more starters. You see what I mean?
That's my
But
stuff.
they hire them anyway. Now they've got 3 order takers. That's the school book deposit. And of course, it's really a cover job, and he's gone a lot.
So how did he
There's
not know?
another
How did he not know they were trying to whack him in Dallas?
There's so much, you know, there's so much background information I'm not going to be able to give to you because
Got a leg injury now, need an RA.
I told you it took 18 hours for me to explain all of this to
Don't
you.
play
And if they put that into 46 minutes, then called the level
Bro, mental
And
illness
they
is
put all
strong.
my evidence out. They took all my
They got a smoke
witnesses
machine
out.
attached
They
to
took
the rocket.
pictures of my family up close. And they got in trouble, and my family's had almost nothing to do with me since none of my sons have spoken to me since 1999. I'm a danger to my family, and I got denounced by one of my sons recently. Just a couple days ago. It's been really hard. I'm saying, you know, you don't care if we destroy our family, you don't care what happens to us. All you care about is, you know, your fame. It's not even about fame. It's because I love Lee Oswald. Don't you know, I've been approached. They said, look, I have, you heard me get a movie off of that.
Air shots are always fantastic. I love it. Great shot.
Kind of. Yeah.
You missed the Donald Trump rocket, the Epstein mobile, you miss all that.
It's a trouble.
You don't get all that.
I was offered millions, you know.
Is that the Epstein mobile? Want
They
to see
wanted
it
to make
now?
a big story, saying how he had a love affair and all that, and he lied to me, and he went on to kill Kennedy. And the whole thing I am. And I would be rich if I just go along with that.
Anybody five more?
Round 6.
So, how did Lee, if he knew about the attempt on him in Chicago and in Miami, how did he not know about the attempt on how did he not know previous to the attempt in Dallas?
I did.
He did, but
He joined an abort team.
An abort team.
Yes, and we have the record from Jim Morris.
I noticed a lot more music playing so people can't stream it and have without copyright with the audio. Me, I don't care. I get paid on it.
Now they can't go and just knock guns out people's hands because they can't be used again, right? But they just stand around the fire, or they do a distraction or something.
Can you explain what is an abort team?
The abort team.
Just moving the goalpost as they always do.
They're doing it all the time. The whole idea is to make sure you look where people might be shooting, and you make sure you're standing around the fire. Or if you see something that's suspicious, you make a distraction so that they can't shoot.
That's what it is, Victor.
Wow.
Because you cannot do that directly.
They know how I feel about it.
Right? They can't use you again. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just stay
Some looking in, I mean, they're not even.
But what you can do is collect information about who they are and everything, and that they show up more than one time, you know, that they've got guns and all that. You not believe how many people that they were tracing and tracking. What they did, the CIA did this, the FBI did this together. They put so many threats out there
Bulletproof glass everywhere.
They were an exhausted team that reached Dallas to
There's another Democrat shooter over there.
Lee was part of that
Did
team.
Lee talk to you about this team?
Absolutely, I've said I talked to him 37.5 hours before the assassination. He told me how he
Can you walk me through that conversation?
Yes, I wrote a lot of that can. It's an hour and a half long, and I had never divulged all of it because a lot of it was very personal. But it gets me visceral. You understand? Because he told me so.
I think you should just stay what you're doing, bud. I think you got to remember, they're only going to give you a limited amount of alerts anyways. Nobody's going to go back.
Babies and
Not nobody. You know what I mean? Not having better numbers.
He was threatened. They were very told because
No,
he paid more.
you should stay. My vote is to stay.
And what
Over in this corner, what are they handing out here?
is that
See what they're handing out, everybody?
Jack Ruby. And this was through the Torrington, and he was with the Howard Hunt that is not Howard Hunt, the Hunt that is a multi-millionaire in Dallas.
Are they Snicker bars? Oh, it's water, baby.
And
Snicker bars.
Hunt had Torrington
Granola
find out
bars.
how
Energy bars. I think that's
protected Lee Oswald and they were sure that Jack Ruby was contacted or else. And the inside information was this, because people care. They said we cut every country to turn his body off. They would kill his family, they would torture his dog to death, and so on. And they would get somebody else to do if he didn't anyway.
This is the guy called Carl and Sam.
every wishful thing on your part.
Torrington,
Curtin Hunt?
Oh, that could
The
help.
millionaire heart?
Yeah,
That's
the millionaire Hunt, Torrington is his secretary. No, sir, that's his secretary. He's the one we sent. He went up and down the elevator with Lee Oswald and it was with Jim LaBelle at the time, detective, had no protection. He said, easy going, shooting. You make sure Ruben doesn't. Because we got to get Ricky out of this too. He knew about us.
All right, so that conversation you had with Lee 36 hours before 37 hours before the president died, he said that they told me I have to be a part of this protection team for the president.
No, he joined.
Oh, he joined.
He said he joined it. He found a way to join. And
Denver, Colorado.
Why did he want to join?
he pretended, just like Jack, everybody pretended that they wanted to kill Kennedy. That's the only way you're going to get information. All right? Like David Fury told me clearly, he said, when he found out he was really in charge, he said this, that was my Catholic brother. I voted for him. You know, we're Irish. Both have Irish blood. He said, when I found out what they had done to Kennedy, he said, I stayed in contact with them. They think I hate JFK. And I'm there to try and save his life.
Okay, sorry, explain to me again. I'm just having a little bit of trouble following this apart perfectly. So he wanted to join the protection team for the president on the route in Dallas.
That's Lee Oswald, yes.
Oswald did, right. And then he simultaneously said that I know they're going to kill him.
Yeah.
Who was going to kill him and why?
He did because he had to stay in the Texas School Book Depository, not leave and get out of there or something like that. They knew he knew a team was going to come in there at least want somebody to come in.
It's all splintered out.
And
So many different areas.
He's going to make sure that
You're my best.
they can get in, that kind of thing. Now Lee had access, to find at least to
That's twice they gave you those salmon. There you go.
order
Now you can take it all into account.
and except the sixth floor. And
See,
go up the fifth
60
floor.
was my best.
And the shooter was one shooter was situated there. We know that Bird bought the place just a few months earlier. Bird was good friends
They
with
didn't lose her.
LBJ. They call him Dry Well Bird or something like that. BYRT.
Over that fast, the phrase already over just started.
The so-called sniper's nest was never built by Lee Oswald. That is a lie.
Oh, those wide rolls
People
are great.
working there put that up so they can hide behind it and take a smoke. And
I get this
take a
little,
break,
like it's like ham and cheese
they try to
on
suggest
that
that
Hawaiian
the
sweet roll they make up
The
at the
bird
bakery
takes
and
a window jam
Ralph's.
from a different
It's like a mini, it's like, think of a slider, but it's a sandwich and there's three of them. It's really good.
They block that off, so you can't really try to make the shot yourself.
That's why I liked Pioneer Chicken. When I was a kid,
FBI
I
tried
didn't
to
like
do it. They had
biscuits.
to move the box.
For some reason, I just didn't like
Rifle
biscuits.
butt would hit the wall.
But I enjoyed
And we'd get
sweet rolls.
a pipe that was
Pioneer, they give you a sweet roll, they don't give you biscuits.
And a couple others did
So
too.
they use those same
And
Hawaiian
they
sweet
found
rolls.
out that
That's what made
there's
Pioneer
no way
so
with the rifle to make the shot because it would hit this pipe. So the Texas School Book Depository moved the pipe up 18 inches. They moved all the boxes. They still couldn't make the shot. So it's in my book. It is in the Warren Commission's 26 volumes. They realized you can't make the shot from there to show that you can make. So they built a tower outside right on the street, 30 feet lower than the fifth story window. And from
No,
that
I never had that.
tower in the middle of the street, 30 feet lower, that's how they proved that Lee Oswald could shoot from the window straight at that target wasn't moving, a stationary target. And eventually they could get people to say they got, made the shot. They're full of
We're watching
experts.
So
SoCal Stories
where
right now.
was he the moment that computer shot? Where was Lee?
He was on the first floor.
He was on the first floor.
He doesn't
Yeah,
have a
and we
watermark
have pretty
on
good evidence of that.
It's
What they
an
didn't
envelope.
know is they tried to put him on the
I'm
second
sure he's
floor.
got
The
one.
whites, that's where the whites ate their lunch. Lee Oswald, remember I told you he got arrested in New Orleans on the 9th and everything. It was embarrassing with his family and everything. Well, that time when he had to go, that was on August 9th. Okay, on Monday, the next Monday, he has to go in and pay a $10 fine, which is like $100 today. He sits on the black side with the blacks. When we rode on the buses, we sat on the back of the bus with the blacks. We were so pro-civil rights. Lee Oswald wasn't eating much as ever. They didn't know this with the whites on the second
Is
floor.
it hockey
He was
today
always
or
eating with the
tomorrow?
blacks on the first floor. They've got to get him on the second floor because there's no way they know that he was supposedly on the first floor where by the way, he had mentioned 2 blacks he saw that were in there. Said, yeah, it was Miss so-and-so they saw me eating, Wednesday. And he's drinking Dr. Pepper. His favorite drink, Dr. Pepper, not Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola machine was on the 2nd floor. Dr. Pepper machine was on the 1st floor. Yeah, so anyway, there's lots of stuff like that going on. Just so they have to change it that he's on the 2nd floor, even though we never ate up there. There's so many things. A lot of it's, most of it's in the book. Now, I had to put it in the book because there's something that happened to me anytime. I've hit my cars 3 times. I have almost lost my left eye. I've got all my teeth knocked out in front.
How did all this happen?
Cut brake line.
What?
Oh, yeah, it's on record.
When?
Well, that happened in Orlando, Florida. Get this. I get my car to teach. And I go into track. There's no brake. Bam! I get T-boned, okay?
Wow.
But it's on this side, but this side's okay. I can still use it. I'm desperate because I've already had bad things happen. I've already been hit. All right, it's a long story, but I was just recovering. I didn't want to lose my job. So I got balled out. Now, I was a mother. I have 3 sons. I helped them rebuild their car engines. And this guy's saying, stupid woman, your master cylinder's empty.
Right.
I said, no, that's impossible. I don't know how to throw a master cylinder with fluid.
Oh, wow.
Of course I do. I can rebuild engines. I know how to build a rocket engine. I really admire Elon Musk. I know what hell he's been through. All right, but anyway, bad things happen to good people. Anyway, so he says, he filled it up. Now, next morning, when they towed it, they just towed it half a block because the place was right there. So I'm going to get, he's right there, and I'm going right into traffic again, almost like when I started out, okay? Bam, I go hit again. By this time, I hit a Cadillac. The guy is so angry, they put me in court right away. The mechanic followed. He said, no way in hell, I fooled that myself. He said, I got it. It's on record, my brake line was 7. Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's scary stuff. You think it's all ties back to the stuff that you're talking about?
I had for 13 years. The History Channel put out there that I helped create AIDS. That I claimed that I helped create AIDS. I got so many death threats that I had to live overseas the last 13 years. I moved every 90 days for 13 years. Yes.
Every 90 days?
You gotta see my passports. Yeah. Passports, because you fill them up.
And you did this because you think that they're following you, trying to whack you. I've
got Sweden couldn't keep me because U.S. does it. I said, don't you think that one person, maybe 300 million people might have trouble with the U.S. government? They were going to deport me right away when I went there for political asylum. But then they found records that somebody accused me of being Osama bin Laden's friend. All these other horrible things. They said they looked into it longer. They were going to deport me finally. Said, we don't know what to do with you because we're not allowed. You're not from Iran or anything, And you've got a service dog. By the way, my service dog was poisoned before they was shot to death. What is the record? I'm going to get emotional. I don't want to get emotional because it's so good. I can follow them. I turn around and take their pictures. They quit doing that. Others tried to help me, and we did a restaurant, and somebody else would sit down and stare at them until they got scared to death and left, that kind of thing. It's a lot of intimidation.
Do you think Trump's been promising to release the Kennedy documents since his first term?
Well, let me
Do
tell
you think they'll release all that?
Let me explain. For example, Mexico City, I have the documents showing that every single workers went documented that Mexico City was destroyed. They're all rewritten. I've got page after page of what they did. And then they couldn't save the stuff that they pretended that was very important. And stuff the rest of the information and stuff that it was all laundered, it was all marked sanitized even. And
I think it'd probably be impossible for them to release all the stuff.
They will never release what really happened.
Right.
Now, here's what's going on.
And the problem is, too, I think
But then
The
they
word got out
they
the optics
find, I mean, they released the research on this. I said, well, what research is really important because I know
fight
what
the
you
anti-American.
what happened about with
American
Roe.
folks
He said,
decide
I'm
what
going
they do.
to issue a visa for Lee
Doesn't
Oswald
work out
in
well
one
like
day.
doesn't
And so
move
they
well.
made sure he got sick and went to the hospital.
Change
So
the
he couldn't
optics.
get
Had not a
his
bunch of American flags.
visa to leave.
Tell
Well, how
them
do we know about
calm
him?
down on
Turns out we got
vandalism.
records mostly in London that himself after he had some kind of connection with
That's
the
how they
CIA.
shape themselves for
Now,
it.
Teresa Perez was there. This is important. She at least said, where's Raul? I need to, I've got photography. If you are a photographer or anything like that, you can get a one-day visa for cultural reasons into, I say you get a visa in one day to Cuba, so he tried to get it. And Aparicio wisely was in the hospital. He thought, he didn't want to be scared. But it's, nobody knew who he was. They'd forgotten, so these got released like padding. They didn't realize that before it was. None of it was redacted. I've got all kinds of stuff about that. So anyway, Proenza
Oh, yeah, I get it.
is the attaché, cultural attaché's assistant. She's a lesbian who had the hots for Sylvia Duran, so Sylvia sent Lee over there to be
See,
her.
it's just about me. See how he's a little higher than everybody else?
And
Tell like
Teresa, said,
you don't see it when you're just it's all these radio waves and shit.
Everything's
Flying
fine.
through the
She
air
said,
up there, you're
sorry.
above.
CIA had a big problem because they had posted after the assassination, since they knew Lee Oswald went to the embassy, so they said he was in there screaming, I want to kill JFK. Screaming and yelling. That was insane. But you got forensics totally rational. They come over, but it didn't. They went and framed Proenza and said she was working for the CIA, got her arrested. She ended up 2 years in jail in Cuba, in Havana, before they finally realized she'd been framed. Okay, so we got all these people that are wiped out and so on.
Everybody's restarting.
So nobody knew about Frenza until I mentioned it, what the real reason was. And so recently, the 2 documents got released, and they forgot about Frenza. And at the bottom of each one, it says they want to show the list of these guys who are working for the CIA. And Mrs. Frenza said, no, that was going to cut her name out. Because, of course, that was a thing. By then, people realized that she'd been put on there to do this. So they had to remove the names. I got both those documents. I posted them on X. I'm at Judith on X. It's the only place, thank God for Elon Musk. It's the only place I'm able to speak. I've got so many documents I've already posted.
You know it's got to be warm.
Well,
That bridge shit is
that was a
people are telling you how hot they are. They're just wearing shorts and t-shirts.
your story is fascinating. I have
Gotta
to
be
say,
90
it's
degrees
a
in that
lot to digest for people. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this twice.
Take
And
your mask
I
off.
just
Keep
the tip of the
hydrated.
iceberg,
Yeah.
the stuff I've got.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting.
Hard
I'm
never
definitely gonna finish reading your book.
You want to show people what they did to my book?
Yeah, look at your book.
No, they're doing such things.
When did
They
you
are.
this, by the way?
2022. You see what they did? They ruined it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a shitty job they did.
They're unsaleable.
Regardless of what went on the last 4
Some
years,
paper hanging on them. Some of
there
them
was
typed
still a
upside
large
down.
immigration issue.
You pick up the cover and
It always
falls off.
What is the difference between this
Obama was constantly talking about it.
Clinton
Clinton
was
was
10 years old.
constantly
We've
talking
got all
about
the
it.
documents.
Bush was
2017. We've
talking
got
about it.
all
We've had it for
stuff.
many
See, I could
decades.
say these things, but I could put it in the book
But
and talk
now
about
that you open
evidence.
the floodgates,
Everything I tell you, I have documents on.
it's hard. You can't
And by the way,
clean
I
up
have backups.
all
I
this
have
shit in a week.
I have the depositions because it's
Months.
written for
Or even
2
just a few
years.
years.
Now my testimony is
Long,
that
slow, arduous process.
I've got documentation, so I had it. I told you, I showed you about 60 minutes right before we finished.
Yeah, so 60 Minutes, they did it. They were working on a documentary about you for almost 2
Storm the
years.
Capitol,
No,
not yet.
14
I mean, in
months.
Denver, he's nowhere in
So a
that.
little bit over a year.
Yeah, the point
Not
is that
yet.
they tried very hard
I don't know if
to
that's
do
in
it.
the plans
They
for
were
later.
not allowed to.
Can't tell you. Can't
So,
Well,
can't
60
deny.
minutes. So we had Don Hewitt, who founded 60 Minutes, Phil
Other than we
Sheffield,
gotta get
another
round
young
7.
guy, okay, and
Round 7, jackpot round on the way.
to, well, we had a number of other people that were involved, but the point is it was a wonderful team.
Tell me
set up. And the difficulty that we had is that CBS at the top had Dan Rather, the one who said, "Oh, I saw Kennedy's
Put a
head
sign.
from violently
Can't
forward."
tell me if
You know,
Right.
can't tell if my
Yeah,
dad
you had
is
access to the film at that point.
That's
from
right.
perimenopause or the fall
so
of
he's at the
democracy.
top, and he could get in big trouble, and CBS got people up there, and they 3 times they tried to film him. I didn't the third time. And he blocked us in.
Denver
60
go!
Minutes got really mad about it all, you know.
So yeah, that's crazy they spend that much
So
time.
Mike Wallace,
Money on your story.
Mike
Kill
Wallace,
it.
Apparently she's having issues. She doesn't
this
know
ain't
what it
gonna
is.
fly. So
I'm gonna guess it's
they're
saying
gonna
you,
do-
ma'am.
we have to cancel this because they won't even
Look like
give us a
Karen,
special. They
probably
won't
sure
give
that
us
you
a use
perform
all the
like
time.
one.
They won't give us a special. We got to make sure that Bacon did St. Judith or anything like that. We got to make sure
Alright,
Bacon
they're
doesn't
starting
get
to march
destroyed
now.
because we. So they made CBS issue to be 2 checks, and I especially wanted them.
They're now marching. Secretary, she's staying here.
CBS had to
You
pay
gotta figure out whether it's
$2,000.
menopause or
We lost
just
wages.
democracy
They
as a whole.
never did that in
Going down
history.
the
No, they
Because they spent time filming with you and they never aired it.
never. Well, they couldn't
So
film.
where he's
They
at,
destroyed
so much
everything.
fucking
And they didn't. They had
so many.
audio. They didn't have.
This dude's got his mask on and nobody's, nothing's getting shot. He's, no tear gas in sight, but he's got this big fucking door filter.
I got my back. I got the money. I said, we've got to show them
Oh,
that
boy.
60 Minutes not going to pay CBS not going to pay somebody if they're not a criminal.
Throw in a couple American flags
And
and
then
make
they
it from America.
so I showed it to you.
Wow.
Pass you off.
Wild
Pass
story.
that story off to
And
America.
You know, I hate that word wild because it
it's
sounds
wild.
like
It's
like
wild.
a problem.
It's almost like a movie. I mean, it's like a movie. It's crazy. It is
Well,
crazy.
that's why
At
it's.
face value, it sounds nuts.
You know,
But it's you have brought a lot of proof here. Ed Haslam spent a long time on his book as well, Mary's Monkey, and he states that he was very skeptical because there was another fake Mary
Yep.
that
I
he
think
met.
very, very neat.
Valley is
Somebody
too hot to
impersonated
mess
him.
around all
So
day.
and he didn't want to do with it because he thought it sounded like
8
it's
degrees
stuck to high
And
heaven.
it was mean to me too. I
Yeah.
thought I was
Well, must go
imposter.
down.
I don't lie. I'm wasting my time with you.
Right.
Stuff like that. You know.
And then eventually he started taking you seriously after he did a lot of vetting.
Think about the bioweapons.
Stop by.
Think about, let me put it this way, think about the lockdowns that happened, how people were forced to do something that maybe they shouldn't have been forced to have to do. I'm not right. People use your imaginations. Understand, who would have ever dreamed that the whole world would
That's
be
what's
locked
best.
down?
It's got me started.
Something
I
like
like
that.
that.
Think
What I
of
like
that
to
just
read.
sounds like a
I'm
fairy
looking
tale.
for the misspelling.
So this thing is big and it's linked to all that. We can trace it all the way back
Sign
to
that looks
Chester
like it was
Southern.
written by a
His
2-year-old.
experiments, that virus will trace all the way back to us. They don't want you to hear it. You're going to make fun of me forever.
They block the street, telling everybody to get the street.
Thank you very much for making the trip down here and spending time with me. And I really appreciate that.
God bless you. And I take credit back all my life.
Taking into consideration your history and all the circumstances, I agree.
See, now, Gavin on Prize having trouble.
They say my left eye.
User of the Starlink.
I can't feel either my
Goes to
hands.
show you, man.
I see double vision. I'm completely blind. All this kind of stuff. But you see how well I read up here?
Yeah, you're a very good reader.
Well, one time I could read 4,200 words a minute. Yeah.
All right, well, thanks again. We'll wrap up the podcast now. We have some special Patreon questions for you. We're going to go
Wonderful.
do on Patreon. We have some people that are very interested in you and
Fantastic.
want to talk to you personally. So we're going to go answer those questions now. That's the end of the show. Thanks again. Goodbye, world. You were just telling me you had a, what were you saying about your TBI? How did you do a traumatic brain injury? Oh, really?
City Hall.
It was fun.
We're looking about
East
right
Pittsburgh.
here.
I grew up in Harlem, south of Boston. Yep. And I was running back, and I took a hit. And during the play, I scored like an 80-yard touchdown. But like I remember running, and like the cerebral spinal fluid came out of my nose. Yeah, and I was like, just really wonky. And everybody's, I scored the touchdown. I go back to my coach and I explained what was happening. They were in the 70s, freaking dark ages. So I get sent back in, obviously with the swollen brain, skull fracture, and TBI. It ended up manifesting as a seizures disorder. I would get waves of heavy animal seizures that required medication and hospitalizations and massive depression for weeks on end. And the moral of the story is I then went to meet with the shamans in Ecuador to do a series of ayahuasca ceremonies for many weeks. I came back and healed the seizure disorder. I never took medication again. I got off the Donam, the Depakote, the Milani. I haven't had auras or seizures in 15 years. Auras are kind of like it's like almost a precognition of a seizure. You know when it's coming. It's this weird twilight zone. And with the seizures, especially the petty malts, I would get waves of them in the sleeping, waking state. And they would cause massive depression for weeks on end. I mean, I couldn't freaking move. I was paralyzed. And it was insidious, intractable. And all this is verified by my former neurologist, Dr. Alice. So I am indebted to the spirits of ayahuasca, let's say.
So after you did the ayahuasca, you never got any seizures or auras?
How old were you? Probably like 17 years ago, something like that. Yeah. What was that? The seizures didn't manifest until later. I got the injury early on.
Shout out to Kevin and Rhonda. Congratulations on the marriage.
Neurological dysregulation and things like that. But the real seizures, I think, started manifesting in my 20s.
How long after the injury did the seizures start coming on?
7, 8 years?
7 or 8
I wish them
years.
the best.
Yeah.
And then after the seizures happened, you did the ayahuasca. How many years later?
So, in my 30s? Yeah, my 30s.
What do you think it was about the ayahuasca that was able to completely get rid of the seizures?
No, it's not.
It's a good, it's anti-parasitic. It has all these efficacious applications for the human body. I could tell you a metaphysical theory, that one thing was I faced all these neuroses and self-doubt and this internal
I've only been to Toronto.
conflict and trauma within myself, like everybody suffers with. So I really straightened out a lot of the things that
Yes, this is my son.
drove my behaviors in life that were unhealthy. Addictions, seeking externally.
I'm the father. I
I
went
was
up to
able to
Lori
sit
and
with
everything.
myself. There's a part of the brain called the claustrum, the ego center that literally gets put to sleep and anesthetized when you do plant medicine
I
ceremonies.
cried
You do
off stage.
something
I
else.
jumped
John
around. Not a
Hopkins
lot.
figured that out in the
I was sad at first.
So
Then I said, you know what?
I like to say the ego
Changed my
gets
life
put to
since
sleep.
then.
The tyrannical operating software of the separate self, the mystics would say. It gets put to sleep and you can see what
Hard,
they're doing.
hard.
And it's like, you get like this life review. You can see everything. You can see how you behave.
I remember those
You
shows, Lori shows.
can
I
see the
just remember like the
drive,
chicks come back
the
6 feet, 7
and you
feet,
can do something about it. You can
still
make these
wasn't the
changes
father.
But the day-to-day
7
tyranny
dudes
of
deep,
ego
and I'm
doesn't
thinking to
allow
myself,
you to see
okay,
that it's
so
in the
now
way
we
of
confirmed that
the
you were
divine
banging
nature.
7 dudes,
So I
all
believe that I
without a
removed a lot
condom,
of that
and there's at least one more. So if you're telling me we brought up 7 and none of them were the same, and you were banging them all at that same time period, you must have. That's why you brought them. You banged them. That's why you brought them. You banged them without a condom. That's why you brought them. So we know now that the number is way higher than 7. We got 2 girls.
So, more of the story, I think there's a physiological
I have no problem. I
aspect
can
to
bang out
ayahuasca.
anybody
I
you
think
want.
there's
All I'm
a
saying
metaphysical
is,
one as
it's
well.
like,
It allows you to
at some
self-reflect.
point you got to admit you got your whole stable. You got to bring the whole
Yeah,
stable
that's
down.
like
Not
it
one
lasts a
stud.
while, right? A
The
few
right one.
hours.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I was doing San Pedro cactus as well, which is mescaline is the main ingredient. It's like 15, 17 hours really.
Did it all get
People say
mad.
like, oh, you're just getting high or whatever. It's just like you face all your dark fears. It's terrifying often in the ceremonies. And don't go into it lightly, I would say.
Yeah.
And the shamans knew this, and you're tour guide through this experience, quite frankly. So they know what you're facing, and it's harrowing. But
And your smoke straight up DMT.
Smoke bombs.
what's the Bufo? I have. That's the 5 ND.
Smoke bombs and the graffiti and the drinking shit.
That I have.
That is not last like 5-10 minutes, right?
Yeah, we'll check it out later, Rage.
Ayahuasca, psilocybin, there's all experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a similar thing. They all have the same mechanism of function of putting
Cavalry.
I was wondering, is that you've done both? Is it a similar sort of experience with ayahuasca, just longer lasting?
You are not.
Yes. It's a little more intense. DMT really blows the top off your ego.
Oh yeah, it really does blow the top out. I felt my soul leave my body.
Bingo. And it's tough to translate into this waking state that we appear to exist in. So people are like, what are those dudes talking about? It's wild, as you know. And I did a ceremony in anticipation of coming here with the Shaman Beast this weekend. And we can talk about that later if you want, or whatever. It's the same mechanism. It's the same thing that keeps happening. It's like, wow.
4 p.m. curfew? Did they really change it? I mean, I know it's supposed to be 8 p.m.
And I've done this, I do it, so I study the Upanishads, Jesus, Buddha, all these mystics that say the same extremely specific thing, a radical form of ancient reality. So for months, I just keep rereading the Gita, which is considered it's an ancient Sanskrit text that's considered
I smelt in California. I smelt everywhere, but okay.
Text in history, and I kept rereading.
Almost couldn't get California in there, huh?
State of the realm of timelessness in life. So it's not just like, this substance is altering the brain chemistry. There are ways through fasting, meditation, or modalities.
Right.
As the mystics against Sahaja,
or swastikas, huh?
the ego state, the external searcher, the disaffected, hungry ghost is not the real state. So it's removing the blocks to your awareness is enlightenment. It's not accessing or gaining something in the external world, right? So it's a different dynamic. I have to remove the false beliefs to rediscover what I already know, which is a blissful state, which is tough for people to believe. I get that. You live 10 minutes in this world,
Round 7.
it doesn't feel like that.
Wait, did we do 7 already?
Man, what a
I don't think we did 7. I
gruesome
think I gave you
feeling.
the post time for 7. We
Your spinal fluid was coming out of your nose.
Yeah.
Jesus. And then what do they, when you first went in,
I didn't know for years later. It was like,
hospital for a long time after that?
no, it was like back in there, you rub some dirt on it. The coaches, they didn't understand what happened.
You were right back in the game.
Right back in the game, right with the swollen brain. And I just bought a hyperbaric chamber actually, and just got to access some of the frozen brain, because it can't swell. And
What does the hyperbaric chamber going to do for your brain?
it frees up and oxygenates the brain. And they say that when the injury occurs, you almost get cognitively frozen at a particular time when it happens. But the moral of the story is that it led me down this path. My movie character had to go down this path. And I'm grateful for these twisted and painful moments. And I have a lot of empathy for people with depression because I had this crippling, I couldn't move for weeks. It was painted my world black and gray.
It's brain injuries are known for being endocrine disruptors. So they can really affect your hormone
I'm not an expert at anything full time.
That's why
We're already off on the
football
wrong foot.
players
If I can help you with
fighters or boxers or whatever
let me know.
have those extreme head injuries. They have to
Shall answer
do
if I can.
hormone therapy after that.
So thanks for being open to that.
Not at all, not now.
Hopefully, there are people who
We'll see.
So
Still early in the day.
That explains the depression too, like low hormone, soft levels and stuff.
Margin and Jan. That's a dance.
States. So how did you get
I think
into
like
all
snow
the stuff
on
you're doing
the
now? You wrote 2 books about giants and like the Stonehenge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it.
Ancient history.
Time for
How did you get into this book?
You know what that is? That's the
I'm
jackpot.
a stonemason by trade. So my brother and I run a dry mason's business in Western Mass.
Are you a Freemason?
No, it's people ask that. No, it's like Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism.
There's your Starlink.
I think they're interesting. We build art projects, utilitarian
I was gonna say,
projects,
Starlink
replace
Indian.
them, redo old walls. We've been at it for
The answer is you got a ranch.
And one of
There's
the things
no,
we like, we're avid
no
hikers.
companies near you,
It's
or
around the woods, and we
everybody
keep
that does
seeing
offer
these
near you, any ISPs are all really slow and bullshit.
thought to be
You want a
colonial, that
choice to
were
get faster
seemingly
speed?
American.
That's where Starlink comes
Farms,
Other than
turtles,
that,
serpents.
I don't think
This
Starlink
seems
can.
to be
I really don't.
like this subtle Native American landscape of stone.
You just gotta stay higher than most of these
And
folks.
I wasn't the first one to, I found out I wasn't the first one to draw that conclusion. And other researchers have written
Somewhat
about it.
unique.
So what I did
I mean,
was,
think about it. Why do they have the microwave trucks?
Rain Man record keeper type of guy. I went to the UMass library and started reading the Town County histories to see if there were any
They probably have the same issue.
occurrences of colonists showing
Trying
up
to feed that signal to the mountain.
documenting pre-existing
Back to where they
American
are
walls and stone chambers and other structures. In fact, there are in the historical record. So the colonists found Native American stonework in Newman. Like other, it's not a great, incredible because there were stone forts in Tennessee and the Midwest. We know about all the Kivas and stuff. But the archaeological idea is that Native Americans didn't go to stonework in Newman. So by virtue of reading through all these Town County histories, I started to find
Just
the
hairy
most
chick.
bizarre
Should
giant
have her fucking
skeleton
clothes on.
accounts. Often by anatomists, scientists at the time, Smithsonian bureau agents, like buried obscurely in these voluminous documents in the time of inefficient communication. And I was told quickly these were all hoaxes. And they reference a lot of the same anatomical elements, double rows of teeth, massive jawbones that fit over the face, fingers that are 28 to 32 inches long, which are clearly indicating 8, 9 foot tall individuals. Artifacts found within context in little-known burial techniques described as well. Because one of the arguments is like these are mastodon bones or animal bones. But no, these are burial finds that have contextual context that matches with all the Native American burials. But they're absolutely enormous. But the giants in the middle and there's other burials that spoke to the world. So I'm like, this doesn't read as a hoax. This doesn't make any logical sense, right? So I went down that road. I started to write. I hooked up with you. And the gods lined up that I ended up with the show on history. A producer who's a friend of mine in Western Mass said, "Hey, my buddy told me to check out this presentation he gave or something. Book I wrote or whatever." I'm sorry. It was a presentation I gave, and he became more interested in the subject because, like, my brother and I are, blue collar dudes. I think people look at us and like, I'm not blowing smoke up everybody's ass. I really don't have an agenda. I just find it fascinating. And so it's like, even the History Channel execs that we got the first show at, it's like, I've never seen two guys seemingly so credible talk about such outrageous things.
So they'll get one on each side.
People know us, we're former decathletes and coaches. And,
They're gonna
our
make
lives revolve
sound
around
announcement. They're gonna make
nice
a
to people and helping kids.
audio announcement saying it's an unlawful assembly. I was
lives
that.
that aren't about bullshit and grifting,
Right, that's good.
So we ended up we made a sizzle reel.
So again,
went to
now
the
that we
network,
have them come in and they
conference.
get paid, which I
bunch of
think they will.
networks say, yeah, we want this
We'll
show.
declare it an
History
unlawful
said,
assembly.
we'll run it straight to a series without a pilot.
Randy R, thank you so much.
Yeah, which was cool. So we did our first season, Search for Lost Giants. And
Randy R, thank you.
I'll just give
Oscar,
some
thank you
background.
so much.
There's this idea like the Smithsonian, they got giant skeletons in the basement and all that, and there's this massive archaeological cover-up. And I'm a fraud. I work with archaeologists and geologists and scientists, have them on a show. I'm friends with many academics. And the idea that there's some global conspiracy to cover up evidence is, even if it was desired, it would be impossible, if you know what I'm saying, right? So we have this idea that there's a massive conspiracy to cover this, giants. Yes. And I would say the only point I'm making is where within the Smithsonian's own ethnology reports, their scientists have described the unearthing of massive bones over and over again. And so it's embedded in the records. And in episode 2 of our show, I'll backtrack, and the Smithsonian claims that the largest skeleton that's ever been in their possession is a 6'3" Sioux Native American skeleton with acromegaly. That's like pituitary gigantism.
Lisa, thank you
Disease
so
condition.
much.
Right,
Lisa,
right.
So
I
they're
got
claiming that, right?
Thank you,
We're
sir,
in
for the donut.
Staleville, Missouri in episode 2, and we find the cave where at Puckett's Cave, where they found an 8.5-foot skeleton.
That's your Steeler.
And we go through, we talk to
I'm
everyone,
gonna
we
do
find
one more bag, and
find
then guys,
where
I'm
it was
gonna,
under
I gotta go in the room and do
and
anything.
we go through the
It shouldn't
microfilm,
take me long. It's only
and we
13
find an
packages.
8.5-foot
I'll get a
skeleton
guess. It's
laying
gonna be about
in the
20
doctor's
minutes,
office
so
next to
it's
6
fine.
foot and a half, less eaten. We found a photograph of it, and then 15 days later, it's requested to be shipped to the
Find
Smithsonian.
the cards and then pack all
And
13
I'm saying
cards.
that the skeleton is there, wired together by University of Missouri archaeologists and shipped to the Smithsonian. So, like, how does that shrink into something that's less than 6'3"? And the Smithsonian's own records have account after account that Q and I read above in our book of similar skeletons that are claimed by the scientists to be over 7 foot, over 8 foot. So I don't have a time machine. You can only make educated guesses about the past, but to say that this is a ridiculous premise,
Now
and
you know the plan.
some grifter or weirdo, or the way that the pseudo skeptics often look at the alternative community of researchers is that it's like they're my ideological enemy, like in politics. I'm not going to yield an inch to them. I'm not just going to dismiss what they have to say. I'm going to denigrate them. I'm going to call them racist. I'm going to, do whatever I can to throw red meat to my face because I'm stimulated, because I'm some heroic gatekeeper. And on this end, on the alternative end, I would say I could run with this narrative that, I'm some maverick fighting the evils of archaeology, and I'm a great guy in being this bullshit echo chamber of true believers as well. But that's not reality either. Science is apolitical, science is objective. I need to see and analyze a 10-foot skeleton to solve the case. I can't just spin bullshit. Right? So the moral of the story is,
all the movement,
scientists
all
are
the
like
heat,
cops.
the passion.
They should deal with their heavy shit. They deal with crazy people.
Right.
And they got to keep their cool to get the respect they deserve.
Michael,
You know what I'm
whatever is
saying?
easiest for you. I mean, the
I go
best
through
way
all
is
the
to
hard
make out
work. I
cash
got my
after that.
PhD. I am an expert in this field.
Everybody else takes
Graham
30.
Hancock, for instance.
Yeah.
I may not agree with you, but this is what I need to see for your theory to be accurate. I have to see a 12,000-year-old date from some temple site in Egypt at the Syrian or whatever. I need to see this evidence. All the other stuff, all the claims of racism,
That's a pretty
that
solid code. Pretty
makes
solid.
people almost believe in conspiracies. You know what I mean? That you objectively state what is needed, and then if you show me this, I'm all ears.
Right. Yeah, what did you make of that podcast with him and Flint Dibble? I was pretty impressed with Flint at first. I thought that Flint definitely did his homework and crossed his T's and dotted his I's with a lot of stuff. But then in hindsight, it seems like he was pretty slick in some moments.
Yeah, I'll say this: when you put yourself out there, there's a lot of assholes out there.
Yeah.
And it's like, they're calling for his job, or they're personally attacking him, and it's like, I understand what happens on both sides. Like, Hancock, Cock gets called a racist, right? Dude's in a biracial marriage. He's, all he's talking about is indigenous rights. Right? He's like an empathic humanist.
Yeah. Flint knew exactly what he was. He tried to skate through that very, very smoothly on the podcast, but he no doubtedly tried to connect him to Nazis.
Yeah.
In that article.
And it's a good point to make, or to highlight, is that
That dude had rice. Had it right. He had a hydro
the idea that
taken off his back.
you engage in these alternative ideas,
Cold
and
ass,
somehow
ice
it's
water
laced
in
with
there.
racism.
Stay cold.
Excuse me.
That's why I like the hydro.
There's partial truth there. There are like white supremacists who believe like Nazi Superman built the mounds of America and stuff like that. And there was this mound builder myth that Native Americans were sophisticated enough to build the geometric forms and everything they did. So there is, legitimate beefs there. But, they're saying that Hancock quoted Ignatius Donnelly in his first book, and Donnelly said some racist.
Like I said, usually it gets crazier as the sun goes down. The sun
But
doesn't
all
go
the
down till
scientists
about
at the
8.
time, you wouldn't believe how freaking racist mainstream science was for the longest time, up into the 30s and the 40s.
Right.
Just repulsive. I repeat them, but they're so beyond repulsive. But I don't take that and paint that modern day scientists and academics with that brush. It's like they've clearly gone in the direction. So it sounds like a sound argument, like, oh, they're all racist by Hancock looking for lost civilization and saying maybe before the Inca there was another race or beings that showed up. And the claim is from kind of the male-dominated white left-wing parts of academia. Sorry, that sounds like harsh, but it's true that you're trying to take away the accomplishments of these people.
Right.
But the reality is the Inca, the Aymara, they told the Spanish that the gods and the Viracochas built these structures. There's clearly two forms of stonework in Peru. And it's not like, oh, you're stiff, you can't do this. It's like the native people are actually telling us there were two different eras, right? But then you go to Malta, and the Maltese, what are they, like Sicilian farmers who came over in 5800 BC, but they have legends of giants and gods at Gigantea. The Greeks are the same way. These old megalithic walls are built by the Cyclops. You go over to Ireland, and the Tuatha De Danann, these mythical beings with high technology who came from lost continents or islands in the Atlantic, are attributed with the making of Newgrange. So I'm not getting in a fist fight with Sully at a bar in Southie because I said, no, the Irish ancestors didn't do it. But it's a charged racist thing with these other cultures that aren't white, right? Like, and I'll go, so there you go. That's the scope of it. And I'm saying, like,
it's all so stupid. It's all so dumb. I just had a genomics professor on here a couple days ago, and he was explaining how out of all like the plants and other organisms that exist on this earth, we are the most homogenous one, meaning that like out of all, he studied all the human genomes, and our genomes are so similar, it's insane. There's so few variants from the blackest person in Africa to the whitest person in Finland. He said that all of the common ancestors of humans today came from like 10,000 humans. There was a bottleneck in humanity like tens of thousands of years ago. And he's saying that like, we are so closely related. It's unbelievable.
It's the binary system. It's left and right. We should have like a 5-party system, But it's like, I'm in an echo chamber. The algorithms are weaponizing their preferences. So I go and I'm addicted to outrage. Everybody is, right? It's like, instead of like, if you're a good person, go work at the homeless shelter. Don't pretend you're online being good. You're a freaking, like a coke addict looking for another hit, and that's fine. And I speak, I was in that zone myself for a while. And I maybe want to take like 100 showers. And I don't want to blame this racist thing. I just want to like play out there because, like, honestly, a lot of pseudo skeptics feed information to like the government and they do these hit pieces, right? Without asking Hancock's opinion about it, right? And that's not cool. It's like it's like
I also don't like what Flint did when he was on my podcast, where he said that people who purchase these on the antiquities markets are like doing a disservice to history, or like they shouldn't belong in museums, they shouldn't belong. He said that people who purchase these ancient Egyptian artifacts on the antiquities market are contributing to like a black market, or like contributing to cartels and this kind of stuff. And I don't buy that. That seems like a cop out. That seems like, I don't know what that is, but that doesn't seem like it's coming from a good place.
One of my greatest teachers said, agenda makes you stupid. And I'm not saying that I'm not disciplined, I'm sure he's a nice guy and probably get out.
He was. Me and him got along great.
Yeah, I was going to say, we probably shoot the breeze for like 3 hours and laugh our ass off. It's just, I understand where he's coming from. Like, there's a lot of assholes out there. There's a lot of pseudoscience out there. There's a lot of bullshit. There's no peer review in the alternative realm, right? So there's a lot of artists and grifters. And there's a lot of well-intentioned people who get it wrong too, because it is not their books. The presentations are not put up for peer review. They don't get critically analyzed. I could sit here and tell you, and they get these like softball-like interviews with true believers and podcasts. So it's like, if I could spin on one side of the story and make myself appear to be the big hero who has all the answers. But if you objectively debate with someone, so Dibble's up against some real assholes who like denigrate them, the call for his job, and
Wilderness treats.
that's why I've like,
Man, it's
So
vicious.
we're at the
Vicious
line,
people
we're
that are
at the
against
line.
him online.
Yeah.
It is the most extreme cult I've ever seen.
and bingo. And the left wing is its own virtue signaling, DEI, FESG cult.
Of course.
And like if I say
No, Chad, I
transgender,
mean, they make
a
them every
man
year
who
now.
transitions to a woman,
Haven't
and
seen
like
the
I
new
said,
one.
former coach, should not be allowed to participate in women's sports. That's like obvious. I think like Congressman Seth Moulton just said that out of Massachusetts, and Tufts is going to stop doing business with him or something. It's
Yeah,
like
it's crazy.
that is like so.
A few years ago, you get kicked off social media for dead naming somebody.
Exactly, and it's Trump's victory is a repudiation of all that, And I like to think of myself as moderate, and I really feel like people got to understand the algorithms are weaponizing the preferences, and they're getting addicted to outrage. I mean, being a coach helped me. Like, I got conservative parents, I got liberal parents. They both want the best for the kids. It's like I don't give a shit who you vote for. Right. Like, it's a different dynamic, but. Will you indulge me for a second to read a quote and hopefully put the racist thing to the
Of course.
This is what Brian Deloria said. He was a Lakota Sioux elder, voted by Time Magazine as one of the greatest religious thinkers of the 20th century.
One more
He's
round
an
eight, and
author
then I'm going to go
with,
back to
Red
Brian.
Earth, White Lies. He's critical of kind of right mainstream archaeology, anthropology. And he actually organized a conference in 1999 in Washington State where he had all these elders share their indigenous wisdom about giants, which is very interesting as well. So people say, oh, this is a fairy tale, giants or whatever. It's like, how can virtually every culture on Earth and almost every Native American tribe have these traditions of giants? And that's something.
When was he from again? What time period?
Oh, 80s. I think he passed away in 2000.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Brian Deloria. The Indian explanation is always cast aside as a superstition, precluding Indians from having acceptable status as human beings and reducing them in the eyes of the educated people to a pre-human level of ignorance. The stereotypical image of American Indians as childlike superstitious creatures permeates American society because Americans have been taught that scientists are always right, but they have no personal biases and that they do not lie. And a lot of indigenous scholars think the same way. It's like, you're dictating to us what we should believe. Because these ideas that the natives have are about floods, they're about giants, they're about lost civilizations. And they are a part of the belief system of the ideological enemy of science, which is religion and mythology, right? So it's like, I'm not going to yield an inch. So I'm going to make claim for racism where I kind of subtly and racistly do not listen to the traditions of indigenous people. So I just throw that out there. It's like telling people that, if I got like a SS tattoo on my neck and I'm saying Nazi Superman, we built this and that, you can tell me. But I'd like to put that to rest because I love working with professionals. I organize archaeological digs. I sit and I talk to anthropologists for hours on end. I've presented at university campuses and the kids, I'm like a goodwill ambassador from Lunatic Fringe. I talk about fish gods and orientation. I find the subject interesting, and I just like, I want in science, you have, in medicine, allopathic medicine, alternative medicine, and you have complementary medicine. And I would love to see the same in archaeology and anthropology.
Right. The first time I learned about you was from a gentleman by the name of Praveen Mohan.
Oh, yeah.
He was in here and he was pointing out some of the newspaper articles from like the New York Times from, I want to say it was like 40s and 50s, maybe. And they were showing actual excavations of these giant skeletons that were found in these mounds in like South America and somewhere even, I think one was in Texas maybe. And he was pointing out that like you were the foremost guy around here that's researching this kind of stuff.
First of all, I like him. He's a really solid dude. And he's into the traditions, like in India. The same thing as all the Vedas, right? The Ashravaka Gita, Ridu Gita, all the metaphysical and historical texts of the Hindus in its prior.
Yeah.
So what I found is like in
107 in
1939 at the
Arizona.
Mortis Mound in Texas, they found a
Yeah,
massive
that means-
skull. And there's a picture of
that
it.
means
And
Arizona's
Logan
gonna
Duffin
go
was
off
the
at night.
archaeologist who
Not
was at
now.
the
As
WPA
that sun
Works
goes down,
Project in
then
Berlin.
people will come out.
And I went to talk to him.
107, you're not coming
He
out.
passed away at
Not
like
standing
106.
on
Yeah, right. But anyways, this skull rests at the Texas Archaeological Research Lab, and it's enormous. And
Keep grinding.
then in 1933, George Fisher, the geologist of Pennsylvania, unearths a 7'5" skeleton. Donald Cadzo joins him on the dig. He is Oxford-trained archaeologist. He writes this article about finding a 7'5" skeleton. And then about 3 months later, he's cruising in a van with the 7'5" skeleton, talking about it, going to Harrisburg because the Smithsonian requested that it goes there, right? So that's where I go with this. It's not just like this drone file from 1720. It is a respected professionals, including in the 50s and 60s, Don Drew, head of the anthropology department of the Carnegie at the Presap Mine in West Virginia. They were destroying it for an oil and gas project. So when he excavated, he found a 7'2" skeleton with massive bone structure, huge jaw. They call it the Adena jaw, and web and snow at the Dover Mound in Kentucky, funded by the University of Kentucky, unearthed another 7-foot skeleton with massive bone structure. The Adena people elongated the skulls. There's all this mystery there, right? So you might say, 7'2" shacks that big or whatever, but there were so many of these accounts with massive bone structure, the jaw bones that fit over the face. They have a much higher percentage than today's population. If you read through all the documents. So, I'm sorry, so there was a lot more shacks. There's a lot more shacks, but they were like NFL linebackers. They weren't like skinny dudes either. And every explorer you can name encountered giant native chiefs. Tuscaloosa in Alabama, DeSoto, him and his father. And the archaeological narrative is, the Indians were like 7 foot, 5'7", 5'8", and the Spanish thing was they were 5'2", 5'3", which is true. The general population was, but their leaders, the tall ones, the chiefs, they were on their knees. They towered over all our tallest men. You read the accounts, and these explorers who trained the art of observation, and they are talking about absolutely enormous tribal chiefs, all the way down to Patagonia. Magellan, Drake, DeSoto, they all encountered and reported this happening. So it's just another, just like polydactyls and extra fingers and extra toes. It's another aspect of the mystery that's ubiquitous. It's found around the world by cultures who have little contact. And that's what catches my attention.
What's the biggest skeleton excavation that you've seen, a human skeleton that you've actually looked at?
Good question. Well, 7'6" at the Mud Museum in Philadelphia.
Where did that one come from?
In Kentucky. It came from Kentucky. But part of getting it is that they sent it to the Mud Museum with the understanding that they couldn't say where it came from. So I know it's very strange, but there's a 7'6" skeleton that's believed possibly to be one of these non-building giants. But I will say we have a photograph of like an 8.5-foot skeleton that was found and shipped to the Smithsonian in 1933 that we found during our show in the microfilm. We got it in that book. So it's this picture of Les Heaton, who's over 6 foot tall, next to an 8.5-foot tall skeleton. So to the argument I made, the Smithsonian's claim that the largest skeleton ever received is 6'3". So I'm not saying they scientists, they probably don't know these stories. But at the time, there was a particularly zealous, racist, pre-Nazi eugenist named Dr. Herlichka that ran the anthropology department with the Iron Fist. And,
What's his name? How do you spell his name?
Herlichka.
I'm going to go into another room. I got to pack up 30 packages.
H-R-D-L-I-C-K. Dr.
That's why I don't
Herlichka.
sell it anymore. Let me do that, and then I'll probably
a
take
Czech
care of the room over here.
anthropologist. He was a lot of the early scientists
I'm
there
gonna
was
hustle off. I'm gonna
actually were into this idea of giants. They
Well,
were
I'm not
open
going
to it. their scientists wrote about, a 36-inch circumference skull found by Thomas and Aaron
Enjoy Dad's Not Live for just right now.
massive bones in
And I
their
will,
ethnology reports. But
I
here's
will,
the guy in 1933 who wrote and talked about giants in the
I will be
north.
back.
This is wishful thinking. This is delusions
Daniel,
of
will you do me a
things
favor,
like that.
Daniel? I
Ignoring
need
the
your help.
fact that his own scientists had
Rob
uncovered
and the other
recorded these things. So
Daniel,
it's a
if
really
anything
interesting
happens,
dynamic.
like it goes
And
out,
I'm going to say something that's repulsive,
let me know.
but he also said some of the most racist things you can imagine. He wrote and edited the Journal of American Anthropology in 1933. He wrote about it. He said the greatest threat to the American population is bringing the inferior blood of the white Negro population into the superior white blood of the rest of the white race. And he had all kinds of like that. And that's what scientists believe back then. And this is, you have Native American civilizations with these giant chiefs, the tall ones, with these legends of cannibalistic warlike giants that are clearly in their traditions. You have magnificent geometric forms that predict eclipses. You have this vast and incredible Native American civilization. But they were denigrated and they were marginalized as a ploy to steal their land. And the scientists at the time went along with that too. It's like, we're not gonna embrace any of this mythological, childlike ideas of the Native Americans. We're gonna marginalize them, and that's what happened. So scientists today do not operate like that. But we got to be honest about what happened when in this crucible those were formed. And one of the missteps of science is that they pushed away oral traditions and native indigenous wisdom. So we don't listen to the eagle when they tell us something that lines up with a mythological idea. We don't listen to the natives that have been there for tens of thousands of years when they tell us that giants were a historical reality. That doesn't mean they were, but to dismiss them out of hand and portray indigenous people as superstitious and childlike, you can feel that too. When you're told about a native tradition, you get this vibe of like, I have respect for their culture, but I don't believe the shit. You know what I mean? That's kind of like what we're taught by science. So sorry, that's a long-winded way of saying be open to indigenous traditional narratives.
It's funny. There's a weird sort of legend around this area of Florida. We're on what's called Indian Rocks Beach right now. The beach that's literally a quarter mile that way is called Indian Rocks Beach. And it's called Indian Rocks Beach because allegedly there's all these Indian burial mounds that are around this area. And there's, for some reason, over the last couple hundred years, out of the hundreds and hundreds and thousands of hurricanes that have come up through the Yucatan and gone up the Gulf of Mexico, there's only been maybe 2 that have hit anywhere close to us. And they've gone probably at least 100 miles north or south. There's never been a direct hit within like 50 miles of this beach in like 1,000 years. And the legend is because there's these Indian burial grounds protecting Indian Rocks Beach. And just last year, not even a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, there was a report that was in the news where this lady was like redoing her, like building a house, and they like knocked down this huge Indian burial mound and excavated all these bones. And the last 3 months, there's been like 3 hurricanes that have hit us direct, and there's one coming right for us right now too. That's supposed to hit next week.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Jesus Christ.
This has been the worst 3 months of hurricanes that we've ever had in this part of Florida.
We wrote about it's called the Souls of Thunder effects. Anthony Robbins was a mystic and an author who wrote about giants and
Tony Robbins?
No. Anthony Roberts.
Oh, Roberts. Yes. Okay. You know, Tony Robbins has gigantism too.
Yeah, it's like
he's at the pituitary, where he's like he had like I think it was maybe a benign form of, but he's got like the gigantism traits or whatever. And he had that when he was young. He got like really big. He's got the big jaw.
Yeah.
Wow. And he's super tall.
Yeah, it could be like acromegaly or something like that. So he wrote this, Anthony Roberts, I believe. Robbins, we heard about the Swords of Thunder effect. When they open the burial mounds around the British Isles, you get like these incredible storms come up. And his thought is like these ancient geomancers, they built along ley lines, they used their divination skills to build and enchant the landscape. That's a John Michelle thing. He was a mentor to Hugh Newman. He wrote about how you use certain stones, certain geometry, water, and energy lines to transform and enchant the landscape to bring peace and prosperity to the population. It's like this ancient druidic thought system, which is interesting. But every time you open these burial mounds of the ancients, you get wild storms, and well documented. You get pictures of them, like old woodcuts of the explorers would go on the weekends and look for pots, and they're digging. And then the second frame is this wild storm comes up. And the same thing is this, like, you know, natives were into weather shamanism and the mystical world. That's another thing that's dismissed. You know, this idea that there's another reality that we interface with. And I spent a lot of time with indigenous wisdom keepers and shamans, tradition holders. They tell me very specific and very strange stories about the nature of reality, about the invisible realms and stuff like that. And it's my personal experience, but I got to say that is exactly what they're saying. So you can dismiss them if you want, or you could say maybe there was something to the story, just like your burial mound story. At least be open to it, I would say. Like, what's your intuition? What's your experience of it?
Right.
Like, who is that freaking gatekeeper in your mind? Who's the tyrant that is like smuggling knows better? The ego, right? Insidious, tyrannical. It feeds you self-loathing and doubt and conflict and judgment instead of forgiveness and empathy. You know, like the subtle voice beneath the surface is your real state, your natural state. And the over-identification with the movie character, like, this is the only existence I have. I got to freaking fight and scratch. I got to get things externally. That clouds your judgment. That covers you in the worst impulses. And the ego is the conspiracy. You know, there are conspiracies in the world, but the ego is like a bad software program that makes you believe that your only experience is this right here, and that somehow it's like, you know, once you throw it to the ground, you're done. Instead of the screen of existence, the ocean of existence, and not the wave. Your real state is eternal, unchanging, blissful, and God's at home, and we're the idiots who decided to take a walk. The allegory of the prodigal son. That's what the mystics tell us.
Right. I think technology has been one of the big reasons that we've sort of lost this connection, this sort of spiritual connection that, like, we had, you know, like the Native Americans would have back in the day, or like the experience that you get when you're on drugs or on psychedelics like DMT or ayahuasca or whatever. Because there's people that talk about how, like, when they first go to the Amazon or whatever, walk out of the jungle barefooted, like, all of a sudden all these deep senses sort of arise, and deep within, that have been buried because of this technological advanced society we live in North America, where we're surrounded by screens. You can call a car to pick you up on. There's an app on your phone to deliver food to your house. Like it's insane how much, like, electronic shit and technology and just the evolution of technology that we've surrounded ourselves with, I think, is sort of destroying that connection to whatever sort of ethereal layer of consciousness that exists out there that some of the ancients would talk about.
Bingo, you nailed it. Even Rudolf Steiner, the mystic, called it Ahriman. He called it this dark, cold technological force that would overtake humanity, but it would be chosen by humanity. I mean, I studied with John Gardner. He was super old when I studied with him in the 80s, and he actually knew Steiner. Steiner was like a mystic, like Edgar Casey. And he talked about this whole technology would be accepted and wanted. So at the time, we're like, what is this technology that's coming around? My friends who studied Steiner, we joke, it's like, oh, you're putting on the helmet, or they're going to have a TV that you have to leave on 24 hours a day in your house. We didn't know it would be the iPhone. It would be this insidious, dark, whole technology that brought about the worst impulses of humans.
Yeah.
It agitates you. It gets you addicted to outrage. And just be honest, you know what I mean? We've all been,
dopamine slot machines.
bingo, right? And I don't want to talk up my game, but part of my spiritual journey in my plant medicine ceremony is to look at all my embarrassing behavior, all my shortcomings, all my judgments, all my desperation around, always my soulmate, this heartache that we often feel. So I sat and I burned out that for years. I sat in silence for doing Aaron Rodgers or whatever. I live in a 10-foot by 12-foot cabin, 10-foot by 12-foot. I have virtually no possessions. I drive a beat-up old truck. I've been single for years. And I've come to a place of never being lonely, completely thrilled to be at peace in a meditative state, or to hang out with friends and stuff. And my life is oriented around serving anybody I can. Not because I'm a fake good guy, because I feel like the world bores me to tears. You know what I mean? I dig ancient mysteries. I like physics. I'm mixing with the Celtics or whatever. Or like the world of distraction and conflict goes to shut. And when you reside and surrender into your real state, it's so enthralling. You're like, I can't believe I am that. You know what I mean? So it's magnetizing us all. But we're swimming against the river.
We really are.
We really are, right?
Strong river.
And it's
the falls is not far.
Bingo. And the moral of the story is you already are perfect. And we think of that in the context of a weird movie character who's temporary. I'm talking about your real state behind the scenes. And you can experience it in your temporary movie character. Excuse me, but it's like surrendering into that state versus swimming against the river because we falsely believe this is all we are. So you got, right, I need some more money, or I need a new girlfriend, or I need, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel about myself, because I falsely believe what I am not. And especially a character that the time is, you're on the clock in a body, you know what I mean? I got to get. And now I just sit in silence and I don't freaking want anything. And I'm not saying that makes me right, but I like to think it positions me well to objectively take on these controversial mysteries, do shows, do all this other stuff I do. Because I could feel like the overstimulation happening. You're filming, millions of people watching you, like the camera's always following you around. My brother and I are pretty grounded and level-headed, but I could feel the cokehead part of me getting wound up. It's like, some MILF sending me a message, you know what I mean? It's like, sorry, but it can be overstimulating. I'm like, that, it's not it's not that I'm so good, it's that it reads disingenuous and it makes me feel like shit.
Yes.
And I'll tell a story here, if you'll indulge me for a second. I did a ceremony when I came with the Shamanista, and I asked, which guide me, because I'm going to talk to this dude that I have these karmic entanglements with, and has this, you see mainstream media is dying, right?
Yes.
Like CNN's letting everybody out.
Oh, yeah. And we learned that better than others in this last election.
Exactly. So these formats are the new news. They're just growing in popularity, which is great. And I applaud you in creating this way to communicate. But I'm in the ceremony, I asked the spirits, guide me and show me. And what I got was this, I was thrust into the field of the one that Rumi talks about. Beyond concepts of good and bad, there was a field I will meet you there. Thank God I don't have to do anything to become what I already am, right? Just that breath of fresh air. And Rumi was enlightened. Hafiz was enlightened. Ramana Maharshi, Jesus, Buddha, they have liberated themselves and wrote about what it's like to be in the state of the one. So I'm in the realm of the one, and I'm given a life review, and I see the scope of my life. It's like every time I was arrogant, judgmental, critical, argumentative, it wasn't even like it was a real thing. It was just false and untrue. It was just like this lame energy that went nowhere. And every time I was empathic and compassionate and helpful, I could just see this incredible, this is what you really are. This is the energy that's waking you up, and this is how you should behave, not out of good or bad. It's because it's your real state. You know how judgment feels like, and holding the door and smiling for somebody just feels good, right? So it's not some new, it's like a reality. This is what you are, and it revealed it to me. And then you showed up, and I could see that we had different lifetimes together. I know that's a strange concept, but most of the world believes in reincarnation. All the masters teach it. And you are like an alchemist, like you and Rogan, that sets the stage for events like this can happen. Like you're objective, you're open-minded, you're self-reflective, and you don't take yourself too seriously. You just like, let's create this platform. It's like Plato's Academy. Honestly, that's what Plato did. He would just open up the realm of ideas. So I applaud you for that, but it was wild. It was wild, and I know it's just like, wow. I can't like, I know if a bunch of iron workers are going to know what I'm talking about. It's my experience. It just is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought it was just a real cool happening.
Yeah, man, that is super cool. That is very cool. What so you, from when I talked to Hugh, he was kind of explaining to me that you are really big into the investigation of the background of the Atlantis story as well. Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, Ignatius Donnelly was one of the first people to actually write a book about Atlantis, right? If you're looking at his book. But I had Flint come on to talk about Atlantis, and then all the shit that Flint talks about, me and him disagree on a lot of stuff. We disagree on the bases, the Egypt stuff. But one of the things that I think that made a lot of sense that Flint said that I just can't get out of my mind is his the way he explained Atlantis and the backstory of Atlantis. It's hard, and Flint just happens to be, for what it's worth, his area of study, geographic location, Greece, and the time, 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, in that area of Athens, it lines up perfectly with the story of Atlantis and the people who are writing about Atlantis and Plato and all that stuff. So the way he explained it to me, and I also had another friend of mine who is a classical philologist who has dedicated the last 30 years of his life to reading the ancient Greek literature. He read just an endless amounts of philosophy, history, comedy, and pharmaceutical texts and medical texts in antiquity. And his ideas on Atlantis, as well as Flint's ideas on Atlantis, seem to line up. Specifically in the fact that Plato seemed to be a philosopher who was known for coming up with philosophical hypothetical ideas on like how to build the ideal Sim City, or coming up with war games, which was the idea of the Timaeus and Critias, where they were coming up with a war game between Athens and this hypothetical advanced city of Atlantis, and what would happen in that hypothetical war. It's similar to his hypothetical idea of Plato's cave, right? Mm-hmm. Like one of the main points that Flint brought up is Plato's cave, the allegory of the cave, was a philosophical idea and an analogy he was trying to explain for humans to understand. And that's the reason that we're not looking for Plato's cave. Another thing is Plato was also really big. He wanted to censor Homer. He didn't want the kids that were growing up being educated to know anything about Homer, because he thought that was not good for society. He wanted to come up with this noble lie for society to basically create this sort of Santa Claus for people so people could behave well and act right, not commit crimes. Like, he wanted this ideal society, and he wanted to create this sort of like noble lie where he thought, to his credit, he thought that like the philosopher king should run society, below them should be the knights and all this stuff. So he was known for coming up with these crazy hypothetical abstract ideas and these thought experiments, right? Mm-hmm. And he wasn't known for being a historian. So if you combine that with what we know of Plato, with the historical timeline of what we know about Atlantis, which is an oral tradition, the first time it was ever talked about was like 1,000 years before Solon, right? And there was an oral tradition for like 1,000 years, and then I might be picking this up. I'm gonna do my best. But then Solon told Pliny the Elder about it, and then there was like another couple hundred years, and then Pliny the Elder told his grandson Pliny the Younger, who was 10 years old, and then there was like another 100 years, and then there was like an Egyptian priest who read some sort of texts. Maybe this was before all of it.
The temple priest of Sais.
Yeah, the temple priest, right.
Transmitted the story to Solon.
Right. But then there was never any actual evidence of that text. Like he wasn't actually consulting the text when he told Solon, right? So this was prior to all these transmissions going down this chain over thousands of years. And then 50 years after Pliny the Elder's grandson, Pliny the Younger, told Socrates, then another 50 years goes by, and then Plato writes about it.
So the 12 points. Flint is right that Athens in 9000 BC
was bedrock.
There's no evidence that it was advanced culture.
Right.
So it's like that feeds into like, is this a noble lie? Is this an allegory?
Right.
And he did operate like that. And these ideas that excuse me, just because Plato said it doesn't make it factual. It could be like, this might be worthy of further investigation. That's what I would say. The idea intrigues me, let's see. I would say that there are other sources that talk about, like the 12th day don't show up from 4 islands, 4 Atlantic islands, and they show up in ancient Ireland, these supernatural beings. And you have these stories of lost worlds and gods, and the Aldoad and Uniad in Egypt. And at the temple of Edfu, you have the building text, right? I saw you talking about the building text, right? So I reached out to Menno Safes today, who's translating them from German to English. Now, Dieter Kurf is a doctor who, since 1986, has been translating the building text of Edfu into German, right? And the old French translations leave a lot to be desired. So Manu was friends with Dr. Dieter Kurf and interfaces with him, has him over for dinner, and he's taken these incredible texts and he's translating them now into English. So I just spoke at the KCE conference with Manu and friends with him. And I asked him about this dynamic of like, is Hancock's version of the Edfu text kind of a patchwork of wishful thinking? And he said no. He got it right, stunningly, because they're very difficult to translate. The Ptolemaic hieroglyphs are very, very difficult in context and very difficult to understand. But he said, you can believe it or not, that these writings about the primeval land and the land of the gods and the first time, they are claiming that there was this lost island of the gods that was destroyed in the flood.
In the Edfu text.
In the Edfu text.
And when were the Edfu texts written?
It was a Ptolemaic temple, so 200 BC. I hope I got that date right.
So after Plato wrote about it.
But no, the traditions go way, way back. They're all traditions carried and written down. And like the pyramid texts are super ancient, but they're even from more ancient traditions. And I will say, Homer talked about Ogygia. That's his Atlantis.
Ogygia?
Ogygia. In the middle of the Atlantic. Yes, Ogygia. The Ogyggian flood Plato talked about in Laws, Book 3. And he says it was 10,000 years before the invention of writing and music. So the date is like 10,600 BC that Plato points to for the time of the Ogyggian flood. And Plutarch, and there's another geographer who's escaping my attention now, said that Ogygia lay 5 days west of England in the middle of the Atlantic. That they pinpointed this Ogyggian paradise in the middle of the Atlantic.
Oh, there you go. Ogyggian flood is a flood in ancient Greek mythology that occurred during the region of Ogyges, a mythical king of Attica and Boeotia.
Fact checked in real time.
Yeah, look at that.
Community notes.
Interesting. It says survivors moved to Egypt, which was called Ogygia. Can you scroll down a little bit more so you can see like the timeline maybe or dates?
You know, just eBay's an everyday job.
Click on the Wikipedia.
Plato gives it a date of like 10,600 BC.
Oh, okay.
In Laws 3. It's for Homer, it's this this age of the gods, this ancient time. Man, one thing I find interesting is like, we have a cold case, right? The science, anthropology, archaeology, they're a different kind of science. It's not like biomedicine or physics or math where you can keep repeating the same.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
So it's a more ephemeral, difficult science. And that's not just to disparage professionals, because it's really hard. So you got to find a new site. You got to carbon test. You got to have things in context. There's a lot to it.
Yes.
Excuse me. So I, being the weirdo that I am, I'm willing to go anywhere for a good story. And I bring in the clairvoyants, the psychics, Edgar Casey, Rudolph Steiner, Madame Blavatsky, the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons. And it's stunning is every one of those groups or mystics say that Atlantis was a historical reality. There was a cataclysm that destroyed it. Humans were originally androgynous, a byproduct of genetic engineering by these sexless beings, kind of like my love life. It's either possessing two sets of sexual organs of none. It's rare. Even Plato says, Aristophanes displays the myth of the ancient androgen, and Zeus cuts us down the middle. We were first androgynous. Plato talks about it. Plato talks about Atlantis as a historical reality. Plato talks about the immortality of the soul. So all these skeptics and psychics are claiming the same strange and specific thing. You can say, maybe they just took information from each other, but it's like the Rosicrucians and Freemasons, they kind of like take to the best with their info. You read through the documents, you talk to people who are Rosicrucians and Freemasons, and they're like, they believe all their esoteric wisdom flows back through Egypt to Atlantis. So that's just interesting. So I'm open to these ideas. To get back to Ogygia, Madame Blavatsky said that Homer was correct. He was the first one. The Bard of Ulysses understood that Ogygia was Atlantis. So there's other, you could say, I don't believe in Atlantis. The Aztecs call it Aztlan. All these indigenous people have beliefs about a lost continent, Lemuria in the Pacific, Atlantis. I could get into plate tectonics and that it might be somewhat of a flawed theory, but I don't want to because it's a long. I'm just saying, be open to the idea. As a professional, it's like, this is what I need. You got to go in the Mid-Atlantic range and you got to find this, and this is the evidence I need. And I'll reference. I'm not here fighting the proxy war for Graham Hancock. I like Graham a lot. And he's the one who got me into like ayahuasca, so I'm indebted to him. And he's just pushing boundaries. He's a maverick. And he's looking for Atlantis and this lost race, and that's cool. Because a lot of the mystics of old, like Plato, you ever wonder why his work is almost so flawless? Albert North Whitehead says, Western thought is a series of footnotes to Plato. Plato was a genius. Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Because Aristotle. The scientists of old were a blend of spiritual, spiritual scientists. They engaged in drugs. They were all doing like ethnogems. They were engaging in rituals. They were liberating themselves from the false self, from the judgments and the ego self. So thus they were well prepared and objected to take on both sides of the street, the invisible realms and the visible realms. And, so it's like they did that. So the scientists of today would be it would be helpful. Like I say, skeptics are more afraid of ayahuasca than they are Atlantis. I'm being a wise guy, but I don't even want to diss anyone. I'm just saying, like, you know what, mixing with a plant medicine ceremony or some metaphysical, usually like when you have trauma or somebody you love dies or something that happens, you get a portal into the other realm.
I'll be right back.
So some people get it that way. It's like it shouldn't have to happen that way to see through the veil of this matrix.
I'll be here the whole time.
So
working
once again, I would like a blending of spiritual and science. That would be cool in my estimation. And we'll see where it goes. I think the Trump election, the alma mater, it's a repudiation of some of these ideas of even archaeology, dictating through a virtue signaling cult-like lens of what the past is like and how people should behave. It's like all my lefty friends are like, they feel like they gotta walk on eggshells all the time. Do I get my pronouns right? Do I get the right flag in my profile and all that? It's like people want to be left alone. You know what I mean? Like Native Americans voted in the last democratic way for Trump. Yeah. Right? So it's like, I'm a cracker. I'm more utilitarian and dictating what racism looks like and how to protect you. It's like, some of the most pragmatic people I know are Native people.
Yes. And some of that, I feel like some of that really only exists on social media, places like Twitter and a little bit of YouTube and stuff like that. My friend Julian Dory has this great theory. He's a born and raised in New Jersey kid. And he's got this theory he calls the Wawa theory. He's like, if you go online and you look at some of like the far right or far left, most bloodthirsty crimes of the internet, see how Wawa he goes, if you want a real litmus test of reality, go to a Wawa. He's like, if I go to a Wawa, he goes, I see the girl with the green hair hold the door for the old guy with the green hair. Reality is that it's not really what you see on social media, and it's almost like the people who spend the most time on social media. If you spend too much time on these screens, that sort of becomes your reality.
You got to remember, you have a lot more people coming.
Yeah, absolutely. It's remarkable.
You don't see like that in real life.
No,
you don't have
a whole different element.
No, it's funny because
because it's a protest.
Try to be the goodwill ambassador. It's a French big like, here's the giant dude. This cat's out of our mind. But it's like I'm working with a friend. I've never got dissed on my face. You know what I mean? It's like, and I like a good debate. I don't want softballs. I want to figure out the truth for real. I absolutely feel that it's a manufactured. You can get into like the CIA, Olson, Bobby Kennedy Jr. They iced his father.
There you go. There's your unlawful assembly order, as you just
My
heard.
house was like a shrine to the Kennedys. My parents grew up in East Boston. My mother was Irish Catholic. MLK, John and Bobby Kennedy all in the freaking house. And it was like the promise was that the Democrats were going to deliver a world without war, a world of sanity, a world of respect for everyone. And then the left started falsely believing that's coming back if you get the right candidate, if you get back in power. It never fucking happened. Biden passes the largest defense bill in human history. The left loves World War III now. We're fighting this fucked up proxy war in Ukraine, and it's like we're putting trillions of dollars in the U.S. and because it's the reserve currency, that's what's causing inflation, not supply chain bottlenecks. And he's just like, they had England and the United States pulled Ukraine away from the peace negotiations, right? Yep. And then the Guardian, before it was a left-wing Iraq, was writing about that and cozying up to neo-Nazis and what the U.S. is hankering for World War III. And now it's just like, the freedom fighters are taking on, because Putin has some conservative views about like LGBT, people and stuff like that. And so he's become this demon. And I've never heard him. He says like, I'm all for people believing what they want and doing what they want. I'm not going to give you that debate. The moral of the story is like, you have this insidious control system that divides people. That's why they're easy to control. Like you said, you hold the door for someone, you give a shit about someone. And I felt it myself with the whole COVID thing. I got vaxxed, I got boosted because I thought I was being a good citizen. And then I'm taking a step back and I'm looking at how people are treated, like Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Is it Djokovic? Who's the tennis player, Nadal or whatever? And they're totally getting demonized, right? Like they're complicit in mass murder. So anyways, it happens on the right too. I don't want to get long too late. I don't want to get too long-winded. But I just want to say that you're absolutely right. Get the fuck off unless you listen to your podcast. Get off the internet.
Right.
Get off. If you start feeling like shit and you're addicted to outrage, it's a red flag. You know.
Right. Well, I think the podcast is a good antidote to the internet extreme shit because you can just put your headphones in and listen to something uninterrupted for 3 hours. That's what I thought was so cool about that Trump podcast, because this is a guy who has this. He is probably absolutely the most famous human being on earth, and he's been hyper famous for decades, right? And he's got this incredible brand, real estate and entertainment sort of brand, right? Larger than life personality, but he exists in these overly produced television shows, commercials, and if you look at the news, like it's all kind of opinion commentary, short clips, and summaries of. But there's what has not existed until now is a long-form, 3-hour uncut stream of consciousness from that guy, and I thought that was like the most profound thing that happened with that podcast. Is like you actually have to see right through this guy and see what he's really about. Is he full of shit? Is he just a pull-string puppet who just repeats the same shit over and over again, or can he hold a real conversation? Does he actually have real beliefs? What is he? How does he think?
One thing is that the maverick thinkers in the Democratic Party have been pushed out. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh yeah,
they're not sociopaths. Their marketing conspiracy, their trafficking conspiracy, and all that.
Right.
Like I was, my left friends, I was like, I like RFK Jr. Man. He talks about.
I love that guy.
This is how the CIA was formed. This is how they operate. And like, I don't want to end up dead in a dumpster, but this cat is right on.
And he's the first president talking about this crazy epidemic of cancer and autism and diabetes and obesity in the country. Like that is the number one problem. That's like the biggest killer out of anything. And he's the first president to actually talk about that shit in his campaign. That's insane.
And Elon Musk comes out of the gate. It's like the warmongers were coming after you, And he's saying like, Pfizer, Big Pharma, Bobby Kennedy saying, Jr. saying, keep your receipts, like that's not fascist. But Trump, like all of us, he's flawed. I admire. Like I'm like a recovering Catholic, so I got all these hang-ups, And it's like I can only imagine being so embarrassed in the public eye, all the trials and all that.
Right.
Like God, having your past indiscretions brought up and stuff like that. The point is that he's not pure evil, and he's not sent by God to save the world either. Be objective about it. And like 97% of DC voted for Harris, right? Yeah. Is that elitist out of touch or what? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that doesn't, I don't want to dismiss her, but they were just looking, the neocons got completely behind her. Dick Cheney, you're like the war machine, universally voted for, and she's out, I'm not going to do it, whatever. She's not like savvy. She doesn't understand economic policy. She's kind of a figurehead. So this insidious plan can keep unrolling. You sell weapons around the world, we're leading to a path of destruction. So Trump's a hand grenade. We'll see what happens. But I would just say, being in the middle and more objective is a much saner place to be.
Yeah.
Because it's honest. It's like, I got my issues. I'm riddled with flaws. If I spend all my time demonizing someone, that's a red flag.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the very least, like, if you want to call these guys, these people, like, if you want to call Trump like a sociopath or a liar, like, I'm sure he's lied before. I'm sure he's got some narcissistic, possibly even, I don't know if he's I wouldn't go as far to call him sociopath, but I mean, you absolutely have to be a narcissist to some degree to want to be the president of the United States. But like, at the very least, if he is lying, I mean, she's been caught, I mean, her and Waltz, like, literally have like lied their ass off objectively. Like it's been discovered, like it's been exposed, all those lies that they told during their campaign. But like if Trump's lying about all the shit that he's saying, at the very least he's pretending to want to end the wars. He's pretending to support Bitcoin, and he's pretending to try to like push this healthcare initiative with Bobby Kennedy. So like I'm gonna take that over her any day of the week.
early on, he was one of the old critics of the Iraq War. He had all the Democrats on it, all the Republicans.
Yeah, he's saying he wants to free. He wants to release the JFK files first of all. He wants to release Ross Ulbricht. So we'll see if he does this. He says he's going to do it like first thing when he gets in office.
Yes, and I just got to say, Iraq War, Afghanistan War. Once we start, all this moral superiority we feel as a country, man, our government acts in real bad faith. Mass murder. We traffic weapons around the planet. We're not the good guys. You know what I mean? And enough of that. You know what I mean? That and we'll see where Trump goes. He could go off the deep end. He could really highlight. At least just talk about it. We spend with $36 trillion in the hole. You know what that means economically, right? The Fed raises interest rates. They hold it too long. Everything's cracking beneath the skin. You get the commercial real estate going on. You get the euphoria from the Trump election right now. The 10-year, you're moving up. There's a lot. The bond market is the world's investment market. It's not the stock market. The bond market's huge. The Japanese and the Chinese are dumping it because of toxic debt with $36 trillion in the hole once again. So the 10-year, it's going to become more costly, right? We pay $1 trillion a year in interest payments on our debt. We're like a cokehead kid who blew all the inheritance of our parents, and now we're like, in all this good economic data is fueled by spending, by it's debt fueled prosperity that has to end, and it gets worse because now we're going to pay exponentially for the interest on the debt. That's a long-winded way of saying we have an insidious system. And stop fighting left and right and see and demand at least a temporary world of peace as a springboard to awaken and get the fuck out of the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Like, just demand peace. I don't give a shit who the candidate is. Talk about wars. Talk about what's going on. Shit on Netanyahu is not the same as either. This gets conflated with anti-Semitism. I got Jewish friends and they think he's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Of course,
right? Lots of them. Me too.
And he's a sociopath. And he operates like when I go to Iraq or I go to Egypt, and I hope I'm not held accountable for the misdeeds of the U.S. government. You know what I mean? Just like Jewish people probably feel this disgust at how their government is operating, just like U.S. citizens abroad feel the same. This doesn't represent me.
Right.
So, anyways, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too much. I just want to express that. You know what I mean? Be kind to each other and demand a better world, not based on judgment and addiction to being right, but empathy,
Yeah. We'll see. Look, we'll see if because the media is clearly owned by the left-wing establishment and the party, essentially the regime. So, and it's clearly that they got to figure out, they don't know what they were doing, especially with this election. They got really arrogant. They don't understand how this landscape works. They obviously were not able to read the room as to what was going on. And with her literally trying to dictate how she was going to do the Trump podcast, you have to come to me and it's only going to be 1 hour because I'm too busy. Meanwhile, the following week she literally cancels a rally and her plane does a U-turn in midair so she can go do SNL. So you'll cancel a rally for SNL, but you're too busy to do Joe Rogan. You're going to make him come to you. That's whoever was in charge of that. Maybe they're going to try to figure out what they did and try to figure out a new strategy here, because Trump is clearly trying to, it looks like what he's trying to do is bring more unity. I mean, he just came out saying that he was going to pay off her debts or something like that recently, and for the sake of unity and to bring the country together. So we'll see if he can try to turn this thing around and be more of a JFK 2.0.
Yeah, the autopsy of the Democratic strategy isn't going too well. It's not. There's not a lot of self-reflection. It's we should have got Biden should have dropped out earlier. Not what is your message? I could be a brilliant campaign strategist, but nobody would listen to me. Right. They force out Bernie Sanders. I don't agree with his economic policies, but at least he's better than a lot they put out there. They push away RFK Jr. It's we're going to work for people. We're going to work for, focus on economic needs. I'm going to have Republicans in my cabinet. We're going to work together in a bipartisan way for real. None of that. It's the cult members who remain in the DNC doubling down. You know what I mean? Like Trump. You know, he's a racist. He's going to deport everyone. He's going to do all this evil. You know, so I hope what you're saying is right. But what we really need is a multi-party system that doesn't have political machinery and funding behind it.
And term limits.
And term limits. And Trump's been talking about that. So.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I mean, this is just for people who and I'm like a lefty my whole life because, like I said, I had this.
So was I.
Yeah, this glorious dream of Bobby and John coming back,
right,
and liberating us from the octopus. You know, it didn't happen.
Yeah, no, I was same way. Raised super left wing by my mom, who is has a master's degree in fine arts, lived her whole entire life in the university system, still that blue no matter who, and having conversations with her nowadays is like.
I know it's rough. It's rough. Thankfully, the parents are in the other realm.
It's like the Democrats today are they're like the ones that support the Iraq war. It's crazy.
That's true. And the intolerance that came out of left that I never dealt with. I never saw that because, and it's not to show anyone because there's intolerance on the right. It's like a religious cult thing, an evangelical thing on the right. That's a little over the top. And there's more of an atheistic cult thing on the left, and it is what it is. It's more like evaluate what's going on this binary dynamic and how it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I did want to. Can we shift gears and talk about fish gods?
Let's shift gears, talk about fish gods. Before we do that, I got to take a leak real quick. Take a quick pause.
Fish gods.
All right, we're rolling, Steve.
We're still going.
All right, let's talk about some fish gods.
Which is great, man. It's like that is so seemingly absurd. I love it.
Wasn't Veracocha fish god?
Let me start, if you would indulge me, by quoting Carl Sagan.
Okay.
First of all, I'll say that all around the world, the wisdom keepers, the culture heroes of virtually every culture,
some looting going on. They stole an
they were
ATM.
androgynous, amphibious, brother and sister, husband and wife, self-fertilizing genetic engineers who taught the arts of civilization, repaired the heavens after a cataclysm, and have many other traits in common, which is like right off the bat. And these are cultures that have little more context. So, and I'll talk about your boy Veracocha in a minute.
Yeah.
So, I'm in the old middle glasses here. And this is Carl Sagan, right? So Oannes is the fish dude who shows up and teaches the arts of civilization that Berosus talks about. Right? He has the strange bag. You see it in the Sumerian iconography, right? He's described by Berosus in 280 BC in Babylon. We have his, which is no longer with us, but Eusebius of Caesarea.
Yep, I have the game on.
Alexander Polyhistor wrote about the work of Berosus in their works. So it's a long-winded way of saying that. He talks about how when in the early times, this fish being comes out of the river and teaches the arts of civilization to the ancient Sumerian people. And he's literally got like a fish's tail and a human aspect to it too. And that's what you see in the iconography. So we're being told that Oannes is one of these beings. And in fact, the 7 Sumerian kings of the king's list that goes back 250,000 years, they all had an advisor who was a fish god. Who was an androgynous, amphibious fish god. And Oannes was the first one for the first Sumerian king. And they lived these massive lifespans. So anyways, this is what our boy Carl Sagan, who I wish was around today. He called so much if he was around today. Stories like the Oannes legend deserve more critical studies that have been performed heretofore. Such hypotheses are entirely reasonable and worthy of careful analysis. So, people can explain if they want. But I'm going off of what Sagan said about analyzing and trying to figure out the truth of fishy phrase. Sumerian civilization is depicted by the descendants of the Sumerians themselves to be a grand human origin. A succession of strange creatures appears over the course of several generations. Their only apparent purpose is to instruct mankind. Each knows of the mission and accomplishment of his predecessors. That's the Akali, the 7 generations of fish beings. So the story starts in Mali, Africa, with the Dogon people. Professor Robert Temple wrote the series Mystery
Here's
Seven.
the way I have my account set. I have to ship every day at a certain time.
Robert Temple, Professor Robert Temple. He wrote the history of
Right,
China
links your account.
with Moon and the guy's freaking different. So he wrote about the Dogon understood supposedly about the binary nature of serious like white dwarf, black dwarf stuff. So a lot of people got bogged down and were like, the Christian missionaries might have hooked them up with some idea about Sirius, for instance, like that's how they knew that. So I don't want to get bogged down in controversy. What he really highlighted was that the normal, the 8 androgynous, amphibious, self-fertilizing wisdom, which is part the arts and civilization to the Dogon people. So self-fertilizing means you like literally procreate out of yourself. That sounds bizarre, right? Self-fertilization. So let's go over and remember what Sagan had to say. We go over to Samaria. Now, give me a sec to talk about Sitchin, right? Zachariah Sitchin wrote about the Anunnaki gods, the extraterrestrials. Nabil comes around every 600 years. I don't know what's going on because he's not able to defend himself, but he created this science fiction kind of version where he had something was right. The Sumerians, the Anunnaki, as far as the documents, the cuneiform tablets are concerned, created humans. They had genetic engineers. But Nibiru was like a mistranslation of the Hebrew from the Library of Memphis. So he created this compelling but not necessarily factual, or you can't fact check maybe it's right. So the skeptics were on to that, and like, this is all fairy tale. It's like, no, go back to the original translators and find us like H.V. Hilprecht worked for the University of Pennsylvania in the 1800s, late 1800s. He was the Assyriologist. He unearthed the language and he found tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets. And in his book, the expeditions of the University of Pennsylvania in Babylon, him and his colleague Hugo Waddell got his PhD from Columbia in the 1870s. They wrote about the androgynous nature of all Sumerian gods. They are self-fertilizing androgynous beings that beget out of themselves. So he's highlighting the fact that all the Sumerian gods are self-fertilizing androgens, which is fucking wild, right? It's like that level of specificity. Now let's go to Egypt.
You're gonna wake up in the
In
morning,
the temple,
have a nice breakfast,
at the
everything's
Horus
fine,
temple, the Edfu text, which we were talking about, right? I got no social life, so it's 2 in the morning, and I'm reading the old French translations of the Edfu text. I'm reading Eve Raymond, right, the highly regarded Egyptologist. She writes about the Audoed, the 8. Now, remember the 8 of the Nomad?
He's not here though, right?
In Dogon? Yep. The Audoed and the Ennead are brother and sister, husband and wife, self-fertilizing androgens. They teach the arts of civilization, their wisdom bringers, and 3 different passages on the Edfu text talk about the self-fertilizing nature of the gods, of the androgynous gods. They beget out of themselves. They are born without the mother. It's like clear that they are self-fertilizing androgens on the temple walls of Edfu, right? So you have this theme that is carried to China. Who creates humans? Fuxi and Yuan. And Robert Temple writes about it. He wrote the history of China with, I forget his colleague's name, Joseph Newman, I think. So anyways, Temple says that the Chinese people firmly believe that a fish-tailed, androgynous, humanish hybrid, brother and sister team, twins, created the Chinese civilization. They taught marriage. It seems like a genetic experiment. We're going to teach you animal husbandry, the arts of civilization, marriage. We're going to control the population. So in all the twins, you have the brother and sister with the entwined tails of Fuxi and Yuan, all of the ancient Chinese tombs. You go look at Wikipedia, we firmly believe that
all these Marxist
androgynous, amphibious, self-fertilizing beings.
I wonder if they just end up saying them in their head.
And then go to Peru, for instance. Viracocha emerges from Lake Titicaca. He is covered in fish scales at the Beit Monolith. His wife and sister and twin, Mama Kocha, it's also amphibious and androgynous, and there were temples all around it to the carpet before they were documented before the Spanish destroyed them, of her as like half human, half fishtail, right? So it's this story is carried over to Peru, and he creates humans. When all these beings are genetic engineers. He creates the giants, destroys them in a flood like Yahweh in the Bible is androgynous, and you have the same story play out across the ocean. So I'll give a couple more. Sedna in Italy, in Greenland, of all places, is androgynous and amphibious. And you will find this freaking stuff on Wikipedia. It's not like I'm cherry picking the data. And Sedna, Isis, and Kybele, one of the oldest goddesses in Asia Minor, Artem Pasha, and so many others were served by cross-dressing gay and transgender priests, like showing that, that androgynous gender fluidity, if you will, this reverence for the androgyny. And the oldest temples on earth displayed a double-headed idol of the androgen. Jericho, Ayin Ghazal, they just found one at Kalahan Tepe. Erin Ziffer is an Egyptian archaeologist. In 2007, she wrote the first Adam, Ayin Ghazal, and the two-headed statues that were found at Ayin Ghazal in like 8000 BC. The moral of the story is she's saying that ancient people firmly believed that the first humans were androgynous and that the gods and the engineers were androgynous, and they had displayed the iconography of the oldest cities on earth. And then I told her, they just found a double-headed androgynous idol at Karahan Tepe.
They did?
They did.
Can you find this? A picture of Steve?
Hugh Newman, it's probably has it as...
oh, yeah, Hugh probably talked about this when he came in.
So it's a long-winded way of saying, wow, isn't that a bunch of levels of specificity between cultures that had a little more contact, describing the culture errors that taught them the arts of civilization in that similar way. That catches my attention. I never think the time machine, who knows? Say it and check it out.
Have you heard of John Marco Allegra?
Yes, the Dead Sea Scroll translator.
Yeah, he translated the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it seemed like there might be a connection, but he basically came up with this crazy theory that, he was reading and translating the Dead Sea Scrolls first of all, dedicated his life to that. And essentially, the connection he made was with, he thought that with the way Jesus was born, this immaculate conception, right? He connected that to mushrooms. They come from rain hits the earth, and they just appear. There's no fertilization that has to occur, right? They appear from mycelium, right? So it's kind of like the same way, like immaculate conception. So he theorized by connecting these Sumerian texts with the Hebrew texts that Jesus Christ was a psychedelic mushroom. But one of the gaping holes in his reasoning there is he was connecting Sumerian roots of words to Hebrew. And there is linguistically zero connection if you talk to classicists between those two languages. So, for what it's worth, that's an interesting connection.
But there's a double-headed idol right there. So I tell Eric Zephyr that I said you should do a victory lap because Crapo's brilliant. He's like, I would propose the idea that the first humans revered by these cultures were androgynous. Aristophanes displays a myth of the ancient androgen cultures around the world. I was going to say, Marcia Silverblatt, professor from Duke University, writes specifically that there is no doubt that Viracocha is androgynous. All these, in academic will tell you, these people believed that these were real beings who were androgynous. You could say, I don't believe it, it's mythology, but the traits that I discussed are, an academic will tell you, yes, this is exactly what was being said there, and the iconography is remarkably similar at all these places as well. As if, this is like Hancock. I don't want to speak for him, right? But he's like, even in the show, he's talking about awareness. He's talking about their culture, and he's getting around this bush.
So much you're helping the guy. Hold on, let me just put my camera in your fucking face. That's gonna make you feel better.
So he's like, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so far on the line anyways. I don't know his mind, but maybe he's like, I just keep it as like some lost wander beings who teach civilization. If I get into the fish gods, well, I gotta watch out. But he's the one who kind of pointed me in that direction. Right? So, to your point about Allegro, I've read all his stuff, and I think it was off base in some. But like, mermaid literally means virgin of the sea, right? Thoth, he born without a mother. The pyramid texts in Egypt. Utterance 534, Neith, who is androgynous. Oh, I'm sorry, Nephthys. Her, born without a vulva. You know, basically, it's not a real world, Housewives of Egypt diss. It's like claiming that she is androgynous, she is a self-fertilizer. All these beings are described as having, they don't procreate the same way as we do. So anyways, see, it's like, oh, you believe in moment, you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Like, that's how a skeptic would take this whole thing. But I said, my boy Sagan is saying it's worthy of further investigation. And you would look around these traditions, and I'm not a hyper-diffusionist. I don't think there was contact between all these cultures. How could they envision and come up with so similar brother and sister, husband and wife? Let me talk for a second. The idea of the triple god, right? Androgynous Zeus, androgynous Hera, androgynous Hephaestus,
right to the gut, son.
Iron Lord of the gods, off Mount Olympus because he is so deformed.
Smile now, cry later.
Right? So doctors have looked into it, like, was Hephaestus, did he have acid poisoning? They're looking for like a worldly way to describe it. So then we go over to Japan, and the two brother and sister gods throw the
I don't really know anything about it. It's just their little, their name for
a fish god.
for their weekend protest.
You have
I
Ptah,
think
and you
they
have
feel as
Osiris,
though
who always has his legs
Donald
back.
Trump wants to be a king instead of a president. I
Plutarch
think
tells us
that's
that he gave
where they
birth in a
get that
self-fertilizing
from.
way to his next incarnation, his Horus.
Dark-ass heavy jacket in the
Literally,
meeting while everybody else
fish
is
god
in shorts.
or something like that. I know, I don't want to like go without brain in here, but when you scope of this, there are certainly kind of hidden in plain sight aspects of this mystery. I think it demands further investigation. These are the gods are the genetic engineers who created humans. There's people like, I'm down with UAPs, Giorgio says, like, the idea is aliens didn't build the pyramids. Who were the gods? You know? That's what he talks about. But it's like, how do I portray you?
Oh, they got all the vendors out there
Hurtful,
going through
disrespectful man. You're a
With the elote guy, I'm not going right now.
alien creatures built the pyramids, blah, 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 blah. Instead of, no, who are the gods? Salim Hassan,
Here we go in the valley that's following a group of
Egyptologist, Egyptian archaeologist, I should say, in history.
We have active small marks
Sphinx.
under 50 years in the valley as well.
Egyptian people themselves firmly believe that there was a succession of great gods that ruled for tens of thousands of years.
Right there off the Sepulveda.
So Salim
Man,
Hassan
no,
says
it's
that
this, right as you said that.
we use
Man, no, it's the latest one.
dynastic classification
Ventura, I
systems
believe,
starting with Menace.
and Topanga was another one.
Academics use that and
Another
agree
one
that
on
he's
the
got it right.
Roscoe
But
and
the time of the gods and the time of the falls of Horus, which is 13,900 and 11,000 years, are considered mythological.
forget the cross.
So when I go to Egypt, I hang out with my boy Yusuf Alwan.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, Ben goes hangs out with him when he goes over there.
He's a super solid dude. You can spread a lot of backsheets around, get to know people when you travel with Egypt.
His dad apparently worked with Edgar Casey, right?
His dad was the great wisdom keeper.
Taco guys?
Hakeem.
Taco truck somewhere near.
Right? So what does he have to say? What do the ancient traditions of Egypt have to say? That there was a time of the gods that was older, that was like 10,000 years older and older, right? Now, so yeah, this is a great racist argument. There are people, there are Ancient people who think the pyramids were built in 10,000 BC. New stuff goes around and shows
Well, that racist to the pyramids were built in 10,000 BC.
because somehow you're saying that the Egyptians couldn't pull it off themselves.
They were saying they were Egyptians still, just more than Egyptians.
Yes, I
Right.
This is where it goes. They were so freaking good. Well, the Egyptians do incredible things, like that we know of. Like, it's all made of times, we know about Khan, on and on. All I'm saying, or anybody who taking an alternative approach, is that the traditional state that the Sphinx, the Great Pyramid Complex, and probably the Assyrian, when they're out those, are from an early time. I think Yusuf would say that too. So that goes to this, like, and they found all these woods in the Great Pyramid, right?
So we saw Jesus on a skateboard, we saw the guy on the stool, we saw the chick with crazy eyebrows.
So it's like, I don't know if the pyramid's 25. It's inconclusive.
Idiot dressed as a T-Rex.
10,000 years old. Knows.
Dummy as a unicorn
Get in
last
there
night.
and see. Let's do explorations, because if there's something that is datable within the Great Pyramid, it will be contemporaneous with the date, either 25 BC
Oh, and I forgot,
or
we saw
10,000
Donald
BC.
with the
And
Epstein
like
file
Rabbi Rothschild would say,
with a giant rocket on top of it.
the Sphinx is showing much earlier antiquity. But that's just one piece of information. You cannot extrapolate and say that proves that Egyptian civilization is 10,000 years old. You need artifacts, carbon dating, in context. So I'm like, I'm always pitching shows to different networks, and I'm like, I dig the idea of excavating under the part of the Sphinx. I like the search for the lost hall records idea. Who knows? I don't have a time machine. Until we think people did that, you know what I mean? Like, let's find out once and for all. And then we could, like, banish this realm of pseudo archaeology that it's claimed. That, like, there's no basis in this, because a lot of the Atlantis myth is tied into survivors showing up in Egypt, these gods, these bizarre entities. That has a lot to do with this, the dating and the Atlantis myth. So let's see.
Ben was telling me, talking to me about Yusuf and how his dad was like a really big part of this Casey movement, or I don't know when Edgar Casey lived. I don't know if they was common for them. His dad and Casey didn't know each other, but he was a part of this big Edgar Casey sort of organization, right? And he was explaining to me that there's a lot more underneath the Sphinx that we know, a lot that hasn't been explained, or maybe has, but it's being held secret like Zahi was.
I was supposed to speak with Zahi in Macabarna at the Casey conference like 3 years ago. So I didn't get to be able to talk to him. And the whole thing is fascinating. I'll give a little background on Casey. I spoke there at the ARE. And I love the Casey people. They're not like Glacialites and all these. They're like really cool. They're empathic. They're all about healing. Like, anyways, Casey was born in 1877 in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. And he basically owned like this trans-like state. To give health foods for people.
Right. Crazy stuff, right? He apparently someone told him to sleep on a book or something, so he literally put the book under his pillow, apparently slept on top of a book under his head, and woke up and knew all the information in the book.
That was actually, I think it was his father was telling him to do studies, so he slept on the book.
Right.
And then he just, every page, John Van Aken is is the Casey Center there. He's got all kinds of stories. I just did a bio film on Casey for Ancient Aliens last season, which was really good. So the moral of the story is that Casey would give these health readings. He would claim to tap in, not him, but just like to tap into the Akashic records of all existence. But then he started talking about past lifetimes, Atlantis, ancient Egypt, and in his waking life, he was kind of like a conservative Christian. All he did was like read the Bible and stuff. So he was really
That's
kind of
the great thing is
but
we
then
have
he just went with
no
it.
problem, isn't it?
All this,
I don't know, they make all kinds of
14,000 readings, 25 million self-talk from the Casey Foundation. So Casey said Atlantis existed in the Atlantic, founded in 10,000 BC, talks about three cataclysms, 5028, the final, the driest one, 12,000 BC. So he has this timeline of Atlantis, and I just find it interesting because Casey got things wrong about the future predictions for sure that he made, and he got things right that we should never have known about. So he's the perfect for me case study. I'm not dogmatic, but I'm intrigued. Jonas Salk said, intuition points to where the thinking mind should go next, right? And with some of the Casey material in the script, we'll see, like the idea of Egypt being older and stuff like that. So Hakeem Hakeem is connected to the KC universe, but in a karmic sense, when you think in these terms, I think of like these beings keep orbiting each other in different lifetimes, right? So you have Zawi US, Makalon, they were both supported by the Casey Foundation. Hawass went to UPenn. Lerner's education was paid at Chicago, I believe, an archaeological degree. And Lerner wrote a book, his parents were Casey people, about kind of proving the Casey material through the lens of archaeology and mysticism. But then he went against that, and he became a mainstream Egyptologist. But they still have this connection. So they were on the other, they played for the other team, but they're deeply connected to the Casey Foundation. And then we have Shock, we have Hancock, Duval, all these people that are kind of floating in this Atlantis milieu, you know what I mean? I'll throw myself in there, you know what I mean? Just humble brag that I'm connected somehow to the Casey material people. Yeah. And I just think it's cool, it's kind of karmic orbiting of different beings trying to unravel the story. It's just, it tickles my fancy.
My favorite theory is Clifton's power plant theory about the pyramids. And he wrote the recent book, Piece of Power Plant, and it followed up recently. And it's this theory that basically the Great Pyramid is this electron, a solid state electron harvester. And that he's the only guy who's like a legitimate engineer who has back engineered the Great Pyramid.
Flying to Las Vegas, guys?
He's looked through every single cavity and shaft inside the Great Pyramid, and he built a replica and reverse engineered a way for it to somehow create free energy. And he has this theory, his variation to the theory. So he's evolved his original theory.
Oh, that car got it. Look,
essentially,
car smoking.
the Great Pyramids, the Great Pyramid and the two other pyramids, they sit on the Giza Plateau, which is a seismically active area there. So there's a lot of seismic activity there.
There's a lot of people in Vegas.
History. And he hypothesizes that there was a hydraulic hammer device in the subterranean chamber that would hammer the earth,
Signs of the street.
earthquakes, which would essentially bring up electrons through the igneous rock.
We saw Vegas yesterday. They weren't playing
through the
strip.
pyramid, which is built with
Front
igneous
Fremont
rock,
Street.
the
They were not
limestone,
playing.
and the granite. And that how
Those
all those electrons would somehow come through the queen's chamber, and there were shafts that were peripherally outside of the pyramid that they would pour.
under the table here.
What was it? It was some sort of acid.
Yeah. Sulfuric acid?
Maybe sulfuric acid. I don't know if you can figure that out. But yeah, they poured it in those shafts, those where they were like there were pits outside of the pyramid. And those pits fed the shafts that went to the queen's chamber, right? Because he believes that they're connected. They sent that rover up those shafts.
That's medication. I wouldn't be out there at 106.
The door had these little two electrodes that were coming to what would be little two copper electrodes coming out of that door, that way up in the middle of that shaft, that pyramid that was supposedly a tomb. And he thinks that it fed liquid, that acid into those shafts. Those electrodes were there to keep the right amount of liquid in those shafts, and that would create this liquid or this hydrogen that would come up through the queen's chamber, the grand gallery, to create some sort of resonant frequency and create some sort of combustion in the king's chamber. And the two shafts that came out of the king's chamber were like masers, right? That somehow created some sort of a field of free energy that he believes powered that civilization that was there.
Yeah, I'm friends with Chris. He did a huge Origins conference in London. I gotta tell you, funny man, like behind the scenes, hilarious. I love Chris.
Yeah, what a great sense of humor that he has.
Michael Cremo too, for history. I think that's a good one. Because people don't know the personality of some of I love Chris. I think, another one of the purpose use, right? I think we all believe it was
round 10.
There's no doing
We got 10 people on.
get into that advice, 1834, seemingly Forbes cartouche and stuff like that. He's looking for funding, he's using dynamite, it's a piece of shit.
Yeah, but keep an eye on Joe. Right now, it's
you know,
really calm.
see, I know Zara gets English, but he pushes back.
Or
There's
we could do this, since most of these feeds are kind of ticky-tacky anyways. Maybe we just try putting up the quad cam. They're all ticky-tacky because of where they're at. I don't know. You guys let me know.
I think the archaeologists would agree with this. I think the world government should lay out about $20 billion a year and do archaeological digs around the world, especially at this point in history, to figure out our past, because there may be clues within the past about like ways to understand our true nature and understand what's going on, you know, in time and space. All those big questions. But the point is, let's excavate under the Parlor Sphinx. Let's get into the Big Bang as much as possible. Let's excavate all around the Giza Plateau. If you're interested in this, Trevor William Brown spoke at the case of
water bottle and all that stuff in there. So we got like a bottle of milk.
They do have like a 3-series video set on YouTube. Beneath Gaza, the world of Gaza, for anybody listening who's into the story of Giza, yeah. So they're looking for the lost art records. You know, they're not dogmatic; they're just following, you know, the traditions and stuff like that. So the moral of the story is like a lot of people don't believe pyramids are tomb. So let's find out.
Right. And it seems like there's a lot of young Egyptologists that are coming up in Egypt that are taking this stuff seriously and like looking more into it. So it's like sort of like a new guard. I'm like, we should look at this stuff that we don't understand. Like we're never going to get anywhere if we just keep accepting the narrative.
Totally, and it's part of like belief system. It's like this is a belief in my ideology. I'm not going to give anything to this. It's even like, I'm a stonemason with engineering experience.
Better not start talking about it. I was going to tell you this.
She would probably talk about 12,000 red sites. It's not impossible technology.
All right, so the national anthems are starting here.
Incredible work that requires freelancers, and all kinds of organization.
Pivotal game 5.
A civilization or a society of hunter-gatherers, and that's where Hancock is like, we're using to transfer technology at the same time. Because it springs up everywhere, and the massive scale of it in Turkey is just like incomprehensible how much it is. But the skeptics, because they don't give anything to Hancock, say,
they're all
there's some rudimentary
slowing down
stonework.
where they're at. What difference does it make?
Instead of embracing that
I could refresh them without having to change.
So I would like more honest, objective evaluation. Let's take Hancock. He starts off in the 90s or the early 80s. He has his hypothesis. There's a cataclysm. There's a lost civilization
every week now is UFC. I remember when UFC was like every 3 months.
You find evidence for this cataclysm supported by the international team scientists. And if it wasn't considered a mythological and religious idea, we didn't accept it about 20 years ago. If you look at the evidence, it's pretty incontrovertible. When we found super civilization in Turkey was 4,000 years old. That was one of the main things, arguments against Robert Shah. I am saying the weathering indicates like a 10,000-year day of the Great Pyramid. I mean, his face. He sits with Mark on it, and he gets snoring pour upon him. There is no contemporaneous advanced culture or civilization or temple sites around the world that meet a 10,000-year-old date. And then it happens, right? And I think the anthologists came along and the same thing with Hancock. It's like, I don't agree with your theory, but you predicted or what came to support your theory has been evidence for a cataclysm and civilization being vastly old. Right? You start there. Now, for me to buy what you're selling, I need to see more than just a thought from Plato that may or may not be true. I see this evidence and that evidence, but at least that, I'm calling a racist or all this unhinged stuff, then you're losing the audience, right? Then you're like, that's not cool, you know what I mean? And instead of like a scientist, once again, got to be like a cop, deal with a lot of weirdos, you take a lot of shit, but you get the respect of objectivity. Science is apolitical. We need these dates. This is what we need to see. And I just say that because people in the shortcomings of the alternative space. There's no peer review. You got an audience who wants to believe that you can fool ripped off of
they're getting shot by
there's not a critical analysis
taking rocks and
of
bottles, and the sheriff department shooting them.
but there are strengths too. There's tuition. There are a lot of people who are oriented towards metaphysics.
Friendly fire!
Because a lot of people get into ancient mysteries because they are interested in spirituality and metaphysics. Like Megan Fox, for instance. She liked my show, so she had me on her show, which is
Megan Fox, the actress.
yeah, Megan. She did a
Really?
Legends of the Lost. A couple of years ago, she did a one season show. And the last episode was about the Clovis Barrier
Two
Giants
different
and stuff like
enforcement
that.
agencies,
So
not on
we
the
were
same
talking,
channel.
and we became friendly.
Really?
Yeah, she's really cool. She's into
Happens in war.
Edgar Casey. She's into
Isn't that the
metaphysics.
story they fed you with Pat Silva?
So we communicated back and forth. The first thing she said to me is like, I don't want to incarnate again. I don't want to tell stories out of school, but these are like glowing reviews of her as a person, so I don't think she'll mind. So she said, I don't want to incarnate anymore. She said, I'm into the Casey material, I'm into ancient mysteries, but the rest of the world bores me to tears. You know what I mean? And I said, I agree. It's like, what's our real nature? She asked about ayahuasca. I said, you don't want to incarnate again. Go read Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard, right? He's a non-dualist teacher. And it's about the false and temporary nature of the matrix and action nature and stuff like that.
Shout out to
And it's
Curtis
hardcore and
Saliba.
it's radical. Because that is what non-dualism is. It's like, you are not a body, you are a field of awareness outside of time and space with no concrete specificity of the false and temporary matrix. I know it's mind-blowing. But every mystic of human history says the same thing.
Band-Aid on.
So I said, read the book. And she reads it and she sucked it up in no time. Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard. She gets back to me and she's like, I'm in the gym the other day. I'm looking in the mirror and I'm flipping and my image is disappearing.
Gas mask up
And
on
she's
him.
like,
Go,
I understand
mask up.
intellectually everything that's being said. But look, I'm a mother of 3 kids. I'm in my
Guy
early
is gonna get.
30s.
He's already
I
ready,
go,
bro.
what
You need
is
to put your
it
shirt
you
on,
go
my
back in,
man.
you take the blue pen or the
He
red
ate
pen.
life
She's like,
tonight.
I'm not ready for this. And I said,
Burn,
I did that. I'm not going to push it. I'm just going to say the seed has been planted. You probably come back
Bro,
around
it's
to
gonna be
this.
hot as fuck tonight.
Because it's like, when you hear the truth, it's like a Zen
Come
koan,
on.
right? What's the sound of one hand clapping? That's not a question to be answered. It is a question to resolve the question of the false egoic self. So her appearance is disappearing, right? And that she's having the Zen koan effect.
Gotta
Like, you ever
stop,
see Jim
Uncle.
Carrey talk
Oh boy.
in a dissociative way about his movie character? Like, he's starting to move towards enlightenment. So he's talking about Jim Carrey, this separate being, as if it's a movie character.
Right.
And I've studied, my brother and I studied with like an enlightened spiritual teacher for 20 years. Like, and you're like, what is that? Liberated from fear, in this blissful state. You're like, how the fuck do I get there? You know? And the point is that he encourages almost a dissociative orientation around the movie character. Don't take yourself too seriously. You have karma to play. Your true nature is benevolent anyway, so you know, if
Your
you're
water
really
here,
aligned,
thanks.
they'll do
Thanks for
nothing
stop
but
rocking
good
and
deeds anyway.
touching my fucking
It's only the
water,
twisted
my flask with
whispers
it.
of the ego that get, leads you down the wrong path. So Jim Carrey talks about this like dissociative, inner dissociative way about this movie character. It's really interesting. And people are like, oh, he's a victim of him going through it. It's like, no, he's starting to move towards enlightenment, and that's what happens.
Just want to know.
And these are the lifetimes where you deal with all this, trauma, you reflect, you forgive. And then next time you have to show up in the matrix. Your parents are
No one does
autistic,
that. They totally would do
you've
that.
undone so
They
much,
go that far with it.
and then you flip the switch like I told, right?
That's the gender
Like he came into
appropriate.
this life, we're like powering him, I can fucking focus, but he came into this life ready to be switched on, or switched off, I should say. And that's what the mystics say. You undo. You keep coming back to the matrix until you break the cycle of reincarnation, but you undo all that is false about you. And that's the book Megan wrote. It's just like, you undo the disciplines of the universe by Gary
By the
Renard.
sheriff's department. I assure you, if they're shooting
But
at
it's not
LAPD,
like
they're
the Course
shooting
of
at
Miracles
press
is
and
this kind
everybody else.
of new channeling non-dualistic teaching, which is interesting, but the Advaita Vedanta, the
Where's Dana at? Dana, are you there? They calling you up, Dana?
Ashtavakra Gita, all these texts throughout history, the teachings
Get
of
your
Lao
40
Tzu,
Mike,
and
get out on that line.
even
Get
Jesus
on
in
down
the
the end of my line.
scrolls, the apocryphon of John, he comes to John and he speaks about the inexpressible one, the field of existence, in completely
Come on, man.
non-dualistic ways. Go read it. He's like an Eastern mystic, you know? Not the Jesus of kind of the
City already
evangelical
looks
man.
terrible.
He's been transformed. The Gospel of Thomas, William Pagels talked about, the shortest passages we pass her by. Leave everybody alone. Do not try to change anything. Bless, forgive, turn the cheek, while making it real by conflict and judgment. You will experience a false and temporary.
Yes, Alex. I wish I could show up, but he's over here.
Everyone but the soldier in its time and space. Right? People have different ideas. God made man, so man become God. You know, these theories of like, oh, God didn't know it was like to like turn his ankle and see the sunset, whoever. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like a white dude in the throne. God is the field that you are. That's what the mystics say. The point is, I think it's worthwhile pointing to our eternal nature, and then make of it what you want. Because we could talk intellectually about this all day long, but all these teachings and ceremonies are geared towards the experience, the literal physical experience of what you already are. So when you break through and you stand at the ground in the field, all doubt is cast away. You don't even want to describe it. You don't even think. It's a realm without thought and time. It's crazy. And it's awe-inspiring and enthralling. So I could talk about it all day, but it's like, what can you do in your life to get you back to your real nature? And the mystics would say, forgive. Don't do it all with fun goodness. You're already perfect. So I don't want anything out. I don't want anything transactional out of you. I don't want to manipulate you and get an extra hit. I don't want to try so many Tinder. You know what I mean? I want to treat people for what they are, which is divine. And forget what I don't. You're being a fraud, a piece of shit, you know, a hypocrite. And you condemn yourself. Like, kind of laugh at the movie character.
Totally.
So I know you're on the wrong way. That's where I'm coming from. I think that's a kind of.
That seems to be the consensus of people who experiment with psychedelics. There's a guy who I had on the show about a year ago named Andrew Gallimore. Have you ever heard of him? Yeah, he's doing this study called DMTX out of Tokyo, where he's putting people on extended state DMT trips. And they're essentially trying to like map the DMT realm, right? And figure out like what's going on and try to build some sort of consensus or some coherence of what people are experiencing when they're on these things like ayahuasca and DMT. Because there's a lot of very similar things. Like it's not just like everyone's having their own unique experience. A lot of people are seeing and recording the same exact sort of things, like entities and patterns and colors. And you know, he is a neurobiologist, and what he seems to believe is that there's more of a reality there. And what our brain is essentially like a filter. And our brain is here it exists evolutionarily to filter out everything there so that we can only sense what we need to survive and to evolve and to reproduce.
Yeah, I've been watching him. Not much happening over there.
Ingesting these substances and
we'll keep an eye on him. We're going to definitely go to
integrating
Joe.
with them is you're activating more of your brain so you can experience more of what's already there. Like reality, if we were to have our entire brain engaged and somehow be turned on, it would be something that's so overwhelming for us. We might just dissolve. Maybe we can only handle like a couple hours or 10 minutes of this. But it seems like there's definitely something there. When you hear people talk about it, like their experience with drugs and tapping into this other realm or whatever it is, they seem to talk about these kind of things.
Absolutely. I've experienced that. The mystic would also say you're not going to experience all your lifetimes at once because you would be overloaded with this breakdown, but you can't, right. Well, there's some psychics, there's some drifters out there, but there's some psychics whose game is pretty tight, who have a good track record, right? So it's like, what are they doing tapping into the past and the future? It's because, Einstein would say, it's a false construct in a false world. For whatever purpose, it could be the experience, the shamans that I've studied with, the ceremonies with this is like, there's a beauty in forgetting. It's like when you realize, you're in this blissful state of eternity, and like it's incomprehensible, but it's almost kind of a cool game to forget, because when you remember that you really are, it's like so awe-inspiring comprehension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I thought I was this hopeless piece of shit, but I'm this glorious divine being that has to do nothing to be what I already am, right?
Right.
So I don't know about the nature of it. I'll just say
You're not
that
gonna shoot me, are you? I don't wanna.
on the world level, it's worth looking into psychedelics. Are they
I will.
letting us
Oh,
go
you
into
will,
other
thank you.
dimensions? Are they showing us
Grab
our
the
true
popcorn
nature?
is right.
What Johns
You ain't
Hopkins
got your whirly pop going. You need to get it going
research
now.
facility, end-stage cancer patients are losing the fear of death, right? It's like, this is the shit that we need in our society. We don't want to demonize it. And that's why I like Hancock again. He's always pointing to psychedelics. And it's hard. Have you ever done ayahuasca?
Never done ayahuasca.
What that is exit?
It's like, stop the ride up and get off. It's really
Yeah, no, it seems terrifying.
terrifying.
Yeah, like I imagine, like I always thought, well, like from the descriptions I've heard of it, it sounds like you're literally going to hell facing demons.
Pretty much. The demons are around. Well, you know, there's third parties in the room too. That's another strange thing. Like the spirit, like if you do ketamine infusions, which are very helpful for like intractable depression.
Sure.
There isn't a third party. There isn't a spirit being there. But ayahuasca, they call it like grandmother. It's like this supercomputer intelligence. Knows exactly what you need and will kick you in the balls. You know, and like, I think it's like it or she or whatever is seeing that there's a limited window to get to you. Right? Because most people want these things. And it's like, this is what you need to see. You want to heal? You got to fix this darkness. You got to face the otherness in your subconscious that hasn't been healed, that's been calcified with trauma and false beliefs and self-hatred. And it's a deep dive. But then the liberate thing, you're like, it's unicorns and rainbows, like your granddaughter. God, I feel liberated. I feel a weight. I feel like my soul's come back to me.
I don't use DoorDash.
It's cool,
I don't have an
but it
account.
takes some sack to get in there and do it. You know what I mean? And it takes like, it's not a weekend seminar that's going to heal your problems. It's the little changes you take every day. Like you catch yourself.
I mean, I do have a
Back on
pre-made
Twitter,
salad
back
in
on
there.
Facebook. I feel like
Salad. There's some
I'm worried. I'm filled with fear. I'm filled with survival concerns. I'm filled with emptiness, heartbreak, and depression, and that's fine. Everybody, because we're in an unnatural state. In this configuration as a temporary movie character and dies eventually and gets sick and all this crazy. We are plagued with psychological difficulties. So we have empathy for people. There's another thing, you know, people think they're like good online.
450. See, on 465 going crazy now too.
They're just like the vision.
Both
just like-
frequencies.
He's just blowing smoke up his head. Nothing good has happened. If you
Hey, how are you?
Shut off this
look
thing.
at all that is dark,
450.
How'd you find out about me?
social activism in human history does nothing compared and liberates.
Hey, dog. We're just watching podcasts and taking naps, so feel free to enjoy.
You know, I mean, literally, this guy that would be thrilled if you showed up a freaking bag of groceries every week. Take it, and this isn't a diss, but see when you're a cokehead
Yeah, he
looking
was
for
so
another hit
I thought he was here.
on social media versus true empathy. Like, look somebody in the eye. That's again, and that's not judgment because I've been in cokeheads. So, and then when I act out of empathy, you know, a couple of buddies of mine, we call the Hilltown Helpers. We live in the Hilltowns. We're always like shoveling off old ladies' ribs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like really, you know, some old lady hasn't seen anyone in a while, and you sit down and you talk to her, and you're kind to her, and she's like, "Oh, let me be." It's like, no, dude, that's not what this is about, you know. And it's those acts of empathy that really have an impact, you know.
Oh, for sure.
When you look back at your life review, you're gonna be freaking pissed if you didn't do more. And not more in a thick way, more in like a loving, empathic way. And that's true. You can see that this dude is like, you know, hawking some rage philosophy. It's, you can't even feel it. You don't even have to believe it. You know, when you truly can.
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think you're spot on with that. What other kind of stuff are you looking into that you're working on? Are you writing books? Are you looking at new shows?
You got to pitch. Oh yeah, we get the tip of the hat. If you dig this fish god story,
It's a
Paul
hammer
Anthony
feeder.
Wallace is a friend of mine.
Ham
And he
operator
wrote the Eden series. Paul, he's Australian. He's an awesome dude. He's a former
You can listen to
archdeacon
them on your phone.
in the Anglican
You have a
Church for
police,
32
like, get
years.
one of
That's
those
one level over bishop.
Go into the
He
App
left the
Store on your
church,
phone.
and he's writing about how in
With
these
the free
ancient
police
documents
scanner app,
and
the first one
ancestral
should probably be
narratives,
broadcasted.
there are these bizarre,
Take that one.
androgynous,
Download it.
genetic
And then
engineers that I
search
talk
Los
about,
Angeles speeds.
that are in the Old Testament.
And you'll see something
Yahweh
called
has a consort called Asher. They're
147.450 Renegade.
androgens, right? The first Adam in the
That on your
Bible,
favorite. Put
is
435
androgynous.
Renegade
And
repeater on
Eve is
there too.
made,
Like,
through genetic
the whole
engineering.
half
That's the
world down
parable
here.
there.
Not the whole.
Anyways,
Yeah.
he tells us this wonderful story throughout human
Definitely
history.
those two
He's
repeaters are
half
definitely
Guyanese,
different than
and
most
he's
of
like
the
half
other ones
Welsh
that
or
you'll ever
English.
go on.
And
I'll
he's
give
connected
it
to
that.
all the African ancestral
It's
tales.
LAC
It's how the
Council,
same story that
all
I've been
things.
sharing about Vera Code
That's
Show,
all it is.
Fushi. It's utterly fascinating.
Put it in
And he's a really solid dude on top of that. I mean,
There's an
I'm
online
sure
page.
you'll
Yeah,
have him
no,
on at
for
some
sure.
point. But the Eden series,
Chris has a whole setup on YouTube. You can find them on
it's like
YouTube
this
at
new
Renegade
version
Repeater.
of the ancient astronaut theory.
450 Renegade Repeater
But
on
he's
YouTube.
brilliant. I
Watch
can't
the live
talk his game
cam.
right. So anyways,
Oh
we're
my
kind of
God, yes,
collaborating and we
yes.
get a pitch into
Wow,
one of the
Marshawn
networks
is
right
just,
now
I mean,
as
bro,
a
he
search
was
for
not
lost
the
records
best pickup? Was he not the best pickup?
investigation of the ancient
I told you they got
gods
the
that I
best
talked
players
about
of free
here
agency,
type of
but
show.
he's showing you
Go
why.
to Ed Food and look at
Boston
the
Bruins fans
Asshole
are crying.
records. And
We just
also
let that
then
dude
look
roll away.
at polydactylism in the ancient world. Extra digits, right? 6 fingers, 6 toes.
Yeah.
It's
Fantastic.
associated with the supernatural, the divine, and
Let's
giants.
go.
The giant of Gath has 6 fingers and 6 toes.
Like Regal.
In Australia, you have rock art everywhere of giant feet with 6 toes.
A roll
I
around.
was just touring with Hugh in Malta. We go to the Hypogeum in Malta, considered one of the underground temple, once thought to be one of the oldest temples on earth before they found Göbekli Tepe. They through construction building in 1906 or something, they broke through to it. You go to 120, there's an enormous handprint with 6 fingers there. You go out to the American Southwest, there are giant hands and feet with extra digits. You go to North Carolina, there's Judaculla Rock, where the Cherokee talk about the legend of Judaculla, and there's a 7-fingered handprint. The greatest hero of the Ulster cycle in Ireland, in the Tame, the English Iliad, has 7 fingers and 7 toes in the Oxford translation. Just throw in a couple more. You go to Botswana, Nat Singh emerges from the underworld with humans and animals, and there's a giant 6-toed footprint there, or engraving there. And then you go to Kiribati,
Thank you, Matthew.
and on
Appreciate
the
you.
islands, there are giant,
Damage,
almost
thank you as
100
well.
6-toed footprints that the old man told anthropologist I.D. Turtle
See
in
this? You haven't
1949
seen
about.
the
They
previous.
are
I'm sorry,
attributed to
Damage. Damage,
giants.
I'm just
So
so
the
sorry.
world is
A
littered
lot of
with
you in the
giant
room
hands and
rocking
giant
and
feet
rolling. I apologize, Damage. I
associated
missed
with these giants that the indigenous people tell us about. So that's another link.
Thank you, sir.
I know it's, yeah, here you go.
No, I
See the giant foot in Newspaper Rock? On the left is Chapel Canyon. On the right is Newspaper Rock in Utah. Look at that, you know.
get it. Just things are going quickly.
And there's this legend about
so many different
Is that picture of that
shots.
person's feet real? It's
Yes.
like 7 toes.
Yes, it's called polydactylism.
Yeah,
It's,
no, I met a woman who said that she was born with an extra finger the other day. She was from like Haiti or something.
it's a rare genetic condition.
Yeah.
Some people are born with extra
It's
digits.
pretty common in some of the Caribbean islands.
Exactly. But it's associated with giants. It's associated with the supernatural. The sorcerers, exorcists, and temple priests of Samaria were obsessed with polydactylism. The Summa Ipsu is a series of 2,800 tetralogical omens, and they talk obsessively about what it means to have 6 fingers born on one hand, 6 on the other. The giant of Gath, once again, has 6 fingers and 6 toes, and there's no genetic condition that associates polydactylism with gigantism. So it's
So I
like,
can
yeah,
tell
so
you
it's
the
like,
unit
I
together is
get
good because
that
you
if
take
some
a look at
freakazoid
ones
has a
that
bunch
are
of
3,
extra
4 years
digits
old,
in ancient culture
you know,
might say,
old
oh, this
stock
dude's a
or
god or whatever,
just slightly
but
used,
it's
and they're still
everywhere
$500.
associated with literally giant rock art.
Cost you $700.
It's
Keep it 2
wild.
years and use
In
it. Don't fuck
cultures
it
that have
up.
no connection. You
The
go out to
box,
Baja,
sell it for
California, El
500.
Carmen Cave,
Oh,
over in that.
Cost you $100 a
that.
year to use it.
Giant footprint of
That's
King
$10
John.
a month.
I'll say this. Professor Paul Tasson in
Billy, thank you so much, Billy.
Australia, at the University of Kimberley, a couple of years ago, there was this story that
Chris
I went around
Sandbar. Chris Sandbar,
the
shout out
world's
to you, Chris.
oldest ancient
Shout out to you,
narrative
Billy.
found in
Billy,
Australia
Chris.
this aboriginal super ancient narrative. It was the Pleiades, it was the serpent, but it was also giant feet with 6 digits, right? So Professor Tisson actually wrote a paper about how he found these examples of giant hands and feet with extra digits, like in all these cultures around the world. And if you look at it, if you go to Marawanga, Professor Tasson, Tacon, giant footprint, 6 toes. If you Google that, you'll get a.
What is the conventional explanation for these footprints? Like that thing right there, that rock that guy standing next to the penguin.
It could be that. It's like, well, that's 200 million years ago in granite, so I don't think a giant stepped in it. It could be the indigenous people carved it.
Yeah.
But then it raises its own kind of mystery because, if you could throw up Marawanga, Australia, 6-toed footprints, I know that's a lot. Let's see if we get a picture of that. The moral of the story is the androgyny that I spoke about and the polydactylism are displayed in the iconography of the oldest cities on earth. Ain Ghazal, Jericho, and they just found a 16-fingered statue at Karahantepe. Me, Andrew Collins, and Peter Denapis with
Again, they're not doing it because they were told to stop.
Say what you want, these people revere this trait, right? So the Saybirch is another place that was just unearthed. It's super ancient in Turkey. And the dude's holding up his hand with his fingers. And the professor who did the excavation, Karul from Istanbul University, said statues of the humanoids always have extra digits or a strange number of digits. So the thing I'm talking about is being unearthed in real time at the oldest sites on the planet. Androgyny, polydactylism, make of it what you want. I'm just like, the story is going as a thread through the oldest iconography in human history. And it continues, like Malta, all these places, you have 6 digits. What's it? I don't know, Marawanga? Is it rejecting that?
Do you think these giants were responsible for some of like the megalithic structures around the world?
See, that's the tradition. So, like, Pizarro and other Spanish explorers, right? They show up at Sacsayhuamán, they show up at Titicaca and all the ruins there, and the Spanish are like, these are built by demons, they don't know what to make of it. And they asked the Inca, they asked Pizarro, and they specifically said, they were built by the Hawaiians, the giants, after the full age of darkness and cataclysm. So that's what we're told. Because if I say, I don't know if you could build that, like with the tools of the time. That's not a diss against the Aymara Inca people. Then I'm right over the Gila comes some racists, But then again, if I go to Malta, it's the same story. The freaking Sicilian founders. But the point is that the indigenous people have all these missing legends about giants. Stonehenge is the same way. And the Neolithic Britons, they can be pissed at me if I said giants built Stonehenge, It's just like, I don't want to go round and round with that, but the point is, these traditions are the things that's interesting. Not theorizing, right? So what the fuck does it mean? I don't know. Is it pure fantasy? These people who we attribute having the wherewithal to do these amazing things are telling us these kind of wild stories. So you can't have it both ways. It's like, or at least be open to the idea that there's more going on.
Yeah, absolutely. What is that one on the bottom with all the holes in the ground? Is the ones with circular carvings in the ground?
That's Pueblo Bonito. That's Kiva in Colorado, and that's where the footprints going up the wall are. The 6 digit.
This is in Colorado.
It's in Colorado. So go to Palenque, and there's hands and feet all over the iconography there. Go to Peru, go to so many places. And it's not just because we know it's a rare genetic condition. It's just not associated with like some gigantism. It's literally associated with the supernatural, the divine, the malevolent, and giants. And, to any skeleton, and I've never analyzed a 10-foot skeleton. I know why skeptics are skeptical about the idea of giants. I just how can all these traditions exist? How can there be giant hands and feet associated? Not just, they don't stand alone, they're associated with giants and the legends are.
Right.
The Cherokee, Chickasaw, North Carolina, Matsi, Botswana, on and on and on. The Australian Aborigines, they have the same stories of malevolent, extra-digit giants like the Native American tribes do in the Southwest. It's I'm not cherry picking and trying to make an argument. I'm saying, how can it be that there's no story? I don't know.
Right.
I don't have the time machine. It's pretty interesting.
I'm just curious, I wonder what the academic consensus is on it. How do they try to explain it?
I actually, my book is heavily dependent on academic sources. 90% of it is academic excavation reports, academic analysis. Dr. Richard Barnett wrote a paper in 1986 about polydactyls, and he says the academic world has given this subject zero attention. And he was right. He's the first one to piece together there's this polydactylism everywhere, right? So there were a lot of academics who took on Patricia Crown in 2016.
It depends on the size. Someone might want a 110-inch diamond.
The Chaco King.
They do have those TVs. You got a big viewing room. I don't have that.
An article about that. Warble and other academics wrote about Palenque and Mesoamerican reverence for polydactyls and we call it divine polydactyl. So we have different academics sort of areas talking about it. And I understand the skepticism, but I would like to know, just like we had Professor Todd Dissertel, evolutionary biologist, for a show. And I love Todd, he's great. And I asked him, how can realistic anthropological explanation for skull elongation all around the world between cultures that have no contact? It's the most bizarre and specific thing to do. Are they emulating something? What's going on? And, he didn't have, he's just I don't know how to explain it essentially. And I agree, it's just there's levels of specificity by cultures that have, when you have a kid, you do elongate or baby Timmy's skull. It is so bizarre, so crazy. It goes back at least 10,000 years to China. Right. But you have it Choctaw, a bunch of Native American tribes did it. It's crazy, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff where if it is dismissed as garbage or lunacy by the academics or the pseudo-skeptics, people push back and they feel like these ideas aren't getting fair shake. Right. And then they start to believe in conspiracies and even on some TikTok rabbit hole. The professionals should say, there's a real mystery there. I'm not going to jump to conclusions. This is what I need to see to prove the case. But that is very interesting. Common sense would tell you the level of specificity and ubiquitous nature of these things is telling you this, it's worthy of further investigation. Yeah. So I'm trying to bridge that gap. It's just take your foot off the brake a little, and put your foot on the brake a little, chill out and address this as it's an interesting puzzle to solve, not a belief system of your ideological energy. Right. It's a completely different.
Well, Jim, thank you for doing this, man. This has been a fascinating conversation. Super fun to talk to you about this stuff. I love learning about this, man. You are really, you guys are really something. What you guys are doing, teaming up on this.
That's great, man. It's just being open to assuming bizarre ideas is really cool. I think that's why your platform is so popular. It's something I hope, I appreciate especially being dudes, to give permission to men to talk about difficulties, talk about depression, talk about empathy, shit like that, right? It's really important to embody contradiction. Be the best of what a man is. It's not like a tough guy who can drink at a bar and it's about empathy and concern. And I really, that's the best part of it, that we're in the same zone there. I dig that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. And where can people find where you're working?
This protection program. I'm such a loser. I got tech skills. I can pick up my game.
Give me a
on
Del
Facebook.
Diablo sandwich.
It's a picture of me and my brother. Our brother, when we're filming the last Call of Duty. So I'm like doing this, my brother got hands in his hand. And I got a couple dead accounts because
Del
I
Diablo
figured out that.
sandwich. Sloppy
But I'll
Joe,
say
I
it had
think.
two sites. Never WK.
Hot sauce on sloppy Joe.
There's a GPR section afterwards. I think that's the best place.
Okay.
And Q's always like, if
Where are
we
they
do
moving
tours
them? I don't know.
or we're going to do
Where?
a show or something, they'll post there too. So I talk about all the shit, Edgar Casey, Fish Gods, Physical Secrets, the Ancients. There's all videos there of people digging into this stuff. Or you can reach out to Facebook and
Yeah, the horses work so well.
so,
Clearance.
but you know, one day I'll get a tech assistant or whatever. But no, it's fine because I just like putting content out there.
Absolutely.
I don't want to push it with prosperity, but I don't really want to try to overly monetize it. So I just think it's cool. It's interesting.
And the bandit.
And I like that I can interface with both sides of the aisle, if you will. Because I got some tight friends who are like skeptics and they're shitting on me and shitting on me. It's just busting my balls, but I love them. You know what I mean? And it's not like it's not confrontation. So thanks for everything.
Yeah, man. I appreciate your time again. Getting you on a flight. So
Oh yeah, let's
we'll wrap it up. All right.
We're just watching that from above, so here we are live. Dad's gone live right here at the scene. They're hopping off. We did a skirmish line to block them off here, I'm guessing.
You listen to punk rock?
Great. Now he's gonna have to go all the way around.
Yeah. When I saw you, not even initial reaction. Like this is like a kind of a grungy German punk rock dude.
Well, but I mean,
They're very punk rock kind of dude.
if you say grunge, I saw actually one of the last concerts of Nirvana in New York, and then I was in the grocery store, like an organic store, and it announced that Kurt Cobain had shot himself. And that day I received a music tape from Berlin with electronic music, and that kind of included all this punk rock, grunge stuff that's dead, and the new music is electronic music. So that's actually why I'm back from New York, where I was living in 95 to Berlin.
Really? And then you start listening to dubstep in Europe.
And then I just went to clubs in Berlin with techno music, which was new at the time. You know, I
It exploded right around that.
yeah, I thought it was
Like they call it house music, though,
well, no, there's different kinds.
Oh my god, they just weren't
Electronic
getting
house is one, techno
more
is
than
another,
just more than
then
get.
drum and bass came, so those were a big kind of
Oh, we saw this the
culture,
other night, right? When they
which at one point stagnated. I think it's just stagnated, but I think it's still fascinating. But at the time it was like new. So
Yes.
I don't know where we're trying to go, but this is
We're not trying. We're not trying. We're just going. Good. Me too.
Wow.
Your shirt is amazing.
Sometimes
That's the
now
that the
just
Nazis
have
were
to know
taking
your
on your shirt, right? The purgative.
yeah. I mean, I like the branding. The design, also the name is very good. It's a good branding for methamphetamine, LDT, because it's the word perverse, kind of skinhead,
But plenty of game left.
which it is a perverse
Over 2 periods of hockey.
toxin, I would say.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. The saying that, the famous saying that everything goes back to the Nazis couldn't be more true.
Well, it was 3-0. They came back to one. Oh, here we go. Now Edmonton just got a penalty.
I mean,
Florida's
somehow
on
it's
the
not
power play
surprising
here.
because
Now's
they
the
were
time
really
to stick
interested
the
in
dagger in them.
performance
We're down
enhancement.
3-0 here.
The Nazi movement was a very modern movement. They were applying the newest technology, the newest forms of propaganda, the newest medicines. So
They were on the cutting edge of everything.
that's correct. But they didn't have empathy and they didn't have the right morals. So that can always be a problem. A very efficient system can also go off the rails. You need some kind of, I guess you would call it morals. It's a term that Nietzsche hated, but what do you do without morals? You just become kind of the soulless machine that can go anywhere in a big way too.
Yeah. So you've written 2 books on the history of drug use in the Third Reich, right? You've written the first one, which was List, which was all about the amphetamines and the uppers and all the kind of shit that Hitler's doctor was giving in. The second one was Tripped, which was more about the psychedelics and LSD research they were doing, trying to find truth serums, which is eventually what happened, what the CIA got its hands on in the Cold War. First of all, how did you get into writing and what made you want to write a book about Hitler doing meth?
Actually, we have to be very precise. What we say, Hitler was actually not into meth. The German army was into meth. They were really methed up.
But he didn't do it?
No, because he thought this is for the foot soldier, just the robot that has to function, because that's what meth does. It just releases neurotransmitters and it just you follow orders. You're kind of, but it's not the drug to use the highest complement of complex questions that you don't do that on meth. So Hitler wasn't using meth. He was using a certain opioid, which is actually the same one that is now being used in America excessively, which is oxycodone, right? Or oxycontin. I was confused.
Yeah.
What's the difference between oxycodone?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think codeine. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think codeine comes from codeine, which is a syrup. Content is just.
I think that was a tiny
Yes, I think
so that was his favorite drug, actually. The opioid, which at the time was a German product called so it was a German product with crazy, really good drug that he was taking.
Yeah. It wasn't mixing up. Maybe he was speed coke, right?
Yeah, he was doing that. He only for like 2 months. The coke. It wasn't a coke.
No.
It was a coke.
Usually they go hand in hand, those kind of dudes.
I don't know how
You know what? Funny enough as it is, they have it
but
too.
his doctor,
One of the
his
cops is sitting
his
there.
personal physician, Morel, he was the opioid guy. He always gave him
Some of
the
their
oxycodone.
sound computing
And
guys.
a new doctor came in after the bomb attack on July 1st, Valkyrie. A new doctor, ear specialist, because Hitler's eardrums were blown in the explosion done by the bomb of Stauffenberg. And this ear doctor brought the cocaine because also an anesthetic against, was against pain. He had pain. So he received the cocaine, but the doctor realized immediately that Hitler loved wasn't the high of the cocaine. And this guy wrote a report that I found in the National Archives in Washington. It's quite funny. Like he realized immediately that Hitler's like a totally drug. Like some people really like drugs, take a lot, experiment with it, and Hitler was one of these guys. And the doctor realized that immediately when Hitler was demanding more and more cold, and then Hitler was happy when the guy left, and Morel came with the opioids, and he was kind of speedballing for a while. But then this other doctor fell out of favor because he was actually trying to get into Morel's world, but he didn't succeed, so he had to leave. So also the cocaine. So they were made with opioids.
And didn't they get the coke from one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies that's still around today? Was it?
Well, that's Merck.
Sure. Yeah.
Merck's cocaine was apparently the best in the world. It was very famous. Peru's annual production of coca leaves was shipped to the Hamburg harbor and then processed by Merck into the finest cocaine in the world.
They're still making it.
Not anymore.
I know they use cocaine for like certain surgeries.
Yeah, right. Actually, every pharmacy has cocaine. There's eye drops containing cocaine. Yeah. But it's very small quantity. So back then, cocaine was actually a big hit. It was a very successful product because it was so famous, the Mac cocaine. There were products and pirates in China that faked the label of the Mac cocaine with different cocaine bottles. And it was as good as
They're trying to make knockoff coke.
Let me check also.
Kind of like they make like fake Nike Jordans.
Probably getting back home.
So, how did you first become interested in all this stuff and start writing?
Well, I grew up in West Germany, and we was Germany considered the world championship in dealing with its shitty past. Like we were always getting educated about it, which I actually thought was good because it would be weird for other Germany not know about the Holocaust.
Right.
That would be a weird way of dealing with it, but it's also a possible way. Like Japan is not
Yeah, they were
looking
live
at its
2
past like
hours.
Germany does. Like Germany
Pretty
has an
sizable
obsession
protest.
with looking at it.
Right.
So I grew up kind of knowing a lot about fascism and the Third Reich, and it was always there was always like this image created of like a law and order system where everything was disciplined, and so like it has nothing to do with drugs. You know, the Nazis are too scared to take drugs. Basically, it's not, and no one ever combined this. So a friend of mine then in 2010 found old Pervitin packages in an old East Berlin apartment, which were still there from the 40s. And he took them, and he still could feel the methamphetamine effect, and he told me the story, and that's kind of how it started.
Whoa. How many years? This was like 70 something years.
Yeah, that's what they used to mean with like quality coming from Germany. You know, pharmaceutical company Tempur makes Pervitin in the 40s. And some guy finally did it in 2010 used it. That tells me that it was really quite strong. Actually. And he's a DJ, so he knows his drugs. He could really evaluate it.
Yeah.
He took 3 in a row because he liked it so much. He said after the third meth pill from Nazi Germany, he really felt like a strong drug effect.
So
that's what got me researching, you know, because that's pretty interesting. You don't know if they're going to ever evaluate it.
She's DJing at like nightclubs all night long. You gotta stay awake, so
Yeah.
not mixing Nazi meth.
Well, I mean, he would take probably meth anything, you know, so.
But
So he was interested because if people take meth today, they usually snort lines, right? That's the crystal meth that comes from black
But
labs.
they say, I mean, the most sophisticated version of meth now, which everyone takes, is Adderall. Pretty much every kid in college.
Or is it
Isn't it pretty similar? Is it similar or no?
No, methamphetamine is like a stronger sort of amphetamine, and I've heard that Adderall is methamphetamine, but I'm actually not sure.
What is the difference between Adderall and meth? Adderall and methamphetamine are both stimulant drugs that belong to the amphetamine class, but they have the distinct differences in their chemical structures. Methamphetamine has an additional methyl group, which makes it more potent, and it cross the blood-brain barrier more quickly. Okay.
Meth is like, you know, it's like a posh, amphetamine is like a first one. It's like
right. And the Pervitin was like a golden Lamborghini.
Well, I mean, actually, it wasn't like a folks pill because it was like a pill for everybody. It wasn't like you take one pill and you go like insane. It was like you go one pill and you have like, you know, you can just drive a bit. Your engine is a bit stronger, let's put it that way, but it's still the same kind of. So it enhances your performance, and that's why it became very popular. You know, it wasn't like now we're drinking
crap. I got this whole entire table is loaded with drugs.
Yeah, right.
Legal drugs mostly.
So it was not so unusual actually to because also at the time they didn't have so many substances at the availability as we have now. It was in late 30s. When Cavitin came onto the market, people liked it and talked about it, everyone was using it. So,
and not just soldiers in the military, like everyday people, business people were using it. It was a kind of like a common thing for folks.
Yeah, also it wasn't so available and popular to go to a coffee shop. I mean, there were coffee shops that not as many as today, and I think especially women often go to coffee shops.
They're now pushing everybody out because they've declared it
cafe
an
halls are male dominated, which they still are in some parts of the world. So it's not so. What do you take? You take methamphetamine. I can understand. I probably would have taken it. Because also it's beneficial in a dictatorship.
People into the other neighborhoods,
It's all about
they did. They walked
functionality
here
to
to
function.
Park,
Methamphetamine is a good
for Koreans now.
it's a stimulant that makes you
And it ended there.
It makes you. It doesn't make you think, right? It makes you just kind of like a machine. Like you.
I mean,
you
machine is a bit exaggerated.
well, I mean, I've done Adderall before, and I know the feeling. I hate it. I hate it.
You kind of can't stop.
Right. You're not. It kind of kills creativity, and it makes you just want to get more things done and like get more shit checked off the checklist.
Yeah, I don't think, for example, amphetamine is a good drug for writing because you do write a lot, but it lowers your ability to self-criticize and stuff because you just feel it too good and you just do it too fast. And that's not what literature is actually about. You have to be very subtle in each step you take forward. So amphetamine, I'm surprised like some writers can write like stuff on amphetamines. Like Philip K. Dick is writing on amphetamines.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
But also On the Road was written on amphetamines, like supposedly in 2 weeks without sleep, which is possible because you can actually write a lot of pages quite quickly.
Was it Stephen King was writing loads of books when he was writing some books at Cujo?
I'm not familiar. I could imagine.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was like drinking like crazy and doing it.
Freud was developing a lot of his theories on coke.
Yes, Freud. My favorite philosopher.
Sherlock Holmes was created with coke and coke. That's, I think Holmes himself used coke in some of his cases.
Really?
But it wasn't a Sherlock Holmes specialist.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most prolific, most famous works in history were done by authors who were bombed on drugs. Like just from just the last few people we mentioned, right? Like that's, when you were writing it, did you try any of these drugs and try to dive deeper into the literature and understand them better?
Actually, I did because I thought I have to make this experience to write about it.
Yeah, I would do the same thing.
So I was a bit afraid to use crystal meth because I had heard, like I was also introduced to this by mostly American anti-drug propaganda, which says if you take crystal meth, like I was a U.S. high school student in the late 80s, so this was, I think Reagan was still president. It was like, just say no, if you take crystal meth once, you will automatically be addicted, like forever. Right. That was kind of what I had in mind, which is total bullshit. Yeah. But so I asked my grad student, at the time marijuana was still illegal in Germany, can you help me find, I just want to have like one sample of crystal meth. I was kind of, and still am a fan of Taxi Driver, it's one of my favorite movies. And Schrader, when he wrote it, he had a gun in the writing that's in the drawer to be kind of closer to the vibration of the story. So I thought it's good to have like a gram of crystal meth like with me. Yeah. And but she said no, I don't want to bring it because she was a weed dealer. And weed and crystal meth, they don't go together. Like they're totally different animals basically. But she said, I know a guy who has crystal meth, and then she asked him, and then she brought me a one gram, and he brought a Xerox copy of the old Pantene patent that they made of methamphetamine. Xerox that I did with the gram without knowing that I was researching this book. Yeah. So he was like some kind of crystal meth dealer that was like a history buff or freak or whatever, wanted to educate where it comes from. It's kind of funny. And I took it also to try it.
What was it like? Versus like what did you expect it to be like? Because usually those two are vastly different.
Well, I know the effects of amphetamines, just like legal amphetamines, but also illegal amphetamines. So I was expecting it to have this effect, but stronger. And that's exactly what it is. So the effect in itself can be quite interesting and pleasurable. You're not going to feel bad on crystal meth, while the high lasts. But the problem for me was once the high receded, I actually felt worse than I had felt before I took it. And that's something I don't like. So it didn't really become my drug, basically. I thought this coming down effect is a very bad structure for like a drug effect, basically, which is different with the psychedelic drug. You have the problematic experience in the beginning when the psychedelic drug starts to kick in, but then once you're stable, it's going to be great, and there's no like hang up afterwards.
Yeah,
I think that feels much healthier.
it does. It does. Yeah, it feels almost psychedelics, mushrooms, and LSD. They almost feel like godly, you're getting closer to God in some way, and cocaine and crystal meth and the same. That's almost feel like the devil. It's like you're going to hell.
Yeah,
because it borrows your, it sucks up all your dopamine. So you feel like dog shit when you're done, and you either need more to keep that thing going, stay on the wagon, or you're gonna dive off head first. So what else did you actually get a hold of any of the pervitin? How do you say it? Pervitin?
no, I've never taken it myself because my friend took everything he found. It was actually a couple. They were and still are antique dealers, and they found it, and they took it amongst themselves. Like I spoke to the guy, and he said, like for 1 month we were taking methamphetamine like every day. It was great. So that pill actually from the company Temla, which is Pervitin, it was probably a good product, you know. It did lead obviously to addiction and problems, but it's in terms of performance enhancement, is a very good product.
Yeah, seems like it worked. I mean, well, no, I mean in the end it didn't really work, but
it works for a specific task while it happens, but it doesn't work in the long run. It works in the short run, but not in the long run. And the war was in this case a long war. The only chance for the Nazis to win this war was if everything becomes a blitzkrieg. If every campaign is a quick campaign like the one against the West.
Yeah.
Because that's how long the Pervitin works. It works like for 1-2 months. You can stay awake the whole time. The whole army is like fighting like mad, you know. But then they come down. So if this victory has been achieved after like 2 months, they cannot sustain it.
So they're like sprinting instead of running a marathon.
Right.
They're trying to run as
Yeah.
fast as they can.
That was the new idea. You sprint, you don't go slow.
Right.
Which is kind of shocking. It's a very modern approach. I mean, it's a progressive military approach, I would say. But it only works in certain situations.
I just read a report on, I forget, I think Travis Kitchen sent me this report, and it was about how the Russians in the Ukraine war are using a certain kind of methamphetamine. Russia is giving their soldiers, like they're all jacked on that.
Yep.
I forget the name. It's like a newer version. There was a brand name for it.
Right now in the war?
Yes, right now in the war, the Russians are freaking jacked on meth. What was the name of that drug? Captagon?
Oh,
Have you heard of that?
yeah. Mm-hmm. Captagon is interesting because Captagon was made by the Assad regime in Syria. That's how they kept themselves in power, and they had obviously strong ties with Russia. Assad Islam in Moscow.
Yes, right.
So it kind of makes sense that this Captagon was made, probably even in Syria, and then brought to the Russian troops because it is a good fighting drug. It's not good for it's not healthy. It's good for the soldier, but it might be beneficial if used, intelligently.
Can you Google Captagon? Captagon ingredients, or like what is in Captagon?
It's just a different form of amphetamine.
Right, but is it actually methamphetamine, or is it just amphetamine? Phenethyline? Okay, it's just amphetamine. They can contain amphetamines and caffeine.
But it's very strong.
It's very strong amphetamine.
But crystal meth is strong.
Well, yeah, sure. So this is actually.
I think the pill of Pervitin would have been stronger than the pill of Captagon.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because the Nazis always wanted the strongest. Even though it wasn't a Nazi invention, it was just a German invention of a pharmaceutical company. It has nothing to do with the Nazi part.
just a legitimate company.
Just a product. Drugs and nutrition.
The also there's in that same report that I read, they're saying that they're giving ibogaine to the soldiers on the Ukrainian side. And I don't think it's just the report was saying that it was for brain injuries and for PTSD, but I think they're also using it for on the battlefield for things like edge detection and stress and combat fatigue. So like that's an interesting thing. And I know DARPA, I've read some stories that DARPA has been funding psychedelic research for soldiers, not just for after the war, but for when they're in war. Like how can psychedelics enhance a soldier moving through the battlefield and shooting and being more accurate with his shots or things like that. You know?
I spoke with the doctor of the Orlando Magic team after the NBA game about psychedelics, but it's also a basketball player. And the problem is that basketball, just as I think fighting in a war is a lot about motor precision, and that could be not enhanced through psychedelics, which maybe make you think too long, or on the battlefield, I think you have to react. You don't need complex thought processes. I think you need it maybe for strategy, for generals it might be good to see it in a different way.
Well, I think actually now that you mentioned that, I think what I heard about DARPA studying this stuff was they're trying to take the trip out of it. So you get the benefits of visual acuity and edge detection and other things without having the trip, right? So maybe that would have some benefits to it if they were able to alter it. Yeah, this story only says that they're using it for PTSD and anxiety. But what I read and what I heard from Dana was they're using it. He's trying to fly it into Ukraine, and with other stuff that David Nichols is working on with DARPA, trying to take the trip out of this stuff for enhancing soldiers on the battlefield. Like, while they're
it's very interesting, especially with ibogaine, because ibogaine is so unexamined, and but I would imagine it's probably quite healthy for the brain to use ibogaine. So an army on the one side using amphetamines, if it's true, then this would be the Russian army, and another army using ibogaine. So of course, it's much better for the Ukraine side. It's a much more sustainable way of being.
Yeah.
Because ibogaine is good for your brain, while amphetamine is not good for your brain.
Mm-hmm. Not in the long term, right? So, when you wrote your first book, you didn't do the way typical authors do. Like, I've had a lot of people that on the podcast that talk about JFK and write books about JFK, and the vast majority of them, in fact, all of them except for one of them, when they write their books, they read other people's books to come up with their ideas and to write about, to come up with their material, and they rework it or whatever. Very rarely, when somebody writes a story or a book, do they actually go to the sources of things. And if I'm not mistaken, when you were writing your first book, you weren't basing this off any other writer's book or any sort of previous research. You were doing it sort of like going to the grassroots with this stuff.
Well, I mean, once my friend told me about having all these paracetamol pills and being like stoned on methamphetamine, I became interested in, and then I started researching it for. Actually, I wanted to write a novel, but then my publisher said this topic is too interesting to turn it into a novel. It should be a nonfiction book. So I had never written a nonfiction book before, but I had written 3 novels. So I thought, okay, I can't invent anything anymore. That kind of sucks, because I like to invent things for novels. It's way to write a novel.
Right.
So my first idea was to write a novel, but then the publisher said, no, it must be a nonfiction book. And he was right with this decision. It must be a nonfiction book, because if it's a novel about Nazis and drugs, you as the reader, you don't know if it's true or whether I made it up. Sure. So in a nonfiction book, this is not the case. So for me, it was. What was the question? So,
I was just asking you about like how like the research process is. You didn't go and read other books to keep your.
So I was trying to figure out what is a nonfiction book. How do you write a nonfiction book?
Yeah.
Which is obviously, you know, if you find out something, it must be the original material. So for me, actually my girlfriend at the time, she said you should go to the archives, and it immediately clicked, and it made sense to me, you know, that I really want to find out the actual truth. And from that, in the beginning, I wanted to construct a novel, but later on, I made it into a nonfiction book. But I wanted to actually know the truth. And I mean, there was one book out at the time by actually a friend of mine, but it was more like a random collection of articles he found on drugs in the Third Reich, but it wasn't really structured. It was like a treasure trove.
Yeah.
So I started expanding on this. And especially everything changed when I met a historian who had researched this for a paper, and he told me where in the archives to actually find it, because it's very difficult to find stuff in the archives. Because at the time, like this archive about the military, about World War II, these documents were filed maybe sometime in the 50s. So they were all collected and then filed, but they didn't file them for drugs. Like it didn't read like through where was methamphetamine used, and then we make like a note that anyone ever in the future searches for this keyword drugs, he will find these papers, because the archivists did think of drugs as a relevant category. So you have a big archive. Currently, you have a lot of documents related to drugs, but how do you find them? So I was lucky enough that a scientist who had researched this before told me exactly. So he shared his knowledge. It's actually quite important. People share that knowledge.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a spirit amongst researchers, because most people don't research. It's kind of a secret cult if you actually go to the archive. It's very fun, you know. Everyone's kind of friendly because you're like such on the fringe, but at the same time you're like at the center of it all, because only at the archive the documents, you know, in their original form, you know, they have not been processed by, let's say, books.
Yes.
So being a historian, just copying passages in books of others or ideas in other books, you can probably write a compelling book, but it's more interesting to try to find these documents. I guess I was also lucky to find them. It's not so easy.
I bet it's way more exciting to do it that way, because you feel like you're probably getting something out that hasn't been out before, right?
Yeah, well,
The world hasn't seen this shit yet. Like that's a lot. That's a lot of work to do, to actually go somewhere, physically dig through paperwork, like ancient paperwork, versus just like looking up some shit online on a directory.
Well, and also you find different things in the archive.
Yeah.
Because what's in the archive is not what you want. Like it's really you have to find stuff, and sometimes you don't find the stuff. There's actually people whose job this is the historical detectives. You can hire them. You can like say, like I met one guy in the National Archives in DC, and he said his client wants him to find out why a relative of his, a U.S. soldier, died falling out of a window in Heidelberg in summer of 1945. There's like all the information, and he goes to the archive to actually find that story. Wow. It seems highly improbable, actually.
Very. Oh yeah, I bet.
But who knows? What good a detective you were. So I have like this side hobby, which is like I'm like a hobby detective also. But basically I'm a writer. Yeah. Sometimes it has the shape of non-fiction books, and sometimes the shape of novels. Both are great. I mean, both forms are interesting.
Yeah, I bet you like the difference between writing about stuff that you're finding in archives. Like, how is that process different versus like just writing?
Well, when you find something in an archive, there's no one that helps you at first to evaluate what you've seen. Like the problem with Hitler's drugs was the writing of Morel shot in these drugs, his personal physician, is a bit hard to read. Like most doctors, handwriting is hard to read for some reason. They kind of hide. They want to hide stuff all the time. Like it's hard to read. And the Americans who investigated his papers, they misread Oikodan. They thought it's any Kadol, which doesn't exist. So it was just, that's how it was, filed, but it was never examined. So when I found this, I didn't know what this Oikodan, I just found it, and I also showed it to Alex, my friend, the DJ, who taught me first about losses of drugs. Because he became like an advisor, because he's such a knowledgeable guy on history and on drugs. He's like the perfect, actually like a Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson situation. Yeah, and he's like, Boykodad, are you insane? Hitler took Boykodad. This is like the heaviest, most euphoric-making opioid. He shot like 20 milligrams intravenously. Are you crazy? You don't realize what this means? So that's, thanks to Alex.
And what was it exactly was Orchidon?
Well, that's the oxycodone. That was the drug that defined Hitler. That was his favorite drug.
Is that the drug that he first took before that famous meeting with Mussolini?
Yeah,
When he pulled out of the.
Yeah, that was like in July 1943 or something.
Right.
Mussolini wanted to kind of leave the war because he was looking so good for the axis of evil. He wanted to become like neutral, and Hitler hated that idea. But, and so he was very nervous before the meeting. And also Morel describes him as depressed. So that he was like depressed, and he was like, it was not really happening. And as the Fury always, you can't be depressed. That was also John F. Kennedy's problem. He was suffering from depression, and as a U.S. president, you can't be depressed. Can you say, maybe you can say, sorry, American people are depressed today. I don't want to take any big decisions. I know everything's going to be cool. But Kennedy didn't do that, so he was taking medicine. Same, obviously, for Hitler. So before that meeting with Mussolini, he was taking Opiate for the first time, and intravenously, because Morel tried to keep that a bit away from Hitler, because he was realizing once Hitler tastes those opioids, it's not going to stop, which is then exactly what happened. So Morel was in a difficult position of having to administer these opioids like on a regular basis, kind of making his patient, who's also the leader of Germany, into an addict, which he must have known. Or, because Hitler wanted these opioids. When he wanted them, he just wanted them. He didn't want to argue. You can't argue with Hitler about anything, especially not about when he wants his opioids. So I just gave him the opioids. So it's an interesting Hitler biography that's kind of enclosed in this blitzed book.
So Morel, what was his first name?
Theo
Morel.
Morel.
How much would you say that? How much literature was there on him that you had to read?
I mean, first of all, when I researched where that stuff was, and that's in one archive in Koblenz, in Germany, the Federal Archive. And then I went there, and I could see the history of recent checkouts of this material of Theo Morel, the personal physician of Hitler. And it had only been checked out 3 times since the end of the war. So
wow, really?
So no one had actually thought of doing what I did. And I thought that would be standard for a historian.
Right.
Because Morel played a very important role. He was with Hitler all the time. They were close, very close buddies. And
you wouldn't leave home without him.
Not really, because he's your. Eventually he's your dealer, because he shoots, he injects you with a very strong opioid into the vein, every other day. So that becomes a very important person to you. So that without this Morel story, then you can't really understand the Hitler story. So that's fascinating. Actually, there's some stuff I left out which concerned Hitler's shit. Hitler's shit is examined by this doctor, and there's tons of writings about it, and what's in there, and is it bad for him, was it good for him, and
his shit.
Yeah, it was always sent to a certain lab in the area, even during the war. It's special career. Why did they do that? Because the food had to be healthy. So it was all about the health. Heil Hitler also means health to Hitler. So this, the health, the status of this person's health was kind of the status of the whole, so-called Third Reich.
he was a vegetarian, wasn't
Well, I mean, I discovered that he had basically 3 drug phases, which was 36 to 41, mostly like vitamins and harmless stuff, and 41 to 43, he used a lot of animal concoctions, like pig's liver extract, injected thyroid glands extract that he used. Like, he became a bit crazy because Morel was like inventing new medicines. Morel had his own pharmaceutical company. So he was like inventing stimulants, like you take something from the animal, it could be the stimulant, you know. So he was using a lot of animal products, basically. I don't know if you could technically call that a vegetarian. He didn't eat.
It wasn't in his diet, but he was blasting it into his veins.
Yeah, so he's like even more of it. Like, I don't know if he realized this. That technically speaking, I think he's not a vegetarian. So that I also covered this by him, that he's not a vegetarian. But only through your heart, because I didn't even think about it anymore.
That's so weird that they were studying his shit and sending off his shit to labs to see how
if I would shoot a movie on the Third Reich or Blitz, which that Blitz is not a movie, it's very strange to me, because that's it has a lot of good scenes. And one of them would be, shit moving through the front lines and moving all across Germany and being examined by the German scientists. Reports are written. They're now in the archive. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Shit was a big part of the movie. It's a brown movement. Yeah. The rest of fascination.
That famous video of him at the Olympics, I think like 36 or something that one, where he's like gyrating back and forth. What was he on in that video? Do you know?
Well, when I studied Morel's writings, and Morel's writings are very extensive, like almost every day he writes like how Hitler looked, and not only how the shit was, what he said, how his skin, color of his skin, right? He writes a lot, but he doesn't mention this thing, so I kind of think it looks a bit unnatural.
It looks sped up, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think
it's definitely sped up.
I think it's not natural. My research actually would say that this is a fake video, because at the time Hitler had no problems. He was very healthy. He was just a young man.
How old was he here? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. But he was pretty young. But he looks early. Something's off with this, but that's just my gut feeling.
What do you mean is off? How do you think it's fake?
Just the movement doesn't seem natural. I think it was done by a director.
Oh, really? So someone staged this and recreated it.
I think it's digitally manipulated to look this way. Maybe he was moving a bit, and maybe there's a way to kind of speed that up. But
they definitely sped it up. You can tell by the guys in the background.
I mean, maybe he was just, maybe he was nervous of doing like this. But if you speed that up, it looks already weird. So for me, this video is nothing basically.
Maybe he's just got to pee really bad.
Maybe, yeah.
That's kind of what I do. I have to take it when I pee.
I have some insight on the sped up.
Hang on, Steve. Can you see when this video was uploaded? By the way, it was 3 years ago. Okay, yeah, could have easily think. What do you think? What's your video analysis on this one, Steve-O?
Film cameras back in the day, if they were cheap or small or portable, they were hand cranked, which means that the speed of the film going through it is dictated by your hand movement. And so when you play that back on a machine that plays it back at 24 frames a second, it's typically sped up. You're not gonna speed. Your speed is never going to be as consistent or as fast as a machine. You'll see that a lot with like the Charlie Chaplin videos and stuff.
Oh, okay, interesting.
That's why the old black and white stuff looks sped up.
So 36 was before he was really experimenting hardcore with drugs.
Yeah, that's when he met Morel.
That's when he met him in 36.
Yeah, so he was basically on nothing.
Huh.
But he could still behave oddly. He's a tough guy. But he was on nothing in 36. At least Morel doesn't fight about it. Maybe he gave him something, but it's a slow increase of Maybe it was not, methamphetamine wasn't invented yet, so also it wasn't over there.
It wasn't invented yet.
No.
Was coke invented? Yeah.
Yeah.
When was coke invented?
I don't know. We would have to look at when, like, for example, Merck patented coke, but that was older. Methamphetamine was patented in October 37.
1856 by a German chemist, Frederick Geitsche.
The Germans invented all the drugs.
The Germans invented everything.
Just drugs and bombs.
And time machines, spaceships, flying saucers apparently came from them too.
Rockets.
Yeah, rockets. Isolated activity from the coke leaf. How crazy is it? The coke leaf is illegal. It's illegal to own a coca leaf in the United States of America.
Yeah, I landed once in an airport in Cusco, Peru, and I was given coca tea as a welcome present.
Yeah.
The elevation.
Yeah, they use it for.
It's pretty cool. They at the airport to drink it.
How crazy is that, right? For altitude sickness, it's
I think it's actually quite healthy. The coca leaf.
Yeah, it's just like a stimulant. It's like a normal stimulant. But we're not allowed to have it here because we might mix it with gasoline and other chemicals and try to produce fucking cocaine. But so the soldiers in war, they weren't necessarily giving the soldiers cocaine because cocaine, I'm sure, would be too hard to manage. You have to constantly be taking it, ripping lines all day long, and it's not like with the Pervitin, it's the methamphetamine. You can take it one pill, and I'm sure it lasts for hours.
Well, I mean, they did. They wrote a so-called stimulant decree, which kind of says, when you should take the first dose before it starts.
Oh, really? So they have like a guidebook for it.
Yeah, and it's the stimulant decree. It's also in the archives. It's I think it's.
Okay, yeah. The stimulant decree was a significant order issued by the German Army High Command on April 1940, which mandated the production and distribution of stimulants to the military personnel. The decree was crucial in enabling soldiers to stay awake for extended periods of time, which was seen as essential for the success of military operations. For instance, during the invasion of France in 1940, soldiers were instructed to take Pervitin, a form of methadone. Yeah, right. And then intervals to maintain alertness. They source your book here. And strategic positioning. Wow. Yeah, they cite Blitz. Oh, look at that. It's one of them. Look at that. Yeah, Blitz is the first good shit.
Yeah, I kind of covered it, I guess. But basically, Alex uncovered it.
Oh, look at that photo. Can you pull that photo of the little bottle of it? No way.
Yeah. It was a successful photo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's normal for a soldier to take drugs in battle. This has happened since
It's happening today.
There's war, and because you always want to, because it's such a weird situation. You have to deal with anxiety, you want to improve your performance. It's a very complex situation being a combat situation.
Yeah.
Also, it's risky to take a drug. You might go wrong. But drugs are a big topic for the soldier. And in World War I, cocaine played a small role for pilots, because they're the coolest thing in the house, and they take cocaine and they fly better.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
It makes perfect sense.
It's a pilot's drug maybe, but it's not a mass drug because it's too expensive. So that you cannot really give it to 3 million men. It doesn't make sense. But methamphetamine was quite cheap to manufacture, and that's why it became meth and not cocaine. While the French, for example, still banked on their red wine. So every French soldier, when Germany attacked them, drank 3/4 of a liter of red wine, while each German soldier was using up to 20 milligrams of methamphetamine.
So they're running circles around these French guys.
I mean, the French guys didn't really stand a chance.
Right. They're running
It's
around.
the space and
Germans are in their tanks.
I mean, just imagine the
Grinding their seats down.
situation in the tank, because the tanks received the most Pervitin because they were used differently than before three of, I don't know how many are in the tank. 3 guys or 4? So let's say 4 guys. I always think of 4 guys. So they're in the tank. Oh yeah, and the tanks were used as the avant-garde of the military moves. But usually before that, tanks in the old thinking, tanks are like the backup. So you run, and then you have the tanks and the big machinery from the back. So 3 tank generals had the idea to kind of reverse it and put the tanks in the front and race with the tanks through the Ardennes Mountains, and that kind of paved the way for like the others to kind of run after them. And these tank divisions also received most of the methamphetamine because they had to reach the French border city of Sedan within 3 days and 3 nights. Being that fast, they would cut off the British and French who were north of them in Belgium because they thought the Germans would attack up there. So the Germans kind of ran through the mountains on tanks, and that was only possible because of the methamphetamine that was used especially by people in the tanks. So that's why I always think of the tank with the 4 guys high on crystal meth, like racing into France. Like they were young guys, they were just like in the tank on meth. Like I think it must have been a very intense experience, And then they just kept going, and that's what led to this victory against France, which no one thought would be possible. Because it was Britain and France together, stronger army. The defenders always are, to invade successfully, you have to be overpowering. You have much more strength than defenders, usually 3-1. But in this case, the Germans were weaker, but still won because they had the better strategy to go through the Ardennes Mountains on crystal meth, basically.
Right. Wow. Crazy.
That's what happened. And the French, they still like. I received a lot of feedback from France when the book came out there. They said finally, because for them it had been the unanswerable question: why did we lose? What happened? Why did these fucking Germans like overrun us and we didn't know what was going on? And because they were still fighting they had a different mindset, right? They were not there yet. So that has been a problem for the French psyche for decades, which now is finally being solved.
Yeah. The Germans were ahead of their time. I know like some of the guys that were close to Hitler were really upset. I think maybe it was Himmler who was obsessed with like ancient civilizations and like what the Egyptians were doing, the pyramids.
Well, he had a Tibet expedition, for example, where he sent scientists to Tibet to find like origins of mankind. And so the Nazis were about creating like a big story. Like they were. It's not just limited to Germany. It's a global kind of narrative that they spin. The superheroes and conquer everything where they come from. So they had like historians look at history in a totally different way than we do today. Because they were supposed to interpret it a certain way.
Do you know if they were into like the Greeks and what the Greeks were doing?
Well, that's classical.
Because the Greeks were big into drugs.
Yeah, but I don't think the Nazis looked to the classical Greek period because of drugs. Because drugs also was not something that was officially enhanced. Officially, the Nazi government was an anti-drug government. And when they took power, some of the first people they threw to concentration camps already in like 1933 were like drug users. So they were. That's why I, growing up, always thought, the Nazis, they're all about purity and cleanliness. So that was also the image that was a big part of their image. So.
I was asking you about like how they looked at like the classical Greek civilization and like how much attention did they pay to stuff that was going on then. Or did they read any of that stuff? Did they translate any of it? Were they taking any ideas from classical civilizations or any other ancient civilizations that you know about that you've discovered?
I mean, this swastika does exist in India. It's just really
Yeah.
So in Himmler, apparently did 3 hours of yoga each morning in his office because he was connected with the ancient Aryan roots that come out of India or out of the Himalayas, or like, I think he was like believing in magic and that there was something higher going on, more than the eye could see. Like Hitler was much more like on the ground, but Himmler was this kind of evil dreamer.
Yeah.
So he's a very interesting character, actually, quite scary.
How was so you said you went to high school here in the U.S. and then went to Germany, or where?
Well, I grew up in a German town which was 30,000 Germans and 10,000 American soldiers. So we could say there was like a big military presence. So I kind of grew up with the American culture, and then when I was 16, I was the offer to go to the United States as an exchange student. This was financed by the U.S. Congress and the German Parliament to like make people get to know each other better. Like Americans would go to Germany for a year, and Germans would go to America.
Sure.
Which I think makes a lot of sense, actually, because if you live in another country for a year, you learn the language, you understand the culture. So I actually became a state sponsored, I don't even know if it still exists, exchange student.
Yeah.
And at the end, we were all invited to Washington, and I was chosen to give a speech at the Senate of the United States. Not in the big hall, but like in a smaller room, but it was still big, about the different perceptions of the term freedom in Germany and in America. I delivered that speech.
Interesting.
That night, I got late for the first time.
Oh, really?
So the speech was great.
What a great story.
Never told us.
Very cool. Very exciting stuff. That sort of changed the trajectory of your life, didn't it?
We're still good friends.
Really?
Yeah, she's my oldest friend.
Wow. Amazing. Does she live here or Germany now?
She's in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay. Yeah, that's something I was curious about too. Like, when you go to school in Germany, like, what do they teach you about the Nazis? Like, what is the view on? And I know they put a lot of emphasis on how we don't want to go. Like, the Germans obviously don't want to go down that path anymore, and there's like an inherent guilt that they have. Like, what is that like?
That's getting deep. Talk about the German psyche.
I think it's interesting, man. Because I know Annie talked about this a little bit when she came on here. She was talking about the research she was doing for Operation Paperclip.
But she's not German.
Exactly. But she was explaining to me sort of like the people she was dealing with some of these German scientists' children, and talking to them, like, this was the German psyche was really becoming aware to her on how they felt about all this stuff. And she had to explain I forget this guy's name, which is terrible, but one of the most prominent Russian scientists that was brought here, or not Russian, German scientist, that was brought here during Paperclip.
Maybe ran it from home.
It wasn't Von Braun, it was someone else. The guy who did a lot of evil shit. But he eventually had to leave his wife and his kid behind in Germany, and she met with his son, and he absolutely resented his father for all of this horrific shit, being a part of the Nazis and doing all these experiments, and like, basically she sat there and had like a 3-hour conversation with this guy, and this guy was like every day writing love letters to his wife and his son about how much he missed them and how much he wanted to reunite with them and how he was back in America doing this stuff. And like, this guy had like a deep love for his family, and he thought his dad just abandoned him. And like, it was a really complex, like, deep story, but like, this guy ended up giving Annie all of the material, all the books, all the letters that he's been writing his son his whole life. And she went back to America, and she had to hide all this stuff because some of his letters had swastikas on them and stuff, and she had to like hide all this in the bottom of her bag because I think you go to prison for trying to take this stuff out of Germany. It's like, they're very, very strict about any kind of anything to do with studying Nazi history or Nazi propaganda or anything like this?
Well, I mean, yeah, we are taught a lot, but it's always we see like secondary how other people evaluate it. So it's kind of, in a way, you could say it's force fed to you. It's a very, you learn that the Nazis are bad and that everything's horrible, and it's probably the right way to go about it, because the general consensus is that it was bad, that it shouldn't happen again, that we don't want to engage in such behavior anymore. So I think that's good. At the same time, I think certain things might be weird. Like, I'm not sure, for example, if Mein Kampf is prohibited or not. So maybe, usually maybe some sources not. I don't know. I think generally we're dealing with it quite okay. Actually. I mean, there's no the call from the right in Germany to pay less attention, because they said that it has been over emphasized, on the negative side of the German history. German history is so much more, which of course it is, but it's just kind of a choice you make, how you present yourself. But it's interesting how the society deals with its past. I think Germany's doing a pretty good job actually compared to some other countries. Like Great Britain, I think there's very little critical examination generally about its role as colonizing the whole world, what it actually did to the world. So I think we're doing a fairly good job. But it's actually getting less of this.
Yeah, it's so different for different countries, right? Because I don't think there's really much, because in Germany with the Nazis, it was all happening there, right? All the death and the concentration camps and all the fucking war was there in Europe. But for Americans, we never saw anything. Everything was away from us. We dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, and killed millions of civilians and children and innocent people. And we don't sort of have. It doesn't feel like, to me at least, that there's any sort of guilt, for lack of a better term, in all our culture for doing that, right? In American culture, there's more guilt over Jim Crow era, when women and blacks didn't have the right to vote, or slavery, which is, it's humanity evolves, right? But and I don't want to compare evil, but dropping nuclear bombs and killing people is crazy. And yeah, like I said, there's no real it's fascinating stuff. People the development of the bomb too, which was a huge, in part hugely to these people that we brought over here from Germany, right? That Cold War history is just so fascinating and complex, and how that put America, at least, into the trajectory that started the trajectory of where America has ended up now, with this bolstering of this military that spends more money on weapons than any other country, all other countries combined, I think, and getting its foot in controlling governments of all these other countries. It's interesting how that moment in history after World War II was such a pivoting point, and it's, I think, very directly dictated where we've ended up now.
I mean, basically, this is what I examined for a second book trip.
Yeah.
I think I was very smart. So what do? You always cut it out, or you just leave
No, we just put it in there. We didn't do drugs on camera.
No, we just do it. I mean, in general, do you leave it running, or do you cut the top?
We don't cut anything. We leave it all in here. I think it's better. It's more raw. I love it. Yeah. when it's brand new, when it's fresh, when you first get it out of the package, and you take a whiff out of it, it'll literally ruin your day because it's so strong. So yeah, I just kind of like I really was long-winded on that elaboration on how the Cold War and bringing the Nazis over here with all the bombs and the creation of the CIA and all that shit kind of spiraled out of World War II. And your book Tripped essentially is about LSD and how we got LSD from the Nazis and tried to use it as a truth serum to try to do different things. And, people are familiar with shit like MK Ultra and Operation Chaos and all the stuff that was going on.
I mean, I wanted to write about the early history of LSD, not about what went wrong in the 60s when people were taking it. So I was actually curious about why was Sandoz, the Swiss company that made it, not able to turn it into a product. Because I had found reports like when they found LSD in 1943, they didn't really know what it was, so they created an intoxication room within the company. Employees could just go there and receive LSD, 20 milligrams or micrograms, 100 micrograms, and like people then just took LSD and looked out the window, and
they'd be in there all day.
Yeah, there was a secretary typing, and people really liked it. Like they loved it. They were like, finally, I feel like I always want to feel like things better. So Sandoz thought that they had a potential big hit on their hands because this was in 1943. World War II raging.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have and will have mental problems,
right?
Like depression and trauma.
Also, I didn't bring this up earlier, but I meant to. Weren't the Nazis spending a lot of time in the Amazon jungle studying this stuff and trying to find different plants and herbal stuff?
I'm not familiar with the Nazi expedition to the Amazon.
No?
I heard rumors about it, but also this would have to be carefully checked because this could also be
fake news that I heard.
Fake news, yeah. But it's, I would imagine it's possible. Like I wouldn't be surprised. So when the Nazis were looking for the truth drug in 1943, there was one guy that played a crucial role in the search, and his name is Richard Kuhn. He was the leading German biochemist. He received the Nobel Prize for chemistry, and he was best friends with the Swiss CEO who had discovered LSD. And they had been friends since the 20s, so they had been friends for a long time. And they'd always shared their knowledge, and I found a document, like the letters between them, I read the letters between them. And so this Nazi chemist was supposed to find the truth drug for Hitler, receives the knowledge in 1943 from his best friend Stoll. We found this compound that works so potently in the mind, you only need like a few micrograms, and someone has completely different perceptions and everything. So the Nazi scientist, and you can call Kuhn a Nazi scientist. I mean, he was basically a German scientist, but he like started his lectures with Heil Hitler and stuff like that. So it's he makes it clear that he's part of the system. So he finds this very interesting, and he asks Stoll to send him half a gram, and he receives half a gram. And then the Nazis, the SS, which is a Nazi organization, the SS started tests with psychedelic substances in the concentration camp of Dachau at that time. So the Nazis
were testing the prisoners with LSD?
Yeah, and mescaline. They were trying to, and then they would talk to them like it was one-on-one, you know. And sometimes the person was told that in the coffee there's a drop of something, sometimes not, but it was like checking out whether you could use that situation to your advantage with interrogation, which I guess would be true, you know, because the other person could be confused, and that gives you an edge over that other person, I would imagine. And if the trip's very strong, if you're able to exploit that somehow in your power position, that's like scary mind-control experiments done in the concentration camp of Dachau. And I read some reports, like one guy who has like the most amazing trip on mescaline, and he really loves it. And during the trip, he realizes that the trip will be over and he'll come back to his life as an inmate at the concentration camp. So that is pretty hard.
Wow, that's crazy.
But he survived it and later wrote about this. So that basically put LSD in a position where when the US military, when they invaded the concentration camp of Dachau, became aware of it because they confiscated the SS papers. They had them reviewed by their drug expert, which was Professor Beecher from Harvard University. So suddenly the knowledge of LSD was in American hands, and then the Americans, I mean, they thought if the Nazis were so interested in it, maybe there's something, we should also look at this. And the US started a whole search for truth back then, because right after World War II ended, the Cold War started. The confrontation that's going on until today.
I'm sure they knew Russia had it, so we had to figure out everything we knew about it too. And Sidney Gottlieb was a huge part of this.
Well, Gottlieb was like a weirdo who was chosen because he was not like usually the CIA directors and higher officials. They were all wasps. And Gottlieb was Jewish, so he was like an odd.
Was he Jewish?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, Gottlieb, I would imagine that.
He was from the Bronx.
Yeah.
And his parents came from Hungary. They were Jewish from the United States.
Okay.
So he was like an odd choice, but the kind of department that he was leading, or the program at the Ultra, was so secretive that he was kind of the right choice and kind of merged with that program. And that program, I guess, was understanding the human mind in order to pass through like certain needs. Like, for example, LSD was a big topic for Gottlieb, but not only LSD, but LSD for him was very interesting. Can we, as the CIA, investigate like properly how to develop LSD into a pharmacological weapon?
Yeah.
Which is very difficult, because LSD is so weird. What does LSD do?
Right.
They didn't know at the time, really. We're only starting to understand it more now, and I'm very happy to talk about what we understand now, what actually happens in the brain, because it is quite interesting.
I don't think we know, do we?
We know certain things.
Really? What do we actually know? And it's not even true. Like, it's all like so much of it is subjective and anecdotal.
Well, there's brain scans are being done with brains on substances, so you can see the difference in the energy flows in the brain. And one of the leading experts in the field is Professor Vollenweider. I write about him in Trip. He's a professor at Zurich University. And he's been putting people on psychedelics since the 90s and put them in brain scanners and then examines exactly what changes in the brain. And what changes in the brain is
in their 90s?
Yeah, early 90s. He's had it for a long time. That's why he still works with me.
How old are the patients that he's doing this stuff to?
I don't know. I think it's countless.
Because you also say that this stuff was used for your mother because she had Alzheimer's, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I actually asked Vollenweider while doing research for the book, and I got to know him because I knew he's the world's leading expert. He can actually tell me what happens in the brain, and I had read a white paper that low doses of LSD are good against Alzheimer's, and therefore we decided to research this properly and then maybe administer it to the family. So it was kind of my family job to research the true story of LSD. That's basically the story of Trip of this book, which I therefore wanted to call LSD for Mom, because it was basically about LSD for my mom. And so the story of Trip, the story of LSD, is what I came back with at the end to my father, who had been a judge before, not a drug person, but a man of the law. And he read my report on LSD, and he said he also thought it was a good idea. So we all in the family decided to use it. It's been very helpful for my mom. And for example, in Australia, it is now dementia patients are receiving LSD legally. Australia is the first country that has made this kind of treatment legal and possible. And from my experience, I think psychedelics are very interesting in treating dementia. I think this is something that has to be looked at. It's very important because dementia is the pandemic of the future. It's what a lot of people will be getting more. It's an increasing disease, and we have no medication right now.
Do we know why it's increasing?
More people, more old people. But I'm not a dementia expert. But I know it works. LSD works against dementia from the moment. That was quite amazing to see what a machine does.
And what is the law in Germany in regard to using psychedelics to treat different ailments like this? Is it the same in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's illegal. And my father was visited by 4 young policemen. And since he was like one of the highest judges in the state, everyone knows that, they were very timid and approached him in a shy, respectful manner. But asked to have a glance into the fridge, and because I write about it, so apparently they had read the book, and I write about that he takes that in the fridge. But that day there was nothing in the fridge, so they were like, okay, we see there's nothing in the fridge. They left, and they stopped the investigation, so it was officially dropped. He was already kind of looking forward to it.
That's the benefit of having being a judge. Just kidding.
No, he was actually, he thought it would be fun to be in court.
Oh yeah. Did you ever convince your dad to try it?
Yeah, he's tried it a few times in microdoses, and usually doesn't feel it.
Or you can't feel like the hallucinogenic effect.
No,
or that
microdose, but you could feel a little like drinking an espresso, maybe.
It does something to the brain, right? Like it does. Like the first time I microdosed mushrooms, like I didn't feel high at all, but I felt just like smiling, happy, and like was just. I thought everything was fine.
So what I found out is that certain areas of the brain receive less energy when you are on a psychedelic, and then the area that receives less is this kind of command center. Some neuroscientists call it the default mode network.
Oh yes.
And that is what kind of tells you right now that you're doing a podcast with me, and that it's like
associated with like the ego, right? Like me, I'm here doing this now.
Yeah. And if this receives less energy, then you're more open to perceiving something not being separate, because you don't the ego like immediately judges this as a can. But if that judgment would be there, you look at it and you kind of maybe see like it's how beautiful it is, maybe as an art. I don't know. You would see something else. So that's what he could see actually in energy flows. Also, he could detect that on psilocybin, unpleasant memories are less often recalled than not on psilocybin, and that makes the antidepressant effect.
Really?
Because we all have negative things inside of us. Obviously, some more severe than others, but we all have them.
Yes.
It's just a question: do you access them the whole time? Do you get into loops and repeat them the whole time? Psychedelics disrupt that.
Interesting.
So you think about something else, and then it immediately becomes a little less relevant to you if you can get out.
Isn't that so wild about psychedelics? Because with marijuana, for me, when I smoke a lot of marijuana, or if I do like a marijuana gummy, which can be like 10 times more potent and psychoactive, all of the dark shit creeps in. Like for me, like if I take too much, if I get too stoned, I will be like in the fetal position in the corner with my world caving in on me. But at the end of it, usually it's positive, right? At the end of it, I kind of like, I have an epiphany about something, you know what I mean? But it's not the same with like DMT, for example. Like first time I tried DMT, I thought it was going to be like that times a million, right? And it was completely not even in the same universe.
Yeah.
Weird on DMT.
Yeah, and it's, I don't know, a few times. I had once a DMT vape, which was kind of nice. Because you just vape DMT. But it's also crazy. It's a very strong drug. Just to use it so casually is a bit weird.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's the one drug, one of the few drugs that's illegal that is in every living thing in this world. Like it's in every plant, it's in every biological creature.
DMT is a bit underexamined, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's a very important substance, but we don't really know that much about it.
So it's a different thing than the other drugs, right? It's like it's like almost impossible to become addicted to it. To DMT. Or to like because for most people, when you talk to people like psychonauts, people that are very into this kind of stuff, when you ask them about like their experiences, they'll explain to you like in vivid detail everything they've learned from it, how they do it, and what they see and what it's like and how it changes their brain. It's like, when's the last time we did it? Like, oh, it was October of 2022. They can describe it like they did it yesterday. It never leaves you. It's not something that you constantly are chasing and want to do it again, right? Like heroin or cocaine or meth or something.
Yeah, it's hard to become addicted to psychedelics. I tried it once with LSD, and I took like every other day LSD for like half a year, and I wouldn't leave the house without LSD. And then I just stopped and never became addicted.
You did it every day?
Every other day.
Every other day. It was in microdoses or like big doses? Hero doses.
With my girlfriend. We were both experimenting. This was in Berlin in the 90s, so we didn't have to work. Because everything's so cheap. Just party.
Wow. How did that affect you?
I think I couldn't have written a Nazi drug book without drug experiences because I was able to understand much more because of the drug experiences I have had. And I worked on the book closely with an elderly German historian, Hans Mommsen, who was like the leading German historian of Russian socialism. And he kind of said that we historians, we don't know anything about drugs. That's why we have overlooked it the whole time. Like for him, he immediately understood it when he saw my, all the Xerox copies I had made from the archives. And he said, "This is it. This is the missing piece. We just never thought about it because we don't use drugs." So in a way, I'm kind of thankful for using these drugs. First of all, it was a lot of fun while I was using them. I thought for a while I would become just like going to parties and nothing ever comes out of it. And this is what usually happens if you become a Berlin kind of party person. You just kind of, you have fun, but you kind of waste your years. Maybe. So I could use it all for its book. So that was actually, I think it really helped me to grow up in Berlin to understand that much about drugs and about German history, because Berlin, this is where it all happened. This is where the bunker was and what happened.
Have you heard of a guy by the name of Carl Ruck?
Yeah.
He wrote that book with Gordon Lawson and Albert Hoffman. Oh, did you really? When you're researching your book?
Yeah, I wanted to know if he still thinks that it's a valid case. And he was totally convinced. In the book, the virtual Eleusis, they try to prove that an hallucinogenic potion was used in the ritual there.
With a cookie on things that they would take.
Which is
Ergot.
That's what they did. So they went there, and Hoffman, being the chemist who had found LSD, like his drive was to show to the world that this found LSD was actually a compound that has helped us evolve as a culture, especially as the Western culture, Western civilization was about ritual. Eleusis for Athens, right? Ritual. Had a psychoactive drink called Kukeo. That was the thesis, but the problem is it was so far it has not been proven. Right. And it has not been proven because technology only recently is able to examine like residue parts.
Yes.
So when they were writing the book, wrote to the notices. This was like, let's see, the 80s.
No, it was in the 60s, I think.
Yeah.
I think it might have been.
No, I think it was later.
Rupp was at, I think he was at Harvard in the 60s, as early as the 60s. And maybe it was find out when the Road to Elusive first came out. But he was blacklisted from academia.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, now you're like the hottest shit. If you're doing psychedelic research, back then you were blacklisted.
Yeah, Steve, so I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to go back to Chrome, man. There's just some stuff. So, okay, 78, published in 78. Interesting.
So they didn't know, and the problem in the book is that it all makes sense. It's very probable, but it still just remains a speculation because they don't find a proof. Like Hoffman really goes all the way, like examines lands, like tries to find herb out there, and I think he finds something and they blew it there and then they take it, but it's not strong enough. So it's like they really tried to figure out what was taken back then, but the only way to figure it out would be to examine like cups with a cookie on the skin, and then you would know.
Yeah.
So this was probably going to be,
I think one of the reasons that Rupp was sort of blacklisted, and there was a famous guy from Boston University named John Silber. I think he was the head of Boston University, who basically came out and said that Rupp's work was vanity press. And I think the academic institutions didn't like the idea that Rupp was basically vindicating the psychedelic renaissance, which was happening with the Vietnam War and the psychedelic movement in the United States, connecting that with the people that founded Western civilization, the people that came up with democracy and the scientific method. These people are doing the same thing these crazy psychedelic anti-war people are doing, right? So it kind of like validated that.
the problem is not that there's no proof, but still it's some interesting work that he did in this book.
Yeah.
And I mean, today I visited the Tampa art museum. There's a now famous like cup
Of Bess.
Yeah.
Bess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Pull up that article, Steve. That's fascinating. They found like breast milk and vaginal fluids in this thing. So you went and saw this?
Yeah. And had a conversation. The curator.
Yeah, one of the things that Galen, Marcus Aurelius' physician, writes about is the use of bodily fluids as antidotes for viper venom. Because a lot of people were getting bit by snakes around that area, right? They were everywhere. So what they were doing was one of these classical philologists that I had in here, Amon Illman, wrote about this stuff, how they were taking bandages and impregnating the bandages with these venoms, these viper venoms, and they were making cuts on people and wrapping the bandage around the cut, so it would slowly induce the venom into their body. And they're young people, young kids who had robust immune systems, so they would develop the antibodies to this stuff, so they could use the bodily fluids of children as antidotes to snake bites and viper venoms and stuff like this.
The curator basically said that there's so many artifacts that you have contained at one point, like psychoactive stuff. But since it's not evaluated, we basically look at these artifacts in museums and we have no idea really what was in all these spaces, especially in Greece. The problem is that it's expensive to examine it. There's no funding for it. Right. So we don't pay enough. Because he said it's important to imagine people back then, because there were also psychoactive drugs found as well.
Yeah.
He said it brings us these people closer. If we imagine if they were maybe using the same drugs as we are today, because a trip is a trip, you know. If it's a certain strength of a mushroom trip, I think today a trip would be very similar to someone tripping thousands of years ago. So it just kind of created an empathetic notion. So,
it's very interesting that some of the most brilliant, bright minds of antiquity were engaging in these rites and these rituals, and that we're so into if the Eleusinian mysteries and the Kaikion were partaking in some sort of psychedelic trip. People like Aristotle doing all this stuff, coming up with all these crazy ideas like democracy and the scientific method. It's crazy to think that that stuff kind of got buried. I think it was in the 3rd century or something like that. The church they burned it down. They burned down Eleusis and made all this stuff.
I have to actually examine how it degenerated. It's interesting.
I think it was going on for like 1,000 years.
I've been there. I've looked at the ruins because, as a historian, you have to look at archival documents. But if you look at a time that's older than documents, then you have to actually look at ruins. You have to basically become an archaeologist, which is also an interesting profession because it's just like a story. You just see like some carvings.
So you're working on a new book right now, which is about what's it about?
It's basically about all kinds of historical epochs and how drugs played roles. That's why I was interested in this basketball because that sheds some light on a certain period of time that psychoactive drugs for sure were used because it's hard to find proof. If you examine the residue in an old cup, that's a proof. If you see, like, for example, there's ruins in South America where you can see some native cactus, that's also a proof that this cactus was known there. So
You're new boss. You want more Prado?
No, because you said the second one makes it higher.
Yeah, the second one's down.
I would drink another green tea.
Yeah. Sure. Steve, would you mind hooking up another green tea? Sweet, we can do a little break. I gotta take a break. Okay? We'll be right back.
Yeah, I think it's important to try to figure out why we think this is interesting. Because I think that it doesn't actually connect us with the people back then. And then we're using the same alkaloids that we're using. Even though here it's not so clear because so many different things have been found. It was like a magic concoction. But it had psychoactive stuff in there too, the blue water lily.
Oh yeah, the blue water lily, that was a huge thing with the Egyptians. It was growing all over Egypt. Right?
I think so, yeah, and it had more like a calming effect. It's like lotus, big lotus. But also harmonol was found in there, which is it's basically an MAO inhibitor. So I think it's still not pharmacologically clear what was in this plasma. Yeah. It was something very interesting. And Ramke von Hoppe, who's the curator of the museum, he thinks maybe it has something to do with giving birth. Because giving birth was very difficult back then.
Yeah.
A lot of women actually died, and a lot of infants died. So
mortality was 50%.
It was like a big challenge to actually keep humanity going.
Yeah.
And apparently, because this was also because vaginal fluids are found in their mother's milk and blood, it seemed to have some kind of connection to something very female going on here.
Very. Yeah. The ergot thing's interesting. There was a guy that you mentioned, I think, in your book, who was like he was the guy who did the most research on ergot.
Oh, well, I know the guy who produced the most LSD, which is Leonard Picard. I don't know if you know him. But there's also scientists in Switzerland and on the mountains who did a lot of ergot research. It's a very nerdy topic.
Yeah.
Become an ergot expert. but it's quite interesting.
Well, it's an alkaloid that comes from a fungus, right? It grows on the people who are getting stoned off it by accident because, wheat and barley was infected with them.
I think in the Middle Ages it was a problem of blood poisoning.
Yeah.
That could lead to like mass psychosis and people freaking out. But Paracelsus was the dosage that makes the poison. So that was the idea of Sanders, who created later LSD to extract the potent alkaloids from ergot and turn that into medicine. So the first medicine in the 20s was migraine, anti-migraine medicine, anti-headache medicine. Because ergot basically makes you contract your vessels, like your blood vessels.
Oh, really?
So they also made a successful medication that's, I think, still given during birth. That after the birth, it contracts the blood vessels, so bleeding, the bleeding stops.
That's how a lot of women die from bleeding out after birth.
So Sanders developed a medicine against that. That was one of the big early hits. So LSD for them was just a freak medicine. They didn't want to develop LSD. It just happened. They just didn't know really what it is.
Right.
They weren't very good at bringing it to the market because they basically sold it to the Nazi scientists as if for a truth drug. So that was the big mistake the CEO did. That's why LSD is not legal at this moment.
Right. I always wonder, like, what kind of version of MK Ultra are they working on right now? That we'll find out about in 10 years, Who knows? Who knows if they're even still pushing drugs that much, other than, like, the guy that I mentioned earlier who's doing the DARPA-funded research on soldiers, trying to make better soldiers with psychedelics.
I think it can improve soldiers with psychedelics, not for the actual battle situation.
Yeah, because if you're giving them psychedelics, like, why are we here? We shouldn't be here. We all need to give each other hugs.
But I mean, if you try to create a powerful army, you need a powerful narrative.
Yeah.
And so a truthful narrative would be better than like a fictional ideology. So it would make sense actually to make your people aware of who they are and their surroundings. Maybe then they wouldn't be soldiers anymore.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But maybe you create a narrative of an army that makes sense to serve it.
Yeah, if you could take the hallucination or the psychoactive element out of it, and just induce the other benefits that you get from it, or the like brain enhancement or focus, vision.
Yeah, I mean, what also happens is, apart from the default mode network receiving less energy, is that for 2 weeks after the psychedelic experience, your so-called neuroplasticity is enhanced.
Oh yeah.
Your brain is more flexible, moving. It's not like rigid, like always the same thoughts. It's reinventing your cells and look at everything. So I mean,
when you're a kid and you're learning
away,
things,
so it makes sense to me that this is a healthy process. But maybe if your brain is very unstable, that additional stability could cause you problems. So I think everyone has to decide what you want to sell. It's just very weird that the U.S. government or any government in the world can kind of put up a chemical wall in our brains and kind of dictate what we can do and what we cannot do. I mean, Kennedy claimed that he would reevaluate this and legalize psychedelics, but I'm somehow very skeptical about it. That's a very libertarian thing to do also, to remove these kind of regulations, because I think that's what the administration is all about, regulations and what was here before, and anti-drug laws, like really old school stuff. They come from the Cold War, like they have no correlation to reality. They're not working. They're not contemporary anymore. So that should be one of the first things that need to be reevaluated.
The drug cartels would lose a lot of business.
They would not be happy. I think it's interesting also. I mean, I would like to like it's said like big corporations will benefit from like the change like this, but I actually don't think so.
If they get patent, if they can get control of the patents.
Yeah, I think psychedelics is more. It's not a big company thing. I think it's. I have a feeling it would be interesting for a lot of startups to come up with stuff and develop things, and get into the market. I think it would be a shift. Big companies would lose money. They would not sell their products as well.
So Kennedy said you have a theory that Kennedy did LSD.
Well, I mean, there's one source only for this. It's typically Leary's autobiography. So if you believe the source, then he received a visitor in April 1963. Mary Pinchot, who was kind of Kennedy's lover. She was always in the White House with him when they were alone a lot. And she said to Leary that she wants LSD for a very important person. And Leary kind of suggested that he would do the ritual with them, but she never said it was JFK. She was like
What year was it?
63. She was like an influence, like a hit.
How do you spell her name? Steve, can you look her up? What's her name?
Pinchot, Mary Pinchot. Yeah, she was married to a CIA guy, but divorced him and then became kind of advocate in DC. Was trying to interesting.
So she went to Leary.
She's quite hot. She's great fun in the White House. They were smoking weed. That's proven. They were smoking weed together in the White House. And she had been married to the CIA operative before, divorced him, and then kind of changed. She was murdered at this.
What?
Yeah, she was shot in the head a few months after Kennedy was assassinated. And I read, but I don't know if that's true. I just read that her diary also was confiscated and it's never seen.
Pinchot was murdered in the Chesapeake, Ohio canal, towpath in Washington, D.C. on October 12, 1960. October 12th, so a year after Kennedy was killed. The suspect, Ray Camp Jr., was arrested and charged with her murder, but he was ultimately acquitted. Wow. Beginning in 1976, Pinchot Meyer's life, her relationship with Kennedy, and her murder became the subject of numerous articles and books, including a full-length biography by Nina Burley.
So in any case,
so she went to
Leary was like known that he's the LSD guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So she wanted to turn on JFK, and she received LSD from Leary. And then
he wanted to go. He wanted to go and participate, but she was like, no, you can't go. You just got to teach me how to do it because this guy's a big shot.
He's too big.
Find some more photos of him. Are there any other photos?
Also, you should look up Kennedy's peace speech at the American University.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Which he held after she returned from Harvard with the LSD. So that's the theory that
she gave. They
tripped together and realized.
And this was in what month? This was late, right? Like close to his death.
More like half a year before. Because he changed his policies. He was like a hawk before, like really to arms race, and with the peace speech, he kind of said arms race bullshit, and let's just basically it's kind of hippie-esque, and he wasn't like that before.
June 10, 1963, rather than a speech at Harvard, however, Kennedy gave a speech at Harvard University on 1456, where he expressed his views on the importance of peace in the United States. If more politicians do poetry and more poets do politics, I'm convinced the world would be a better place in which to live.
He says a lot of things, like, the Russians also have children, just like us, and so we just want to take care of our children and their friends.
Yeah.
And I think that's I think that's the reason why he got assassinated, because he wanted to end the arms race and really make peace.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were planning a global nuclear war. They wanted to nuke China and Russia, and they wanted to do that before Russia got intercontinental ballistic missiles, because they knew that they would be able to retaliate before the beginning of 1964 when they did get ICBMs. And
Only 64.
yeah, they got ICBMs in the beginning of
So
64.
America had an advantage.
We had an advantage, right? They didn't
Because
cheat
the
air.
German technology benefit.
Right. Well, hey man, thanks for coming and doing this. This was fun.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. I love learning about all this crazy history of the Nazis and drugs and throughout history is also been super fascinating to me. So, thanks again. I really enjoyed it. Tell people where they can find your books and find more about you.
Well, I want to do a Substack, but so far I haven't done it, but I think it's a really good medium because it's kind of old, so I think a lot of that's really old anything you put out there. And right now I'm just posting shit on Instagram, but I think it's unworthy. So I think reading books is quite good. I find it hard to focus and actually read, but I would encourage everyone to actually try to read maybe Trent and my third opinions, which is also
Okay. You're on audio too, right?
yes.
Thanks for coming. Beautiful. I'll link it all below as well. We also have our super secret community of Patreon subscribers who have very detailed questions for you that I'm going to have you answer as soon as we wrap up this podcast. So that's the end of the podcast, folks. Thanks again, Norman. It's been amazing. I really enjoyed this. And if you're not on Patreon, sorry about your luck. All right, this guy said, what surprised you most about the role in drugs shaping the Third Reich's military strategy?
How long should I answer?
Maybe 30 seconds to a minute. You don't have to elaborate too much. You can keep it pretty short.
Well, I think understanding that methamphetamine will be enhancing different fighting capabilities. I think it's quite something to discover that and then to actually turn that into a program that millions of soldiers are using. And that it actually works, at least for the in the beginning against France. And that was kind of surprising.
Okay. Tristan says, how much of an effect did Hitler's drug use have on his motivation to target the Jews? Besides the master race claim, how far did the Nazi super soldier program? Okay, these are like three questions. How much of an effect did Hitler's drug use have on his motivation to target Jews?
I think none. I didn't read any prescription of morale where it's like Hitler's taking this and this, and then you realize Jews are bad or something.
Right.
So I also think this is just a question of accountability. I think the responsibility is not lessened because he took drugs once in a while. Because I think the crimes really have nothing to do with drugs, but with kind of evil ideology.
Right. Okay, Sharma, it's a long one. What's the biggest difference between amphetamines of today and the stimulants the Nazis were using? Kind of explain that on the podcast.
Yeah.
What's the long-term result of the drug used amongst the average soldier? Any evidence of typical substance use to soldiers associated with symptoms or behaviors that we see now, or did they just return to whatever the new normal looked like? Was there a long-term side effects of all this stuff for those guys?
It was never examined. I mean, the army had a program, like a rehab program, but they didn't put it into place because the war was, became so chaotic. They didn't have any resources anymore, so people just came back. Like I spoke to one guy, his father was a writer, and he said he just took it then in the evening when we all went to bed and tended to the Pemberton in the 50s and wrote his books like 2 at night. So people knew about it. Also, Pemberton is not like heroin, it's not with drug. It probably just stops. You take methamphetamine for 2 years in the war, then you come out of the war. I think many people just didn't take it anymore.
Right. Are you still microdosing with your mom? Any positive one-time changes Got any updates?
Well, it was really good for quite a while, like over 2 years. And then now my mother is in an old people's home because my father couldn't take care of her anymore by himself. And he stopped giving the microdoses since she's in the home because it's still illegal. And he doesn't want to give it secretly. He doesn't feel like talking to like the nurses and wants to do this, which I think he should try harder because it's always been good for her. Because it seems to be good for her brain. I think he's giving up too quickly, but I respect his decision. She cannot make the decision anymore.
Right.
I'd say does not. I think he said so before she went into the home that Alzheimer gets slowed down through the LSD, but it doesn't get stopped. So the Alzheimer basically wins over the LSD.
Right.
It's just more and more Alzheimer.
Okay. Thank you for the work you've done. What was he saying? Question. I know, right? How did the Nazis source the ingredients?
Well, Tecna, the company that made Pavitine, made it very clear from the beginning when they advertised the medicine to doctors and then later to the military that the ingredients for methamphetamine are very easy to come by. It's nothing that's like scarce or couldn't be found anymore during the war. And so it was just like basic chemicals that a company just has. So they were able to make still millions of dosages of methamphetamine in 1945. There was not much being produced anymore in Germany.
Right.
But Tecna kept producing. They relocated the production facilities to a brewery in West Germany. So this brewery, they made beer and methamphetamine at the same time.
Oh, wow.
In 1945.
Was there any connection to, I can't see it, Steve. Was there any indications of hallucinogenic drugs used by the Nazis in regards to their occult worship?
I didn't find anything. No. Also, the whole occult thing, I think it played a role, and I think Hitler was really into it. But I don't think Hitler was really into it. So it's not so. I mean, people might disagree, but I don't think it's so important. It's a whole part of the Nazi movement.
Were the Allies on drugs?
They noticed in the fall of 1941 that the German pilots had been using methamphetamine, and then Churchill ordered a drug program also for the Royal Air Force, and they examined different types of amphetamines and methamphetamine, and they decided then to use amphetamines, and they started the amphetamine program, but they thought methamphetamine is too strong for them. Oh, okay. But amphetamine is actually a better choice. I mean, Nazis would say so.
Right. Do you see any correlation in the current day big pharma medical industrial complex and the massive amounts of vaccines and drugs given to people? Is there a way to control, dump down, or make people sick? Wow. This guy thinks you got all the answers.
Yeah, I think the pharmaceutical industry is not really helping people to get more healthy. Yeah, I think it really needs the legalization of psychedelics. I think that will be a game changer because then it's like the truth is there.
Sure.
And they have to compete with that.
Yeah.
Right now they have like a protected playing field because the right stuff that can really help is not allowed.
Right.
That really needs to change.
Were mushrooms used anyways? Were mushrooms used in the same way as Nordic cultures, or was it mainly narcotics?
I think there have been. I haven't examined it properly enough, but there have been like mushroom depictions on like boats and stuff. So I think they used mushrooms, but I haven't researched this properly yet.
Thoughts on Gravity's Rainbow by Thomas Sycamore?
Thomas Pynchon. It's actually my favorite novel, and I read it in the mid-90s in Berlin, when I was like coming home from Kit Kat Club and other underground venues in Berlin. So still high on acid, and I think it's one of the greatest novels ever written. It's very complex, very hard to understand.
What's it about?
It's set in Germany during the war, right after the war, and it's about an American special agent Tyrone Slothrop, and they find out first he's in London, and he always like has sex in places where then the next day the German V2 rockets land. So he's kind of psychically connected to this, and so they kind of follow him wherever he kind of fucks at night. They're going to evacuate the area the next day because the V2 rocket's going to hit there, and then he later goes into Berlin and he has all kinds of crazy adventures. I think it's an amazing novel. I'm wondering really how Thomas Pynchon wrote it, because he has so much esoteric information of drugs and rocket science in Germany, and it's very knowledgeable book. It's a bit hard to read.
When was he? When was he around?
He's still around.
Oh, is he really?
He's the most famous, completely unknown American author. No one knows where he lives and what books. He won. He's very interesting.
He lives here though?
I didn't know the city where he lives, but I wouldn't disclose it. Oh. Because he just doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be.
Right.
It's hard.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He's not going to do Instagram stories.
Right.
But he doesn't need to. He should receive a Nobel Prize for Literature. I would be interested in whether he would come out with that.
Yeah. Interesting. What year did he write that novel? Gravity Rainbow. 70. Solar panel death sentence. I don't even know what that means. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't know.
All right.
That's good.
That's what it does. Give me that lid. Do you think the Nazis' history of drug use and experimentation influenced the knowledge of transferred operation paperclip? Yeah, I think we talked about that, right? What's the best drug for inducing lucid dreaming or enhancing a creative flow state? AI says that maybe galantamine and modafinil.
Well, AI is pretty bad, actually. Everyone praises how jealous it is. I think it's pretty stupid still. It makes a lot of mistakes. And this drug that they recommend, modafinil. Modafinil is okay, It's like
what the hell is modafinil?
It's like it works a little bit like an amphetamine, but it's not an amphetamine. It's like a brain enhancer or performance enhancer. Like the German army, when they were deployed in Afghanistan, they would use modafinil in certain combat situations because it makes you more awake and more alert. But it doesn't really have a great trip. It's kind of like what you said. It doesn't have an intoxication effect, but it does have a stimulating effect.
Okay.
And galantamine, I don't know, but I think the AI.
These guys talking about lucid dreaming, flow state.
Yeah, you need some points.
Yeah, so I wouldn't imagine that to get into a flow state, you would be wanting to go towards like stimulants like that.
Yeah.
That's just Mr. Oler. Are you suggesting that your work shifts the blame from Hitler to drugs? Yes, Farouk. That's exactly what he's saying. Are drugs? No, he's not. You're not saying drugs are responsible. I don't know what. I don't know. He clearly.
No, I mean it's a legit question. So but I'm not suggesting that. It could be my angle. If I was like a right wing kind of guy, but it's not pretty my angle.
Yeah. What historical connections are there between pharmaceutical giants of today and the Nazi regime? Well, Merck is still around, right?
I mean, IG Farben is like the glamour of the biggest German pharmaceutical companies, and they were like.
Weren't they also making rubber?
Yeah, they make rubber, but they also make like Cyclone B, chambers. So they were like a big influence from a business side into the government. That's Mussolini said democracy dies when money has too much influence on the political process. This was certainly what the Nazis did. They allowed, the CEOs to talk into their politics.
Crazy quote, big Mussolini.
Yeah, I mean it's a very interesting quote what fascism actually is. It makes sense to me. He thought that was good, and a lot of people think it is good. But
what? I think what's good?
If money kind of decides
politics,
as big,
Mussolini thought it was good.
Well, he was a fascist.
Right.
invented fascism.
Right. What's the most surprising discovery in your research for Bliss?
I mean, I actually didn't think Hitler was on drugs, before I started this research. And then when I read all the notes by his doctor, which are very detailed, very vivid, and also kind of well written sometimes, like how he washes the syringe. He actually used the same syringe because it didn't have like, well, it was a different time. Also, the syringe was much thicker, so it was actually, wow, God, it must have been quite painful. But I think Hitler was a bit of a masochist, kind of like that, that pain going into.
Yeah.
So he really liked to get injections.
Okay. Keep going. Yeah, that was one of the questions. The other ones we talked about. Thanks again. This person just said thanks. This person is saying, Danny, get up with me on Instagram. Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much, sir. Fascinating shit. All right. Thanks, Patreon. Mwah.
A new pill that's taken once a week is showing promise for treatment of schizophrenia.
Oh, we are rolling. Beautiful.
Like,
All right.
jiu-jitsu rolling or just rolling?
Not jiu-jitsu rolling, just regular rolling. Maybe later we'll do some jiu-jitsu rolling. I gotta do my math.
Maybe you can smoke DMT and then you guys can roll.
Well, can you imagine? It wouldn't be much of a roll. I mean, he like play with me like some cat toy or something.
I think that's regardless. Well, Dan Hardy, right, the MMA fighter, he used to talk about his usage of psychedelics in fighting.
Who?
Dan Hardy was his name?
I don't know.
Yeah. He was a famous UFC fighter.
Really?
Yeah, and he used to talk about how he used to get in the cage on mushrooms. And he said, I can see the future, he said. Like, I can see that.
Yeah. Well, you know, they do that. They give that to war fighters now. That thing, remember that article I sent you last night?
Yeah, but
they're giving people in Ukraine, they're giving Ukrainian soldiers Ibogaine and like that, and psychedelics, mushrooms. They're doing, DARPA's doing a study that's they're funding people at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, I think, to study the use of psychedelics like Ibogaine and even psilocybin on soldiers and on the battlefield.
On the battlefield,
for edge detection. Because I guess it's edge detection, well, not just that, but to be more optimal with the gun.
Ibogaine?
I guess
That the story you sent me looked like
Did you read it?
I just saw the title because it's the other night, but the title seemed to have been implying that it's for healing, a trauma.
I think part of it's for the trauma, and part of it is
Let's
also
remove your trauma so you can go back to battle.
also a huge part of it is for optimizing battlefield, like soldiers on the battlefield.
That's what it says in that story.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
Maybe it's not that cool.
To make them more accurate, shooting.
I mean, that's insane. That's the wrong usage of it.
I can see it. LSD definitely.
LSD, that's what they thought.
Yeah.
MK Ultra, all that stuff, that's what they thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the government's been weaponizing drugs since the beginning of time, right? If they're going to if they are studying drugs, they're going to figure out a way to weaponize them. You know?
I mean, that you would think it sounds like it should be an obvious thing for us, and yet I think that the problem is that it's an obvious thing for us.
Yeah.
Like, that should not be the attitude of humanity as a whole. Like, this idea that it's always a zero-sum game just needs to go away, basically. Yeah. Otherwise, there's just no chance. Because you're going to get bigger and bigger weapons. You're going to be able to go wham, and you're going to destroy more things. Mm-hmm. So the attitude of the monkey is the only thing that becomes actually matters.
Well, there is a me. The people who run the government, those people never took mushrooms, and the people who take mushrooms know why this is a problem.
Yes. Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, man. Well, it's great to have you guys here today. Danny Goler, you're back. We had a fantastic episode talking all about the DMT laser experiment you did, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about that today and some of the new stuff you're doing with it. I had a blast. And Zoltan, it's awesome to meet you, brother. We had a wild conversation last night at dinner. You are like a Renaissance man. You're born in Hungary, correct?
That's correct.
Soviet-controlled Hungary.
Yes.
Double black belt, jiu-jitsu, judo, and You're founder of the band Five Finger Death Punch.
Dabble in some music.
You do everything.
Yeah.
Don't you do?
That's pretty much it. You know, like you have a check mark on life. But these are the things I need to do, and I just check them. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. So how did you guys get together? How did you guys first meet?
We met through a mutual friend who I'm never sure if he necessarily wants to always be mentioned in every context, but we met through a mutual friend, very good friend, and we basically met at an event that Zoltan is now the founder of as well, which is the BGF. It's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Would you call it a league?
Yes, a professional federation. We have jiu-jitsu competitions.
Oh, okay.
I was invited to come help with the event, just kind of shoot stuff and all that good stuff. And then me and Zoltan I was invited to Zoltan's house to shoot a podcast, which just do a little setup. And I had to stay for another day because we were kind of rolling behind. So then it's like, hey, can you stay overnight? I'm not sure. That evening, we sit down, we start talking. He starts talking about some profound, that, always kind of the conversation drifts towards.
Yeah.
And then I remember the first version of the story is that I asked him some question about something that he was describing in psychedelic space. And then he kind of threw me a glance. And he goes, okay. And then he kept on talking. And then I asked him another question. And then he goes, wait a second. And he goes, what's your name? I go, because we didn't really. I go, Danny. And then he looks back at our mutual friend and goes, wait, this is DMD Danny. I go, what? Yeah. He goes, bro, I've been following you. I'm like, what? Yeah. I was like, first of all, I didn't know my name was DMD Danny. Second of all, and he's like, bro, and then later Zoltan was saying that the reason he looked at me is because he knew that the question I asked him, which I wish we would remember what it was, but I asked him something that he knew that only somebody who went really deep into space kind of would know that kind of stuff, because it's very specific.
Yeah.
And then from that moment on, we just literally became best friends. Like we were just like two, butt heads just sitting there like talking till 5 a.m. about all kinds of.
He stayed a week.
I stayed a week.
We started a conversation. It lasted a week.
Stays at your house.
Because, that's
Yeah.
the kind of thing where, somehow people who are in space usually find each other. I always joke about it. There's no secret society. What it is everybody's underwater. And you pop your head out and look around. And whoever is out, you can see them. Like we kind of have this network. We all sort of know each other.
Yeah.
But eventually we find each other. And I heard about him. Like that was his nickname, DMT Danny. And I kept hearing the stories. And I was aware of the laser. And I was aware of the guy who was making the lasers for me. So I knew of him.
Yeah.
Right? And I had sort of a spiritual conversation. People were asking questions, and I was talking, and I look up and I see like this circle around me. Everybody pulled up to a chair. And it became a lecture, sort of, right? And that's what. But then he said he asked me a question, and the reason I looked at him, okay, he cannot possibly do that. I wish I remember what you asked.
I don't remember.
But there's no way for you to know that if you haven't been there, right? And then he has a second question, and that's when I'm like, okay, hold on for a second. Are you there? Are you doing?
One thing I can say that was kind of surprising to me is because a lot of people just in the psychedelic space in general, they have this way of exploring these spaces that is very loose, so to speak. So people go into these spaces and they have their experiences and then they exchange notes, but ultimately it's always a very shifty ground that people are trying to describe to one another, right? So people come to a conclusion about particular things like meanings or spaces and things like this. But with Zoltan, it was so obvious that not just that he explored it very deeply, but also, his reputation kind of rises from him. So it's not like, so Zoltan loves stories, he has a lot of stories, but at the same time, there's the execution level is so high, right? Every single thing he touches, I call him like a master pattern recognizer.
Yeah.
The martial arts, the music, he was never taught to play the guitar. So he just understands what patterns work. He just started, like what I started telling you, he started building this property he got, and then he was like, well, maybe I'll get into understanding some things about architecture. Pulls one of the most reputable architects in Vegas back from retirement, brings him into the project, the reason I started telling you the story is because we met the guy when he was already finishing the project. He told us, completely unsolicited, he said, Zoltan is the most talented architect he's ever worked with in his life. And I said, boy, are you an architect? Zoltan goes, no, I just understand what works. So he gave him ideas that he never thought about. So like, he has this one of these minds that just understands what works in terms of functionality and outcome. And this is and this is why when he started talking about the space, usually it's a conversation between two guys like, dude, I went to that space, I did this thing, oh my god, it's crazy, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
But it doesn't usually come from someone like Zoltan, who's like, on the other hand, like has all these responsibilities and serious stuff and all these businesses riding on his shoulders that he has to make serious decisions. And somehow it all works. And Zoltan always, if you hang out with Zoltan like just one-on-one, it always looks like he's just hanging out. Like there's no effort whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I had this moment. I'm just going to share this one small anecdote. I had this moment. We were sitting with Aaron, the director of the film. Again, shout out to Aaron Benton. We were at Zoltan's show. We went to see Five Finger Death Punch, and we're sitting there, and Zoltan is sitting and talking to everybody after the show. Security, other people, like all this stuff happening, right? And Aaron and Zoltan are sitting, and Zoltan is telling him the story. And then later, we spoke to Aaron, and he goes like, dude, how does he have time to talk and sit and talk to us? And I go like, I don't know. But I'm like, do you understand that everything around us right now, the arena, the security, everything that is happening right now, this is a machine that he built. Like the bus is here, everything. Now, obviously, there's other people involved, and they're doing their jobs and everything. But the mind to put everything together, it works like this lubricated machine. That's all Zoltan. So somehow it put it together in a way that now you can just sit and enjoy and not worry about too many things. Like I said, he travels with a posse of all black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a full dojo just so he gets to also train. So he thought of everything.
Yeah, how many black belts do you travel with on your tour?
The last year we had 7.
And you guys just drop a mat out the driveway?
Just someone carrying my mats, and pretty much two video guys, both of them black belts, the bigger black guys, like that.
And you video
sessions. Guys. Sometimes.
But it's just super helpful.
So I can train, basically. But that's the case for the last, 19, 20 years. I always have at least one, and as we progressing more crew we can afford, everybody I would hire people who have a skill set and also martial artists. You can expect more from a person who's a martial artist, because martial arts is structured your mind. You start thinking different, right? Because I started when I was a kid, I was 9 years old, and it develops rewiring in mind, meaning like it develops a personality that otherwise you wouldn't. And that doesn't mean that you have to start when you're really young. You can start right now. It still will do the same thing, right? Because there are these moments where, okay, you have to go on the mat and fight this other guy. So what happens then? Procrastination. Can you push this fight back? No. This is happening right now, right? So you have to accept the inevitable. That this is going to happen right now. You like it or not, comfortable or not. This is going to happen. So you have to accept those things. And if you parallel that to life, right, things happen. You have to deal with that. Then second, nobody can jump in. This is not a group effort. This is gonna be you and the other guys. So now we're not trying to save you. So you have to be responsible for everything that's gonna happen. Right? So there's a teaching in that. And then as a martial artist, you start to, let's say that the fight starts or the match starts. And then, you have to figure this out. Right? Again, in life, difficult things are happening and you have to figure it out. You get caught in uncomfortable situations, and you have to know when to fight your way out or where it happened, fight another way, right? So that's a skill that you have to understand in life, and a skill that my natural reaction is to figure out a way I could problem solve, that both mentally and physically I'm feeling pressure, basically. Right? This is because it's a chess. So it's both mentally and physically intensive. Right? And then as you master it, you start to realize that, wait a minute, I can also use your emotion against me. Right? And so the uncomfortable situation will turn into, advantages.
And it's the same thing in life. That's what crisis management is. Like, look at the crisis, like, wait, I can use this. Like, this is maybe a great PR moment when it looks like a crisis, but I'm going to turn this around. So we start to see that in martial arts, what we do, it develop traits that you can parallel to your career, to your life, because these are the same things. But most importantly, it becomes a reflex. Like when you have some kind of adversity, I don't think about the adversity. I immediately go to the solution. I don't even think about it. So it's that the element is not there. And you're like, oh my God, right? Like, oh my God, what do we do now? It doesn't happen. It's like the situation happens, and I automatically go into solution and ultimately go into how do I use this? Whatever it is that's happening, how do I use it as an advantage? Because again, it becomes ultimate. If you start to live your life that way, it's a game. It's the whole thing is a game. It's a chess game. So life becomes this chess game of basically strategy. And then it becomes fun. Right. And then once you do it for a while, you walk on a map, you're not scared. It doesn't matter how big the other guy is. It's like, okay, he's like 350 pounds, can I beat him? Right? I'm not thinking, oh my God, I might die. No, it's like, can I beat him? Is there a way? How am I going to beat him? Right. See what I mean? And so that becomes your result. And then that, I think that's one of the reasons I became successful is overcoming obstacles. Because it's, and it's that's the thing. You're looking at a situation and you look at it, it's a problem, right? Like, there's a problem. I look at it like, oh, it's an obstacle. It's fun.
Yes. Yesterday when we were sitting and having dinner, you asked Zoltan a question that I kind of chuckled at. You asked, "What do you do in your what do you do? Like, what do you do on the day-to-day?
Every day?
Every day.
Like, what's your routine?"
And that's a really funny question if you actually get to hang out with him for a little bit, because I've seen the switch. So like yesterday, you just experienced like us just talking and exchanging stories and all that stuff. I saw the switch happen with Zoltan when somebody walked in the room and said something to him. One of these, like, in the movie moments where somebody kind of whispers something in his ear, like something happened, and you see like this immediate switch in his face. He just gets up, he gets like, I'll be right back. Walks outside, comes back, and something just happened, right? Something he just solved some kind of a problem, and you never felt that as a guest. Like, you just walked outside, you saw something was going on. Somebody asked something, he had to like give input, serious input. Comes back out, hey, and you just continue the conversation. I'm like, whoa, holy shit. So there's this immediate switch of like, oh, we gotta go into a different mode now. Okay, the warrior would kind of wakes up, and you see it in real time. It's very interesting. It's also why I realized that nothing that he does, at least from my interaction with you so far, is unintentional. So when we just sit and hang out, it's like, yeah, that's my free time. I'm going to talk about whatever is close to my heart and I want to talk about. But he never does the thing that is unintentional. And because of that, when he told me, okay, he recently just decided to come on my podcast, which is not even that huge yet. So there was a very intentional decision. It's like, no, I think this is important to talk about now, because he never spoke about this publicly ever before, because there was no reason for it. It was just, and now he felt like it's important enough. And I took that also as, well, first of all, it's kind of like a check mark of like, okay, we're on the right path here. But also, there's an understanding that something, even if we don't fully understand what it is, none of us, there's something very major that is going on. It needs attention. And that attention needs to be put on it the right way. Not just, I see a lot of people kind of like in a lot of different communities, from the spiritual communities, of the awakening, UAP communities, disclosure, the rising of AGI in the tech world. All of these things seem to be like types of crescendos that are arriving, and we're all in some relationship to them. The mapping of the human mind, Neuralink, all of these things, right? And it seems like, the truth is that none of us actually knows what the real thing is. My discovery. But I don't think it's coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think all of this is almost like the universe goes like, hey, pay attention.
Yeah, there's end of chapter.
Yeah, we're this conversation is going to get very meta, for lack of a better term. We're going to talk about a lot of deep philosophical ideas and
but also practical things.
practical stuff. The DMT. I want to get into the DMT laser stuff. But before we do that, I'm really interested in hearing your origin story and where you come from and how you grew up and how you ended up here.
Origin. So, like you, Adam and Eve, or
Yes, exactly. The snake in the garden.
So basically, I grew up in Hungary. That was at the time it was a communist country. So I grew up in Hungary and set out to be a scientist. The communists had this, this idea of separating people into various castes. Of like, they come to the kindergarten, which, by the way, we walked in the snow when I was, 4 years old, 5 years old. That's completely normal. The snow is taller than me. And the kindergarten is like 3-4 miles away, and your parents just put you out in a cold. So, all right, kid, don't die. Don't worry. Don't get lost, and and then see you later. That's it. That was completely. Anyway, so we have a pretty different upbringing. Like here's a speaker, you go and fight for it. It's Sparta. And so they come to the schools and they pick out the kids and they're like, okay, you good at this, we're gonna put you in a special school. You good at, let's say, athleticism, and then you go to a school that is specifically for sports. And so they pick me out and we're like, okay, you math, science, and we're gonna put you in a special school. So I had like 2 or 3 math classes every day. That was my jam. I was gonna be a particle scientist because I was interested in the moment I could read that, instead of reading books about cowboys and Indians and everybody did that, like deep down in the tectonic systems of the planet and particle science, and that was my jam. And then somewhere around when I was 12 years old, I had because we're sitting here something like contact this story, I had an out-of-body experience. I had an accident, and at the time I didn't understand what happened, but I didn't look at my own body. I hit a truck as a bicycle, and but I had the sensation of whatever I wanted to look at, wherever I wanted to go, it was just there. And I understood like, whoa, something's bizarre, something's weird. And I got up. Eventually, I sit up. I was in a pool of blood with a circle of people around me, and I just grabbed my bicycle and went home. My mother has come this country. That's how it works. Like, kid, I'm bleeding out of my head. I said, don't get it on the carpet. That's it. You can have a sword sticking out of your head, and like, oh, probably you should go to the hospital. But you gotta walk because I'm busy. So that's pretty much how this works. And so I went to the library and I started to search. And at the time, the Google search of the times were like you reading the books and then you have footnotes and you just simply find where what those excerpts coming from. So I dug down the path of eventually find books about life after death, and eventually find Eastern philosophy. So by the time I was like 14, 15, I was knee deep into Kriya Yoga and meditation and all that. And so, and I also had issues with science. So I had a moment where when I was about 15, I started to battle my professors about theoretical math. I disagreed with a lot of things. And there are issues of practical math and theoretical math. So I had a conflict there while I'm researching and experiencing early days of wasn't psychedelic, so to speak, but I'm down on that path. Yoga meditation, it's a science, breathing techniques, various techniques.
Because that seemed to be connected to what you were, the idea that you were searching for with that near-death experience.
I understood very early the question that, wow, we have, maybe scientists like, Higgs and Einstein, and this is important. This is very important. Their work is really important. Science is really important. I was gonna be a scientist, but ultimately, the most important question, all these things, science is subservient to the most important question. The most important question: what the hell is going on? What's going on? Why are we here? Who we are? Why? What is this, right? So if you look at science, why are we looking for science? In one way, we wanna make ourselves comfortable. We invent things and build things to make ourselves less dependent on physical labor, right? That's one reason for science. But the ultimate reason is like the explanation of what the hell is happening. And I felt like yoga and these mental sciences are on the same path. This is, I try to answer the question, a later in life psychedelics. To me, it's the same exact thing, trying to figure out the ultimate question of what the hell is going on. What is this perception? How am I alive? How am I perceiving? Not even how I'm alive, but just the perception itself. And why are we here? So that's the most important question. And so while I was having clashes with certain scientific ideas, I was also battling down this path of yoga and mental sciences and trying to figure this out. And so, and in the same time, I was playing music, which is, I was very interested in music. And again, as somebody who's scientifically oriented, I started to understand, like, wait a minute, music, everything is a vibration. And as a musician, I'm playing with the source code. Basically, I am playing with harmonies, melodies, and with correlation. And if you think about the entire universe, it's basically cymatic patterns, right? And so I understood that at that age, that okay, so as a musician, right, I am playing with the source code, and also with music, I can affect it as a human. Like, just to give a very short example, I can give you a guitar riff, and I put a drum beat too. I'm going to make this drum beat a little bit shuffle, meaning that the snare will not come automatically when it's supposed to. It's going to be a little bit late, barely a little bit, right? It's gonna give you a feeling that, oh man, you're cruising. It's island, right? Yeah. Now I take the same guitar riff, and when I put a drum beat on it, I go 1,000. So it's something time. It's gonna be like, oh man, let's go to the bam bam. It just feels like, let's go. Or I take the same snare and I push it a little bit. Again, it's not really audible. You don't feel. And so now snare comes a little bit dirty. I'm giving you anxiety, physically giving you anxiety, right? Go, right? Imagine if I started just mix those patterns within a song. I give you an anxious verse, and I release it in the chorus.
Is there a moment you can remember that inspired you to start practicing music and learning?
There's the obvious music kind of chose you, right? So I don't really have I was always interested, I wanted to be a guitar player, so couldn't afford it. I got a jigsaw and the parents' coffee table, and I'm like, yeah, this looks good, all right. And I just made myself my first unplayable but very heavy metal guitar, So you have to make, Eastern philosophy and Eastern life is like what we have and how far we can go with that versus a wish list of what I need to accomplish. So I made my first guitar. I wanted to be a guitar player. I wanted to, I was interested, but I don't have a specific moment that ignited like, oh yeah, that's what it is. And
music were you listening to?
so I started with British punk.
Okay.
Because that's the voice of the rebellion in a communist country. And then eventually switched into heavy metal. And it was a purpose. The purpose was really like, it was not, it was not that it wasn't illegal, but it was frowned upon, right? So it was like a little kid. What can you do when you're 12 years old? You're not gonna, steal your grandfather's AK that he hid in the Second World War in the backyard. You're not gonna start a revolution. You need some kind of an outlet. Like, how do I oppose this system? And the heavy metal felt like, well, this is the rebellion. So it was also, loaded, so to speak, for me. It was kind of like a Western culture seeping in, and also, if you think about rock music, was sort of was of the rebellion, even in the West. It was countering social standards that they disagreed with, right? So, so for me, it was both interesting, as in playing with the source code, understanding that with playing with the source code, I can physiologically even affect how you feel. And I've just talked about rhythm. Now there are major and minor scales. Minor scales are sad, major scales are happy, so I can manipulate how you feel. And I thought that was fascinating, right? Then understanding how there's a math involved with music. These are mathematical correlation, and then beyond that, it's also geometrical correlations. I see patterns on the guitar versus learning a scale. I see patterns, right? So I thought that was amazing, and it was a vehicle for rebellion. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. So I was doing that, right? I'm doing visual art,
at the same time. So I went to school for that too. I have a commercial design degree, and then narrowing down the kind of yoga and trying to understand what's happening, and eventually science started to sort of phase out of my life. Like I always gonna have a scientific approach to things, but it kind of was phased out because I felt like science is a loose explanation, a collection of ideas that try to explain what's going on. And there's a difference between experiencing what's going on or trying to explain.
Right.
Because I look at it, there are four kind of people. The reason Don Dennis said that I finally said, like, okay, you know what, I'm going to step out and I'm going to start talking what we talk about, the science of the second space. I've been involved with that for decades. There was no reason to talk about it. Because it's not like I needed attention. And I felt like the world is not ready. They're just not ready to talk about it. But something's changing. There is a end of childhood from a spiritual perspective for this planet. People growing up spiritually, and the full cast of people. Like there are the flower child. The flower child that we joke around, tree huggers, right? the modern day hippies jump into the place and it's a playground. And there's the explorers. The explorers are people who also jump into the psychedelic world, but with a scientific mind, trying to explore that there is something more here, something tangible, something real, because our experiences correlate and we can verify that this happened to me, I saw this happened to you, you saw this too. So then we can verify each other's experiences. So something is real here, right? Then there is the observers, the scientists who watch this thing, but they want to stay outside. They more of they try to measure and figure out without being part of it. Right. And then there are the civilians who have no idea. They just NPCs. They have no clue that this is happening. About NPCs. But there's different functions, right? Yeah. And I feel like that today we arrived to this moment where when there are enough attention on it, and the observer class, the scientists who generally held highly as scientists, are getting taking on notice and getting more and more attention going on. That's why also the laser hunting. That's why these tangible things where something's going on here. And then is it not that our job is to figure out what's going on, or function at it, or exist, figure out what's going on. When there's this space is opening, even though it takes a substance to get there, but it's verifiable real, then we need to explore that. And we're there. And then so now to make the full arch where I came from, growing up in the country and eventually coming here, but
how hard was it to get out of there and get to the US? How old were you?
Took a revolution. I mean, communism had to collapse.
There's a lot of history.
We didn't have passports. We couldn't go to countries that are Western countries. We were completely aware of a Western culture, but we were just not participating. So we were sort of in the pit. Life was the race cars were going, and we were just sitting in a pit watching this. We were not part of it. So while we were completely aware of Western culture and we can be in the system, right? Oh my God, that's pretty cool, and this sucks. Right. So we wanted to get out of there, but there's a minefield, an actual minefield on the border with trigger-happy border patrol. You can't get out and you don't have passports. And if the system was great, then you don't have to lock us in. You would have stayed, obviously. They all wanted to get the hell out of there. And in '89, it started to cave in. It started in Poland, actually. The dock workers started to strike. That was the first crack in the system. Oh, wait a minute, we can strike. And I remember a moment when I was very young, actually. And we were watching TV, and the one TV channel we had, black and white, one TV channel, communist propaganda, does not work on Monday, and snaps at midnight. That was life. And I remember that there's a transportation industry in America was striking. And then, these guys were gleefully like, oh my God, the capitalist system is crumbling, the bourgeois will fall, and, communism will succeed. That was the propaganda on TV. And they were showing how the Americans were out on the street with the signs and everything like that. And well, hold on for a second. So in America, I can go on the streets with a sign and yell that I'm not happy, and nobody's shooting me, and nobody's arresting me, and I don't disappear. That's how that works. I need to get the hell out of here, right? And the bewildering part, but they didn't understand what I was asking, right? Because they were born into that fear-based system. Yes, like they were telling me, like, kid, shut up, we're gonna get arrested, we'll disappear. Hyper-normalization for them. Well, that was completely normal to them. So they were broken souls born into the system. They never knew anything else, right? So they were that experiment with fleas in the jar that can't jump out. I don't know if you know that experience. You put fleas in the jar with a lid on it. They try to jump out and keep hitting the lid, and after that, you take off the lid and they will never jump out. Right. Because they learn that that's the lid. And so it's kind of like the broken souls that couldn't even imagine. When I was telling to people, like, oh, I'm going to America, I'm going to play rock music, I'm going to tour the world, people kind of be crazy. Like, that was ridiculous. Like, what? You're insane. That's not possible. We don't have passports. That's just not a thing, right? So I never had a thought that I'm gonna do it. And, well, obviously, it's proven I did, but but that was basically growing up there in '89-ish when it started to crumble and eventually collapsed. Once we had passports, yeah.
And then you said you spent a lot of time practicing Buddhism with actual monks.
Yes.
So did that happen?
So once I was in America, I came here without speaking a word of English. So I could say, like, that's it.
Is it true the Hungarian language is like not connected to any of the other languages around that area?
Yes. The closest would be Finnish, but we have maybe 30 words, 50 words, I don't know that. Rooted in the same, word, but not really. Like, so we basically nomads, like Attila the Hun, the first wave, and then the second wave was Arpad, that was an Arpad, the leader. Arpad, yeah. So basically it's North China, Mongolia, that area, the nomads were coming to Europe, and so that's what the Huns, Hungarians, and Huns came to the Bulgarians, right? And then, they picked the current territory of Hungary as their home base. So we're not, so the European languages were not connected.
Right.
So there's probably 12, 13 million Hungarians in the world who speak that language. It's a very different language. Logistically, it's absolutely different. Right. It's built, and I didn't speak English. So I had to learn that. Where I was staying in this place where somebody left the book, Sasha and Gudens. And I had a Hungarian English dictionary, and I translated this book word by word.
Wow.
Without any understanding of grammar or anything. So I translated, probably read the book like 30 times because I would have started to do it because it started making sense. And I would watch TV. I had a little black and white TV in the room, and I put on a closed caption. And I could recognize the words and the pronunciation. And once I could understand English, I would live in Barnes and Nobles and Borders and bookstores because they let me just sit there without tea. So it's the cheapest version. I couldn't afford anything else, right? So I would have a tea and I would sit in Barnes and Nobles and just anything I could devour. Because I was suddenly at this library of Eastern philosophy, Mesoamerican philosophy. I read Carlos Castaneda's entire, work 3 times at least, and then all the books that I could never get in Hungary. So that was my just devouring. And I was a seeker, so I would seek out yogis and people that I would hear about that could do things, allegedly, that are superhuman. And then I met people and I saw things that I can verify that, okay, I saw that this happened. This is not, current set of understanding that what can physically happen. Right? So I would go and meditate, and then I found these Sri Lankan monks that I spent a lot of time with. So that was parallel to everything else out of it.
That's fascinating. Yeah, and last night we were talking about the monk who lit himself on fire in that protest. Yes, in Vietnam. And you were saying that was a recruiting call. That was not sort of a protest based on the gasoline exports or anything.
So if you understand, if you understand the way they and it's very very similar to the shamans or the men of knowledge, so to speak.
Can you pull up that photo, Steve?
Of Mesoamerican history, right? When the Spaniards came and what happened there, they have a very similar way they relate to oppression, because the smooth seas what make great sailors sort of idea, right? That spiritual or physical oppression will lead to your most rapid development as a person, right? And so if you know that they understand that concept, right? If you know that understand the concept, then you know that they're not going to get involved in political. The motivation is not political, and if you read the Dharma part or any of the teachings, right? It's always the meaning of those teachings is dynamic. It's almost like you will understand what you're capable of understanding at the moment. And you read that same thing a couple of years from now, and it will mean something else. And that's the brilliance of that, right? And so there's so many of these teachings and these anecdotes that you read it and it might mean one thing, and then later you realize that, oh, that's just a seed, and there's some amazing things. So if you understand how they think and how they operate, then you know that it's that there's a different motivation. So things that what you see on face value is usually not what it is, right? And that particular picture that you're talking about, it's to me that was a light tower moment. What I call a light tower moment is when you look at something and face value, this is a political protest. There's a political protest. This picture was one of the most famous picture in the time. I think it's 1962 when this happened.
You find out, Steve?
Yeah, I think it's 62.
Pull up like the Wikipedia page.
Yeah. And so so this triggered this major event of human rights and so the picture was published everywhere, and it was a very well-known picture because how the world related to us, like the shocking element of that you see this monk, motionless, right, just turning to the absolute most horrible death without flinching. Big one.
1963, June 11th.
Okay, there you go. So 63. So Kennedy was president, right? So
Go back to the
well, 63. So I think Kennedy was president.
In June, he was still president. Yeah.
Right. So this picture, this moment, right? Because of the nature of the picture, because how shocking that is, right? This became sort of and even Wikipedia is probably still to this day going to relate to why this happened as a political event, right? And again, go back to how monks and how these guys actually think and operate. If you intimately understand them, then you know that this is the face value, but there is more to this. And what I meant by a light tower moment, that this was a perfect vehicle for the whole world to see this. Because this picture was everywhere. And some of us, a small percent, but some of us saw this picture. And my question wasn't political. My question was like, hold on for a second. If this monk can sit there, burn to death without a blink of an eye, whatever power this human obtain, I need and obtain. That's incredible, right? So some of us look at it like, oh, I need to investigate this. I need to get into meditation, Buddhism, right? Because I need to understand this is superhuman, yes, right? So it's a light tower moment because I wasn't the only one who thought of this. So a pretty large amount of people saw it as, most of the people saw it as a political issue, yeah, right. But a pretty large amount of people also saw it as I saw it. Like, hold on for a second, how is this possible? There's a miracle. It's happening right there. A miracle is happening right in front of us. If this monk came out and says, check it out, guys, I'm going to light myself on fire, I'm going to perform a miracle, nobody would have believed him. Everybody would question, like, oh, maybe there was some kind of an ointment, or everybody would have questioned that this is real. But because it was sort of presented as a political thing, it just kind of went through the system without being questioned. But those of us who see the world differently, those of us saw superhuman powers. That if this is humanly possible, I need to know how. I need to know how to calm my mind and how to put myself in that position that I can do this. And now, if you think about it, at the time, Buddhism was kind of getting eradicated, and the knowledge that these guys were, the libraries were burnt, and the knowledge that they obtained and put in libraries were being eradicated. So this picture probably recruited more people to Buddhism and to this path. And I don't even like to use the word Buddhism because it's an ism. But more people was recruited for this path than probably anything else they could have done. Right? Because even though there is a small percent of people who saw it as an incredible human feat, right? That's still a huge number because the whole planet was exposed to this picture.
Can't even imagine. Yeah, it really makes you think in real time. It's just
I think there's video of it.
I keep trying to imagine.
It's called the immolation of the immolation. Yeah. And and again, right there, you see something that humanly should not be possible.
No.
Humanly should not. So right there, this picture should trigger you and start you on a path. But I need to know this. This is absolute control. But this is when your mind has full control. And that is the point of meditation. That is the point of the whole path, that you obtain that power when you have this incredible computer in your head, right? Yes, this mind of us, right? And then the train of thought never stops. So this is a constant. There's always moving.
Right, Steve? You play it for us, but don't show it on the actual podcast because it'll get us copy. No, not copyright, but it'll get banned. No, this isn't the same thing, is it? This is different. No, this is it. This is really it. So, this is the same guy.
There were a couple of them. So this wasn't the only movie. It could be a movie, or there were a couple more. So
I thought he did it to himself on the original one.
He did, yeah. He poured that, I mean, his students were there, but
right.
So,
those were his students.
Yeah. All right. Yes.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So, but ultimately, the point of meditation that you have this train of thought completely uncultivated running through, right? And there's this idea of mindfulness. If you at all time you're completely conscious of what your mind is doing. Think about it. You drive home, and I ask you, like, what did you see on the way home? What roads you took? Probably don't you just autopilot all that, right? So that means, like, that's a simple proof of you were like. You're half an hour set to drive. So for half an hour, you were not completely conscious of where your mind was and what it was doing. Or you're saying, like, hey, this idea popped in your mind. Well, it didn't just pop in your mind. Something triggered that idea. You saw something triggered it. And before this idea popped in your mind was doing something else. You're not aware of what it was. So the ultimate way of existence is that you're at all times completely and fully aware of what your mind is doing and thinking, and you're in control of that. Can you be depressed if you're in control? No. Can you have a suicidal thought? No. Can you have crazy thoughts? No. You're in control. And so we are not fully in control with our mind. And so the point of that meditation and what this they want to achieve is that absolute control. Wow. So that picture right there has so many things in there. It's like a fractal. Yeah, there's so many things in there. Like you see a man in absolute control of his body and his mind. Yeah. And it seems superhuman. There's a lot I think. And so some of us saw that as a light. That's why I call it the light hour event. Even when you see this and you go, okay, I need to understand this. I need to learn this. I need to be battling behind that road.
Love pen. And how, so when you started practicing this and learning more about it, you mentioned last night that there's something you can achieve at a certain level you can achieve in the practice of this stuff, and this meditation, where you can basically like tap in to this, for lack of a better term, DMT state automatically, like in the flip of the switch.
Yes, it's a, you know, there's a so that's yoga is a science, and there's a physical elements to call that, you know, the kundalini, which is basically a spinal fluid moves up in your spine, and how it triggers certain things. But so there's an actual physical exercise. But you know, yoga has 7 different bands, and there's Kriya Yoga, there's various forms, but it all goes to the same spot, right? You have a narrator, right? And this narrator is basically explaining to you the words as you're moving around, or you know, it's like, did I close it or actually? That's technically a voice in your head.
Yeah.
Okay. So if the voice in your head is talking to you, that is bound by it's in a prison of the language. That voice will never say anything to you that's not being already spoken, invented, right? Because it is using a language, and you're a prisoner of that language that you speak. Because everything, so this voice will talk to you in that language. That's one issue. The other issue that we have built in automatic filter. An automatic filter is that you have the base operating system is the survival of the individual, then the survival of the species, and so forth. And there is a hierarchy of what's important, right? And so the most important part is you survive. That's the red telephone of like, hey, you're in danger, run, or fine, right? So there are those things, but and everything else, there's like almost like there's an equalizer, what's important, what's not important. So let's say you're sitting on an airport and there's a million people talking, you don't hear anything, just noise. And I was somebody saying the word podcast. You'll hear that because it's important, right? But you didn't hear any of the other words, right? If you bought a new car, you start driving it around, and there's like, man, everybody has a car. Well, the number of those cars didn't change. Right. It just wasn't important. Yeah. So what it means that your mind actually deletes information that is seemingly not important, right? You perceived it, but it deletes it.
Save energy, right?
Correct. And yeah, it's just a lot of data.
Yeah.
It finds it not important. Now, here's a problem. So you have 2 elements. One, the voice that's processing everything is in English for you, right? So you're prisoner of that language and the boundaries of the language. And then there's also a filtration system that you're not even aware of. You don't even know what was deleted. You drove home, and a lot of things happened that you didn't see. Because you saw it. I shouldn't say you didn't see it. You saw it, but you didn't register.
Yeah, it's like I notice sometimes if there's ever like a route you are used to driving, a daily routine that you're driving from here to there, whatever. And then one day you decide to walk the same route. All of a sudden, it's a whole new world. Right? I never saw this building here before. You know what I mean?
Now the question there is that okay, so I have the filtration system that takes out the information that might have been important that I didn't focus. Right? And everything that is described to me, my mind is kind of speaking in English. How do I get out of this? And that is the science of yoga, that is the meditation. Let's get out of the filter. Let's get ahead of the filter.
Yes.
And let's do non-verbal communication versus verbal communication. Right? In a way, I could prove that to you. I could point at certain things in this room. And if I ask you to tell me what I'm pointing at, right, I literally can do that. So go for it. Microphone.
Danny. Cup.
So what's going to happen?
Too much.
I will not outrun you, right?
Yes.
Okay, you still saw what I pointed out, and you knew what it was, but you didn't have time to formulate the word, right? Because that takes a microsecond. You have to reach in to the library, get the word. Your hard drive has a speed, right? But your attention moved faster. So your attention moved faster than your language could possibly move. So is it possible to see and perceive things faster than you can formulate the word? Yes. And you knew what I was showing you. I was showing. You perceived it. You just couldn't say the word, right? So with that, imagine if you meditate and your language, like your mind is speaking to that whole idea to outrun that. you can't engage. You have to kind of like do a Mayweather boxing style, like you just stepping away from punches. It's trying to talk to you, and stepping away becomes a game. So the mind is trying to talk to you, and you're not engaging, and eventually you achieve that silence when it stops talking, right? And then the first step would be spiritual realization, is a self-realization. When you have this moment, when you realize that the witness, you're watching, and you're the witness, and you're watching your mind trying to talk to you. And then I was on this moment of, hold on for a second. If I'm watching my mind, then I'm not the mind, and who am I? And that's a very profound moment of one of the major steps in spiritual, processes, when you realize that, whoa, I can watch my own mind and processes from a different perspective. Then who is the watcher? That right. And so these are the three. So that's one step. Like I was ahead of the language,
Separating yourself from your mind.
yes, and I was other than. And so there are techniques. There are physical techniques. There are mental techniques. The mantras, little songs, or mandalas, very complicated pictures that you look at. There's various techniques and tools that that various people use to achieve this. But you can play piano or do jiu-jitsu, because you're not thinking. Why are you doing jiu-jitsu? You're playing guitar. I'm not thinking like, did I left the stove? My mind is kind of closed. Yeah. So that can be also meditation. That's kind of the base of tantric meditation, tantric Buddhism, where anything can be a meditation as long as your mind shuts off. As long as that. So that's one. Second is that getting ahead of that filter, getting into that mindset you perceive, and you get to decide what's important versus the routine of you drove home. You do remember, right? You don't remember. Right? The filter was that. If I didn't tell you to watch the red cars, you don't know how many there were. But when I told you, watch the red cars, now you're right. So we are in touch. So these are all our practices, and then comes psychedelics.
So how do you, without psychedelics, turn that filter off?
That's basically the process of meditation. The first step of the process is stopping the language first. The language first.
Okay, so that's part of it.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Because once the language is there, right, then your communication is verbal. Now you're inside the box. Now you can. Well, here's the thing. Like about composing music, painting pictures, right? Doing any sculpture. I'm gonna give you a really good example of that, because you can make mistakes. So okay, so if like everything, I see the view that everything is possible, and when I'm talking about everything is possible, is there's a potential. How to make a light bulb work? That potential was the same a billion years ago than it is now. We just didn't have the technology or the people yet. But how it works, say, if time travel exists, that exists right now, we don't know how to do it. That doesn't mean that there's no answer to it. There's a way to do it. If we need, nuclear fusion on a room temperature, if it's possible right now. We just don't know how to do it, but it's possible, right? And it's the same thing with art, sculptures, painting, music, right? All that. So I'm not really inventing anything. I'm just reaching and more like discover. Or I just bring something into this space and manifest it, right? And I would say this exercise of like, if I give you a pencil, I say, okay, draw a straight line, you can execute that. Draw a circle, you can execute that. As perfect as you can. Okay, triangle, square, sine wave, yes, right? Sine wave, everything. Okay, cool. Mona Lisa, draw the Mona Lisa. Everything that needed for that, you executed. All the elements it's made of, you executed, and I can see that you have full control over the pencil. Yeah, right? And so there should not be a problem to draw and paint it, right? And what that is, it's about you getting into this flow state, making that connection with potential, the creating a bridge, right? And holding that vision, like you're not painting the Mona Lisa. It would be the most obvious when you're making a sculpture. When you're making a sculpture, if you made a mistake, that piece of stone is gone. You can't glue that back, right? Okay, so you have to have a full vision of what you're about to do, right? And so that is the process, like getting into those flow states when you can create this bridge. And the reason I'm bringing this example is that's kind of what happens in meditation, right? When I'm getting into this flow state when I have a bridge to the ultimate potential. And I'm just giving you the example of how it happens when I compose music. I have to hear all the instruments in my head to write the song. I have to be able to do that. I have to create that bridge. If I'm making a sculpture, I have to see that sculpture in my head and hold that vision in order to make that. Yeah. So I'm copying what's in my mind. What's in my mind is not mine. Exactly. Right? So I created the bridge. I am making a sculpture. I can't make a mistake because I hit the wrong, I chipped the wrong thing. It's no longer gonna be possible to make this sculpture. And so that's the thing that you're trying to strengthen in meditation. Like, how do I make my connection to this universal soup of consciousness as solid as possible?
Have you ever heard of a book called, I think it's called The War of Art by this guy named Stephen Pressfield?
Art of War, yes.
Art of War, yeah, of course you heard that one. There's another one called The War of Art. He's a guy named Stephen Pressfield. He's a writer. And he talks about the idea of tapping into this muse, which is similar to what your idea is of universal consciousness, where like he every day he basically follows the same protocol, where whether he feels like it or not, he sits down at his desk at the same time every day and forces himself to write for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is. And he says sometimes he doesn't want to fucking do it. It's the last thing he wants to do, but he forces himself to start fucking writing for the first hour. And then eventually, with no distractions, locked in a room with just pen and paper, the muse will start flowing through him and take over, right? And then this creativity, this magic will start flowing through him.
So what he's doing, I could equate that to what that's meditation. That is the process, right? So the difference, I guess, is that we are very specific. When I'm talking about the reason I use, let's say, an idea of a sculpture, because it's so permanent. If I made a mistake, that's a permanent mistake. Not even like drawing, when I can use an eraser. That piece of stone was chipped off of that rock, it's gone. Right. You know? Right. So that demonstrates like how strong your vision has to be. And I can also parallel that to your life, because that's just what I do as an artist. What I do the same thing with my life. So when we talked about like, okay, you do these things, well, that's how it happens. I wanted to raise smart contract. Okay, I'm going to raise smart contract. I wanted to work for the space industry. I have worked for the space industry for years. Right? I wanted to be a musician. Yes, I am a musician. I
You work for the fucking space industry?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Doing what? You can't just gloss over this.
He was the guitar player for this.
People explain to you with COG guitar solos. It's like, look, it started with, not to take a big side road there, but yeah, for a few years I was a consultant for the space industry. I have been in a conversation with Anusha Ansari, was helping with who? Anusha Ansari, she's an Iranian astronaut, basically. Okay. And she was on the space station on the phone while I was doing this. My band is hanging from the chair, is throwing bananas at each other, and I started screaming at them like, guys, shut up. I have 14 minutes to be in this phone call because then it's out of
Oh my.
Everybody looked at me like, what?
Why did they want you to consult space astronauts?
Okay, I designed the spacesuit, mission badge and all that. So I was a designer originally that I was doing, 3D movies, and the short, the story, to compress the story, started with, scientists were, and, engineers were looking for somebody who can make their visions into 3D animations so they can build certain things or get funding for certain things. So that's where it started. Then a friend of mine who was working on a flying car, which eventually became a flying motorcycle, which flew in the Smithsonian Museum, came to me like, hey, can you have me engineer or at least the representation 3D movies of this And I do have understanding in engineering, so I start to build this thing for them. And I'm like, okay, this is not going to work, right? Like, I can see this not going to work. How about move this here, move that there? So did some modification and that made it patentable, right? So I'm one of the inventors on the flying, motorcycle, and we got the patent and it flew and all that. So that was the origin of this, and then eventually kind of sucked into the world because they needed somebody who has the design abilities, right? I could do 3D animation, all that. I can design all kind of stuff, and the understanding of engineering. So I'm not going to do something crazy that's something unfeasible. So that's how I kind of got built in. And then I also did user interface design for various, electronics and whatnot. It just means like if you pick up the phone, if you think about how it works, it's already done. I have to be able to guide you. I have to create a user interface that is obvious. That's the magic. But you should not be thinking about how to use a VC, or it should be obvious, right? To give you an example, the arrows is pretty obvious. Probably ancient times, if you draw an arrow, you kind of know like move that way or move that way. Where let's say a stop sign is learned. Yes, a stop sign is, but the color red is ancient because you will recognize color red warning, right? So that's sort of it's in our genetic history now. But the stop sign itself, the shape of it, is learned. So there's a science of what is learned and what is, for example, something in between. If you look at a poster, if somebody is looking to this way, or that way in the poster, right? If you're looking at this way, right, then it feels like looking into the future because of the motion of the clock. If you look the other way in the poster, to the past, and these subliminal stuff that that's just there, and some of them is learned, some of them is inherited almost genetically, like how the birds know which snake is poisonous. They have one child. They can get it wrong once, right? So if that was the case, all birds would be dead by chance, right? So somehow the birds know which snake not to mess with, right? Right. So there's a genetic history. So a good user interface designer knows this. That what are the things that are naturally, almost a genetic history, and what are the things that are society taught you, right? And how much of that you get. So anyway, so I was involved in that.
So you helped design the spaceship, the space suit.
Yeah, well, it's just a design. That's like it's also almost fashion. It's not like
not like the functional.
Not functional. But but I was involved with a lot of stuff that but I'm not a airframe engineer. I'm good with them, but I'm not. So anyway, but I was a consultant for them for various things.
Wow. I think I just realized something. Right? So in terms of meditation, the way I see it is you basically learn how to quiet your immediate field to get access to the bigger field where there's more information. Yes. And most people are just like in the immediate instance, constantly splashing upon of their immediate field. They're like all the time, like the stuff that's right in front of them. Right in front of them. So then that's the immediate language you interact with, the words you say. That's why everybody sounds so repetitive all the time. And because you're constantly excited, that's where you believe the boundaries are. That's my mind. Right? But if you learn different forms of meditation, what you learn is to every time it tries to get excited, it's like asking you, like, hey, excite me again. And usually you just tap, right? But then you learn to not tap. You just wait. And then eventually it quiets enough and you start seeing the further parts of the mind where there's like more interconnected information. And it's actually easier to acquire some form of genius and a lot of different things because you all of a sudden see, oh, I didn't realize that's like connected. Oh, then you start like connecting all these things. And essentially the ultimate path, the Buddhist path, is to stay not excited forever. Basically, till the moment that the full dissolution of the form just happens. But the degree to which you can do that, that's the degree to which how far you can see into the mind space, so to speak.
Well, you create or recreate. Meaning, what do you mean by that? Meaning that, like you're on a human plane. We have a language, we use all the same words, same phrases, and I'm looking around. And I take things and I combine them and I recreate, regurgitate, recycle things versus if I can get beyond that, if I can shut down my language center, if I shut down the chatter, right? And then I also manage to even the field filter system of filtration, which basically what we travel in space is what some of these psychedelics do is just jump over, like a short, boom, you just right there.
It just shoots you through the
Yeah. So technically a little bit of a cheat, but we jump over it. But you end up in the same space where okay, I'm not bound by the language, and I'm not bound by by the filter system. So I all of a sudden have access to things that still you didn't create it because you're just being over the potential. You're just being over what can be, but you're outside of this regurgitated sort of recycled human space. You're not reusing existing stuff. You have a space now to bring things over and have original thoughts. I'm doing it in an air quote because it's just my personal belief that you're just an antenna, right? And
But let's say you bring it for the first time.
but yeah,
That's the innovation.
manifesting, meaning like we're living in this three-dimensional universe that we accepted as a agreed upon reality, and by having these meat puppets, these exoskeletons of meat puppets, I guess I can call it, that can interact with this perceived physical world, I can create things. That sculpture exists because it was somebody's idea, and then that was a non-tangible, just an idea. It's energy, sure, but it was non-tangible, right? So that was an idea. We could argue about it, like what an idea is.
Well, yeah, that's a good
What is
question.
a thought? What is an idea? It's energy, but it's a conscious energy. So that was first, and then somebody through the exoskeleton that we can control, the new puppet, will physically capable of bringing that into this world. The same way that I need this body and an instrument to create a guitar, piece of music, right? But the idea, the melodies, and all those things, the idea itself, we could argue about what God is. At this point, like my personal belief that is the number of beings in the universe is one. There's one field of consciousness, and we have a capacity to capture some of it.
Yeah, can you explain? I thought it was fascinating how you explained last night. You had the cup, and you were explaining there's a lid on the cup, and through these practices, whether it be meditation or whether it be smoking DMT, you can basically lift up the lid a little bit and access that stream of consciousness or poke your head up above the water.
Right.
And you explained, I guess you had one experience with like 5-MeO-DMT where the lid just flew away.
Right. So yeah, basically it's you think about a jar, has a top, and we can. So you're compartmentalized. You contain and you have access to a certain amount of processing power.
Yes.
Right. So your processing power, meaning there's a general field of consciousness. You can call it a phenomenon, you can call it God, you can call it whatever, but it's just one giant consciousness, and that's all that is. Right. And then we, as these beings, have a certain capacity to capture a certain amount of that. So we have capacity to contain or use or channel a certain amount of this energy or this conscious energy. And so basically that was the idea, like you are the container, we have these physical bodies or this perceived, right? And and I put my hand on the cup and look at that's all you got. And then certain meditation techniques or psychedelics start to create some cracks in the cup. So now all of a sudden you are connected to this with the consciousness. And if I was to take my hand off your cup, then you are connected. So somehow you almost like you delete the membrane.
Can you fill the cup up more and retain some of that and save some of it?
You could grow your capacity. So you grow your capacity of how much of that you can access and channel or contain.
Kind of like building a muscle.
You're growing the cup. Yeah. So you have and again, we're talking about something that we are using a language that these words and these concepts were not really used or often used. Right? So basically we're forcing ourselves to describe certain things that there are not really words and concepts for.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're using a very rudimentary tool when we talk about these things. That's why it's amazing that when we go into the space and we can talk about things, we both describe using language. We describe certain things that we saw or happened or experienced, right? And that's the amazing part that we giving you an 8-bit version of a 256-bit experience, kind of, right? So it's like it's a crypto punk of what actually happened, right? So that's generally the issue, that when I'm talking about these things, that I'm using words and concepts that I'm kind of forcing.
They don't do it justice.
Yeah, they don't. But for the lack of a better explanation, or I could say that the point is to crack that little, take that little off. And the worst part of actually coming back from that space is understanding, like, I'm getting dumber about
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Right. Like, I feel it, like, man, I understand everything. I'm right here. And then you have to come back. And then you're getting dumber by the second. Right. Because I'm losing that connection or using the access.
Well, I've never met anybody dumb who's done a lot of DMT.
Right.
Everybody I've ever talked to who does a lot of DMT, they're super fucking smart.
Right. Well, it's like you guys, relative. I'm dumb compared to what, and it's one of those things.
But I think in general, with all contemplative practices, from meditation to psychedelics, any seeking beyond the immediate space that we're familiar with, the best part of it is the practice. Like, the main difference between the Eastern way of doing things and the Western way of doing things is that in the Eastern way of doing things, the emphasis is fully on the practice and the experience of it versus the theory and the stuff that you believe about it, right? The dogma, whatever it is.
Sure.
You might believe all the stuff about Jesus, but be nothing like Jesus.
Yes.
And you might believe nothing about Jesus, but be exactly like Jesus.
Yeah.
Just by understanding certain things about life, about experience, and the point of, in Vipassana, for example, the main point is to keep your lid open as long as you possibly can, and you don't resist and you don't push. And then what you watch happening is that all these little wiggles that trying to convince you that something is important right now, eventually, when enough time passes and that thing expresses itself fully, you realize it wasn't. And then there's only so many times this can happen to you before you realize,
Wait,
so
the little wiggles?
yeah, so the little wiggles, what I mean is that all these little things, all the little convictions you have of, like, what you quote unquote must do right now, right? You sit there, we can make it specific, you sit there, you just basically, you scan your body in a particular way. You try and do that, and thoughts constantly interrupt, right? Like, oh, I gotta itch this place. So that's a simple one, right? Like, everybody's familiar with that. Okay, well, what happens if you don't itch? So the conviction, in the immediate moment, the mind goes like, oh, the world's like, I gotta itch. Like, that's not a what if. Like, no, we gotta itch right now. Okay, and then you practice like, okay, well, then let's stay 5 more seconds, and then you wait, and then eventually that itch goes away, like it never existed. And that feeling of complete conviction that you have to itch goes away with it. So this sounds like, oh, that's just like an itch. Well, everything is like this. The thought of like, oh, whoa, I gotta call this person right now, because I don't know, like, they're gonna get upset, or like all these stories you have, right? Okay. Listen, if it's important and they need to get in your house to fix something, okay, I get it, but you don't need to panic about it. But usually, most things are not as important as we believe they are.
Yeah.
And the point is that the stress that is created in our bodies because we are convinced that we have to do X or Y are actually a much bigger problem than any X or Y. So basically what you practice is, how do you let things go, literally? Not in terms of how do you not push, not pull. If something is pleasant, how do you not get attached to it? Like, oh, I want more of that. Or if something unpleasant happens, how do you not immediately recoil and try and push it away? Versus like, hey, you can fix it if it's uncomfortable, but you don't need to like freak out about it. It's like, okay, how do I just stay with it for a second? That's really the main practice. Now from that simple practice, you start understanding that really it's the concentric circles, the fractal of life. Everything is like this. So when you try and get to like a solution to something complicated, under pressure, you can be more or less successful in it, but you will for sure be more successful in it more of the time if you can have a more quiet mind, a mind that is not constantly trying to compete with a million ideas of what's important, what's not important. If you know how to quiet that on, the right ideas find you immediately. It's almost like as obvious as I just got to pick up this cup, versus all these competition that happens in your mind. So I think that ultimately, when you're looking at all the practices, meditative practices, and the psychedelics, the lid part is just the realization that your immediate space is not everything. And most of the time, you don't have to make as much effort to achieve things as you think you do. It's more of just going to neurosis. I don't know how to pronounce that word. How do you say that word? What was it? Neurosis? Neurosis. There you go. Yeah, neurosis.
The Hungarian guy.
Yeah, that's the Hungarian guy.
Yeah, neurosis. So your neurosis is basically the thing that really convinces you that something is wrong, when in reality, you could have just relaxed and not say anything. So this is actually a perfect example right now, right?
So it's making you like basically. This is basically you're comparing something like myopia of the mind to perfect example forest.
Yeah, I just want to say this was super interesting for me. I'm watching you guys talk, and every single thing you guys are saying is so fascinating to me. And I'm like, oh yeah, I want to say this thing about it, right? And then I was like, okay, but then you just wait a second, and then it was expressed. I was like, oh, perfect. But imagine how much this happens in life, right? Where you just like kind of like, oh, I gotta do this. It's like, well, what was your goal? Your goal was that idea would be expressed. Well, it was just expressed. So don't worry about it. Right. Yeah, just relax. But that is very difficult to do because we always want the self-expression, and we want to in some way to existence is already implying you there. And if you can be comfortable with not being implied, the degree to which you can be comfortable with not being implied is the exact degree to which you're free. Because if you're okay to completely dissolve into the background, that's essentially the nirvana. It doesn't matter. You just kind of float there. Now, I mean, given that's a very difficult thing to achieve, because but that's really that is the ultimate seed of the ultimate path, where there's really, you can enjoy whatever happens, and you can go through very difficult times when they do happen, but the extra suffering on top of it, with all the inner struggle of the mind, doesn't actually have to be there, and you can just let it go.
It seems so counterintuitive to the way civilization is going, right? Because like everything we do, like everyone is just in such a rush to get shit done, And it's like that's what makes technology advance. That's what makes things more convenient. That's what makes more money. And like that's what's pushed our society so far, like to where it is now, to where we really have self-driving cars, headsets where you can fuck other people across the world on all this crazy shit.
But that's a great example. Like in a company, there's never, even when they say, they have an upward-driven trend, right? But when, like, a company cannot stand the idea that there's a downwards trend of some sort. Like, there's a flux in everything, right? So if over 20 years the company always makes money, but some years it goes a little down, the year that it goes a little down, everybody are losing their minds.
Yeah.
Why? You know what I mean? Like, it's just part of a natural flow. Like, if the company is constantly losing money, it's just not working, okay, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But if you can have, like you said, the myopic nature of it is a perfect way of describing it. It's if you can just relax around the downwards trends, which is literally in everything. You can't escape it in stock market, in natural processes, in your life, in everything.
Sell.
Good.
Buy.
Yeah, and again, it's okay.
The line.
Exactly. No, and this is why I keep saying, I love to cut, but it's absolutely true that if we have everything, and yet we still can't enjoy it, what's the point of having everything? Yeah, it's finding that balance, basically.
So I think that's what we were talking about is the end of childhood, for the end of spiritual childhood for this planet is coming. That's why these conversations, especially exploring these spaces, we're going to talk about psychedelics at the end, is coming because what you guys right now talking about is this chaos. What's happening on this planet? This chaos comes from a very simple place. Again, none of us know what the hell is going on. What is our purpose? Why are we here? What is it we're supposed to do?
Yes.
And in that chaos of not knowing what we're supposed to do is where all this happens. Let's build this, let's build that. Like there are obvious things that we, as humans, we try to get away as far possible, let's say physical labor and difficulties. So we build machines and we build help that alleviate that necessity. Now, eventually, we're going there when human labor will be completely eliminated, right? Or most of it will be eliminated. AI and technology and robots will do most of those things, and when that happens, that will be a massive change how this planet behaves. Because once human labor is unnecessary, that will crush completely the financial systems. Because if you don't work, how do you afford the things that people produce? And so that will completely change how money and finances and everything works and how society works. Also, it will give you the freedom that now you can do really whatever the hell you want to do because your physical labor is not necessary. Also, the exploitation of that will has to end because we don't need you to, see them and harvest those, I don't know, rice crops or whatever the hell, or you don't need to go and mine because robots are doing that, right? So that is coming. That is definitely coming. And but there's the spiritual side of that we're going back to the times where the great philosophers from ancient times when they had the time to sit around and think about what the hell is going on, right?
Yeah.
And so I think our society or species, I should say, is going back to that point where we will what we're doing and core is what we're talking about, what our connection is like me and many and a bunch of people who are in this space talking about is like, okay, there are answers in that space, and humanity, the entire species needs to figure this out. Because again, there's science. Is science important? Yeah, but what science is basically looking for answers for the same question. Why are we here? What's the Or if you just think about if science is looking for explanations, well, thanks, we'll explain how it works, but that doesn't give you the answer why am I here still, right? So if you can scientifically explain how I exist, or scientifically explain the processes in my biology and all that stuff, cute, awesome, yay, right? But still did not answer the ultimate question. What the hell is going on? Why are we here? Why is this happening?
The way that science is done now, I feel like it basically decided that there's one modality to understand the world.
Yes.
So the original question was always, what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And then people went about it in different ways, through religion, philosophy, like science came along, and it was another way of coming at what's going on.
Yeah.
But it produced a certain amount of tangible goods through that method that kind of verified it on a different level, because it made something that everybody can see regardless of their inner seeking. So like they're just like, oh, it made a camera, it made this and made that.
Yeah.
And it is a very, very strong tool. But I think what the confusion became then is that is the ultimate modality, where of course it is. So like I always say that
Science?
Yeah, well, capital S science for me, in the grand scheme of things, has to be just the enterprise of human understanding. That's it. Which should include all the inner science, which is like what it's like to be you, what it's like to be a society. It has to do with everything that is contained within what we call existence, including experience and everything else. So contemplative science is part of science, capital S science. And it's only when we can start understanding that it's one project and bringing it together. So like the technical stuff, but also the hard problem of consciousness. Like, what is actually the connection between consciousness and all the technical stuff and how it works? And what Zoltan was alluding to is that we just started the Code of Reality Inc. So I guess it's just in its infancy, and I asked Zoltan to be on the board of directors just to kind of help guide the process. He's a lot of experience both in building things, understanding what works. And our ultimate goal is to basically bring as many smart people from all the possible domains together to work on this problem without feeling the pressure of either being ridiculed or like we want to create a coherent picture of what it's like to have what we call capitalist science. So like the enterprise of human understanding. Well, not institutionalized, more like how do you create a container for people to come together? There's already by the way, this is not necessarily that. So there's there are scientific endeavors that are doing it in that way or starting to do it in that way. The Santa Fe Institute, they're doing that. That's a known thing. They bring interdisciplinary minds onto a project. So, like, if they have a problem in engineering, they would still bring philosophers or even musicians to think about the problem together, because there's certain understandings from other domains that are much more holistic if you approach it that way. Now, and those are very important things. And we want to create something that will put even a bigger emphasis on the fact that, hey, you bring a neuroscientist, a physicist, a really experienced psychonaut, work together to understand. Because I keep hearing these, people think that somehow domains shouldn't be talking to each other. They'll say, why are you talking about your experience with DMT from the perspective of physics? I'm like, what do you mean? What? Why wouldn't I? It's part of whatever's going on, right? But that's something that has to do with the mind. It's like, wait a second. Is whatever the mind not somehow related to everything else that is physical? And this is super smart people. They keep there's this confusion that somehow there's this separation because of the domains that we've created in our minds. No, that's biology. It has nothing to do with physics. What are you talking about? Of course it has to do with physics. We just don't understand that connection. So we want to create a container for people to express themselves in that environment in a way that will build towards a common goal versus just having a patchy kind of interaction online that sometimes maybe somebody will stumble upon some information somebody else did in a different domain. We want to bring it together.
And it's also by nature, this thing, you can't really study this thing with the scientific method. And
which one specifically?
The DMT experience with the laser.
Gallimore's doing that.
Define science, right?
Right. So reductive science, the reductive method of solving or figuring out what the fuck is going on here, right?
I don't agree. I think it's just broader. So I think it's just how wide the ontology includes. So right now,
if you can't actually put it in a fucking on a scale and weigh it.
You might,
right? But you're talking about science when we look at science from the observation point of I measure and I verify processes and see if it's repeatable, right?
Yes.
But here's the thing: is it repeatable? Yes, because we are going regardless of the method, regardless of what way, and it is a chemical process. So this is scientific. Something happens that a molecule gets introduced to your mind, and out of a sudden switch something on, that I can access spaces that otherwise are accessible to me. And when another person, and many of us, doing the same thing, and then we can talk about verifiably the same thing, that you see the same things in that place, right? Even even as a scientist, you guys all hallucinate. It is pretty strange if you're hallucinating the same things. So it needs to be explored, right? So, what the science look at things like, is science if it's repeatable and verifiable? Well, you can talk about a lot of psychonauts and they're going to draw you the same, let's say, beings that they saw, the same places that they saw, right? So it's verifiably we have similar experiences. So that means we absolutely, as a species, we need to explore this, right? Besides, your body generates the empty, right? So your lungs and your mind is manufacturing this to begin with, right? So, so needs to be. Now, if I just go from the individual perspective and say, okay, I'm in a space and I am seeing structures, incredible structures, like incredible complicated cathedral-like structures, right? Where the Notre Dame is child's story compared to what I'm saying. Okay. Then, let's say I'm hallucinating. All right, let's go with that line. If I am, then clearly my mind is capable of creating such complicated structures that was before unknown to me. If my mind can imagine incredible things on its own, that means I need to step out of the way and let this mind roll and create and bring these things here.
Yeah.
Or I am going to something that exists, something that is tangible. And this is when the scientists drop off. Like, oh, but if I can go back to the same places, which I can, I've been mapping this for over a decade, and going to the same places, have familiar places, and then we have conversations with people who also go into this space. Now, that's what I mean. Like childhood ends. This conversation is now out in the open. I haven't been talking about this, but I am, because now a lot of people start to understand, so we have common references. If 15 years ago I told you or told anyone this, they would look at me like you're crazy. We have to have a common reference. Enough people being in this space when we have common references. There's a common library. Even words that we use. People talk about the machine house. Yeah, and everybody knows what you're talking about. Whoever been in that place.
Different parents, right?
Right. But the thing is, like, when you have many different people saying the same thing, then it's like, okay, there's something to this, obviously, right? So if that's the case, then these places we're going to are more likely to exist than not. And what would fulfill the scientific, question? But if we can talk about the same place completely independently, describe it to each other, many of us, and it aligns, it's parallels, then absolutely we need to explore this. So I think it's an absolute necessity. That's why I said there's forecasts. There are the flower childs that jump into the space and like, ooh, colors and explosions, awesome. There's that. Then the scientific minds, the explorers, like us who go into this place and looking what's happening. We're going in there with a purpose and a question and explore. And then there's the scientists who would like to measure things and looking from the outside. And there are research on this, right? But they're not researching it with using the molecule. So you cannot have the experience. So that's that's a difficult. That's the barrier there. And there are the other men.
To be fair, DMPX is doing that, but I would say they are one facet of a much larger attempt at this, and it shouldn't be limited to the way they're doing it. And I think the main difference to what you said about that, I guess you can't quantify it. That's because you didn't have a wide enough of a sample of it. So it was repeatable, but not repeatable enough, right? Now it's repeatable enough because you have more people doing it more often, and they can actually. So you had Dennis on, right? Yeah. Legendary Dennis McKenna.
Yeah.
Wait, wonderful book. That he wrote.
Oh, the Brotherhood from the Spring Abyss.
Incredible book. And here's the thing: what happened to him was particularly interesting to me because he was the one experiencing this incredible opening of whatever happened to him in La Chorrera. And it is also the thing that made him recoil and go a different route into science. And then somehow through science, he acquired this separation factor that I feel that when you train in proper science, it happens because you basically are trained to be less and less fooled by your own inadequacies and thoughts and all that stuff. But it's almost like you're now being convinced that there is no place to your convictions and all the stuff that you're experiencing. And the truth is that everything we do is just conviction in your aggregate. Everything we do, like I always say, especially in neuroscience, is some consensus between what we can see that the brain is doing at the time that somebody's reporting something. Yeah. And then we just collect that data over many individuals. But that's the cash value is somebody reporting something to you, right? So if you have enough of a sample, and this is where things like the code actually come into play, because they're repeatable enough for you to potentially try and actually probe in a way that you would anything else in science. It's not like when you go and see the beings, like, well, describe to me the being. Well, it was a big spider. Wait, was it purple? No, it was black. Interesting. Okay, but you saw a purple one? Yeah. I wonder how many years it would take us to reach any kind of consensus this way, especially because we know that the worst kind of data point on the planet is hearsay by a witness, right? So it's like, okay, you have to be able to report directly from the brain, right? But if you have something as concrete as the code, you can potentially do like perturbations to it, see if actually something changes. Now, it might pan out to a different degree and not pan out to other degrees, but that gives you the freedom to actually exploit it in that way. Now, to be fair, again, specifically with the code, people like Gallimore, in a very good faith way, from a scientific standpoint, say, well, I do think that with all my expertise, I'm saying that, yes, there are hallucinations that should be able to be mapped on this perfectly as you describe it. Fair enough. Let's explore that proposition. There must be ways. The question should never be like, can you explain it away with science? It should be, okay, is there a counterpoint to what I'm saying? Yes, great. Let's explore how we can discern then whether it is what A or B. We should come up with experiments to make the discernment versus saying, can science explain it in the way that we perceive it currently? Sure, but we should explore how it explains it. And maybe what we should question is certain assumptions that science makes about the world. Because I think at this point it's pretty clear that at least physicalism, as it's perceived in the most naive way of it, which is like there's just physical matter and it just authorizes physical matter, I think that's pretty clearly out.
So I think it was really interesting what Gallimore said on that video. He was explaining, and which you explained in the podcast, was this term called objecthood.
Yeah.
So it's like this idea of, correct me if I'm fucking this up, but like I see this can, right? And I know it's a can because I've seen this a million times before, right? And I know it's on the table because I've seen this table a million times before, blah, 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 blah. But if it's the first time I'm seeing this can, I'm going to be like, whoa. Like, it's going to, like, freak. I'm not going to know what to think of it because I don't have any sort of frame of reference for this can, right? To know that it's real and it's sitting here on this table.
Just a small correction I think matters. It wouldn't be the can. It would be a can that is of a completely different gestalt. So you have what's called gestalt. So they're basically frames, right? So you have, this is the way we perceive the world at the moment. You can think of this level of quality for each and every one of us as a gestalt. So it's like, okay, that it has a quality to it that I recognize, that I never think about because it's the water I swim in.
Right.
But this can is part of that gestalt. It's like, I know. So if another can appears with a different writing on it, you're not going to freak out. You're like, oh, why does it say,
Right.
these letters?
Right.
Well, what happens in DMT, which is why it's so interesting to so many people, that there's no argument about that. The reason it's so unique is because it's a completely different gestalt. Like, it's a completely different thing that you've never experienced before if you've never done it before.
Right.
That would be equivalent to that can you just described. But even in that space, and this is where it gets kind of dicey, because on the one hand, Gallimore's point is, the reason that DMT is so interesting from a neuroscientific perspective is that it seems to be extremely coherent, and we know the brain is not just receiving like a camera, but it basically does a lot of guesswork according to what everybody knows to happen. So it's projecting from the inside. So if something immediately comes to you that you've never seen before, of a completely different flavor, and it's super coherent, well, that's difficult to explain in neurological terms because the brain is not just, again, receiving like a camera. It should have some form of inner representation of it. With the case of the code, and this is why it's very unsatisfying because you kind of have to see it to really understand that one. When you project the laser on the surface, the reason that it's very difficult to postulate that it's somehow the result of the light hitting that particular surface in a particular way combined with a really psychedelic substance, because whatever you see is not even on the surface. It's almost like you're now seeing a subspace that is hovering within our space, and it goes infinitely into the z-axis with extreme coherence, and it doesn't kind of dissipate as you would expect a random pattern to be. It's a completely coherent framework. It's its own gestalt, and it's completely coherent on its own.
And your eyes are open, which is not so. Correct me if I'm wrong, I've only done DMT.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you see stuff, is it typically in 3D space when your eyes are open? Or is most of the stuff you see with your eyes closed?
You mean in DMT in general?
Yeah.
It depends what you do.
Like anything.
Yeah.
Like, remember when you saw this console?
Yes, it's a choice.
You can choose.
So some of it would be, this is why it's dicey, because some of it would be mapped on as a result of the extreme condition your brain is under. And in that way, your brain might be transforming some things you already see and transforming it into something else. But the claim that we're making is there's other things that are not the result of that. They actually exist and you become aware of them. So now the question is, how do you discern? How do you make that discernment?
Yeah.
Which is where the conversation around the word objecthood comes in.
Yeah.
Gallimore's correction, to be super fair to what I said on your latest podcast, was that Anil Seth is using the word objecthood not to describe some objective component of what real objects would have. Now, it's not actually what I was saying, but I understand his correction because maybe it came across as if I was saying that. So I'm not saying that object with that quality that Daniel said is talking about is somehow an objective component, and this is how we can discern what's real and what's not real.
Right.
But it is a good enough of a parameter to use to triangulate what might be more that thing that just exists and we become aware of versus the thing that is like a hallucination, where it's just something your brain saw that is now incorporating into a larger cognitive structure that it's making it by itself. Because for all intents and purposes, the one point that is constantly being missed, what is physical matter? Because in the end of the day, even if it's all mind, even if it's idealism and mind is the most fundamental thing, whatever you picture about the world, something is regular enough that you can't walk through the wall.
Right.
And I actually asked this when I was out with Galmo, we were like meeting face to face, and I asked him like, but what is in the context of everything you know, right? How would you define what's out there? Like, what is this physical thing? And he goes like, the multi-billion-dollar question. Like, that is the question, because even if you do believe that everything is spiritual stuff, ultimately, something is happening that prevents you from going through the wall.
Yeah.
And that part, there's a rule set. And that part is constantly being overlooked by modern neuroscientists, it seems, that they're saying, no, but it's all, it's all mind. Like, sure, but we have to talk about what is it that gives it this quality of being physical, because there's clearly a difference between that and what I'm, like, there's a reason why it's so difficult to manipulate the physical stuff, and it's so much easier to manipulate the mind stuff, right? There's a lack of malleability there that needs to be talked about. This is why physics has to enter the picture, and you have to combine our understanding of physics, because there are abstractions. Nobody has ever seen an atom and all of that jazz. Sure, that's true. However, these abstractions help us to understand certain functionalities that we can make predictions on, and it checks out. So, like, the reason we can build complicated things is because we understand something about these processes. So how do these processes then connect to what we call consciousness? Not just from a philosophical perspective, because where DMT is exactly this margin. It is the event horizon between the physical and the non-physical, because it is so profoundly real and at the same time not physical. So it kind of, like the event horizon is like, that's where quantum physics and classical physics meet, because it's such an extreme condition. Extreme conditions allow us to investigate the deeper parts of nature. DMT is an extreme condition that allows us to probe into that question. What is the connection between the physical and the non-physical?
Look at your dreams. You can have a dream where your eyes are closed, but you're dreaming of the beach. There's light on the beach, right? Your eyes are closed, but you experience it in your dream. Full color, the smell, the feel that you can have even lucid dream that you wake up from and not even sure of the moment that you wake up. Was that real? Oh my God, you still almost physically felt the dream. What happened there? How real is that? And what's the difference between right now and the dream? Right? And so there's this idea that, not proven yet, but the idea is that the DMT is the reason that that's the fuel for the dreams, right? That's the fuel for the dreams. And so we talk about the event horizon, right? And you look at the dreams and how real is that and how real is this, right? The only difference is
You are an
when we
unfit
talk
mother.
about the
Your children will be placed
it's
in
the
the
same.
custody
The
of
only
Carl
difference is
Jr.
that
Carl Jr. Fuck you. I'm eating.
this reality that we perceive, if I
Fireworks going
stop and
on.
I wake up tomorrow,
I
it
am.
will be still there.
Getting close to our 4th of
So what
July.
we did, tomorrow I come back and it will be there. So there is some kind of permanence of this. When we
And the code has that, right? That's what I meant by the code has
The
out.
other action
It's
isn't
clear
any
to use
action at all.
just by observing it.
We're all standing around watching.
So now it's very difficult to keep
I
linguistic
said this shit's not over.
So to give you the, people now email me all the time, obviously, with a billion theories, right? And there are as many theories as there are people, right? That's the easy part. You can come up with all kinds of theories. What I'm personally interested in is what is it that we can postulate about the world along the lines of what we're talking about here, with the connection between consciousness and physicality, that is actionable, repeatable, testable. Most of it will not pan out, just like in everything else in science. But my point is, it should squarely fall within the purview of what mainstream science is, and it should stop being this margin thing that we're doing, because it is the central substance of what, in fact, is going on. We have to be able to say something concretely about what it is, instead of keep relying on very vague general statements like, well, the brain is a very powerful machine. Like, okay, well, you said nothing. It's like, sure, you just said I have a magic wand that can do anything, that didn't explain nothing. So, like, what is it that magic wand is doing specifically to make A or B or C happen, and how it relates to what we can actually grow? One of the, I'm in the habit of talking about some of my ideas, but only to illustrate that there are concrete ways along which we're thinking about this. They might not pan out, but here are propositions. What I'm trying to do is to encourage more smart people to think about this in these terms, in serious terms. I think the holographic principle is exactly correct. And there is a way to map. So the holographic principle is a principle in physics. I think we talked about it a little bit last time. But essentially, I want to see if we can map onto what is happening with the laser and us and the universe in terms of a hologram. What is each component in the setup of a hologram that maps onto what our real world is? Because the holographic principle is one of the most promising frames in physics at the moment. So I think it's exactly correct, which is that we are a holographic projection from a two-dimensional filament. I think we're a three-dimensional projection from a four-dimensional projection from a three-dimensional filament, but that will take us far afield. But I think that in a hologram, you have the source light coming in. It's being split by a beam splitter. Each beam goes its separate ways. This one goes to a set of two mirrors or one mirror. This one goes to a set of two mirrors or one mirror. And then this one goes to an object. It's a screen. Okay? That screen records the information that the beam hit after it already passed the object. So if the first beam comes from here, hits the mic. From the mic, it goes to a screen. The screen records the information, just like in a photo. Okay. Now, the difference between a photo and a hologram is that the second beam that was split from the original beam comes to the set of mirrors from the side now, and it meets this first beam here right before it hits the surface. So it's stereoscopic. Essentially, it measures not just the amplitude, but also the phase shift. And that gives you this ability to basically measure more information about from all directions of the whatever it hit, the mic in this case, instead of just hitting the two-dimensional imprint of the mic. Okay? So what I think, here's one proposition of how to think about this problem, and we'll see if it checks out. I think that we, our consciousness, whatever it is the reference. This is called the reference light. So I think we are the reference light. Literally, our consciousness is a form of light. It's the reference light that hits the source light. It came from here. And where they meet, the source light and the reference light. Where's the source light going? Good question. So that might be the source, God, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if you want to use this as terms, I don't know what the source is. I have no idea. Whatever started it all. Okay, but where they meet at the sheet, which in our case I would say bulk, which is space-time. Okay, the sheet that registers everything is the substrate of whatever physical matter is, whatever the space-time is. Okay. So when the reference light and the source light meet, that instance, together with the bulk, they create the triangle that creates conscious moment. It's the information being registered in real time. And I call it the distance of consciousness. Like it's that, like instances of actual consciousness. Now, this sounds super theoretical, esoteric. Cool. I think there's a way to map this in a way that is testable, because we can say, okay, if this is the reference light and this is the source, if we are the reference light, certain things would be true and other things would not be true. Like, what are they? For example, there would be a related angle to perception, specifically with light, so diffraction, for example, that would yield a certain kind of observation the second we get to the details of it, and wouldn't yield other kinds of observation. So if I make turn 30 degrees, it would create a certain coherence of the image. And if I go 50 degrees, it might not create the same amount. Now we have to get to the details of that, and I need a lot smarter people than myself to actually think about that because there's a lot of math involved. But here's an example of how you can think about this specifically. You have to come up with a theoretical framework that would lend itself perfectly for experimentation. And then you have to run the tests. We tried 30 degrees. It didn't work. That must have been wrong. As Feynman famously said, if it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong. That's the part that I feel that is missing. You either have people that are so far deep into the experiential side that they simply don't care about experiment. They just want to keep everything being whatever they think it is. And you have the other side, the extreme on the other side, which you have this form of rigidity where people just go like, no, it's only what we can verify with external tools.
Yes.
That's another component of it, I agree, but it is not the whole picture. There's certain things that we, as the collectors of data that we are, can experience that at the moment other instruments can't, and that should be taken into account. It complicates things, I agree, because people have aspirations, ideas, confabulations. We're not a perfect, thing. But even though it complicates things, it's the only way to go. Because you have to include what we're experiencing if we see that we can, recruit the right kind of people that are interested in finding out what's true instead of, constantly just believing whatever it is. So you have to kind of bring it to a central point where you both take into account the hard experiments, but you also take into account our agreements of what we think is going on in that instance, and that's something to get. But this is just an example. I'm not saying it will necessarily pan out, but there are ways to think about these things in concrete ways, and I want to encourage more of that. And I do think that actually explains quite a bit. So, for example, if you look at a hologram from the side, like a regular hologram, right? If you can envision it. If you notice, the reason I'm saying we're a four-dimensional hologram and not a third-dimensional hologram is because the hologram when you look at it, it's actually three-dimensional only. It's implied because it's a two-dimensional sheet. The third dimension is implied. The fact that it looks like it has depth, right? But there's no actual degree of freedom. If you would be that hologram, you can't actually move in the third direction. It's just implied. But you can move in two degrees of freedom.
You can't walk around it and see it from all angles.
If you would be that hologram, you can't, right? But we can move in three dimensions, which means we can't possibly. The third one is not implied. The third one is actual, which means so there has to be one more dimension that is implied, and I'm claiming that's time. The reason we cannot move in time on our whim because time is implied. It seems to be there. It's the change from moment to moment that we experience seems to be there, just like the third dimension is implied in a hologram. But we have 3 degrees of freedom, so we're a 4-dimensional hologram projected on a 2-dimensional sheet, which is the bulk, which is space-time itself. Now you can say, well, the bulk is actually 4-dimensional. I'm saying that time is actually implied. The bulk is the surface of it is 3-dimensional. And again, this actually lends itself to real experimentation. Like, is there ways to curve the surface in a way that we can see that if we do that, then time would appear to move slower or faster, depending on our perception of it, which we know to actually happen, right? And again, this is what we can do forward, or we can do forward time travel. Like, that's been proven. Well, at least your perception of it is, right? Like, you use it's like somebody charges you $50 to move 50 minutes in the future, and then you just go in there. It's like, all right, it'll take you 50 minutes to move 50 minutes in time. You have to somehow explain what appears to us to be the case in terms of what we think the larger structure is, which is what the business of physics is at, right? It's just that it's constantly omitting the first person experience. And I'm saying you cannot omit it anymore. You have to somehow explain, right, the fact that we're experiencing things a certain way. It's part of existence. And neuroscience would tell you, well, these perceptions, these apparent time changes in your perception, they're just in your perception. Fair enough. But is there a way to test for that? Is it possible that time for you is actually moving slower, just like physically it's moving slower, closer to a mass in physics? Is it possible that it's actually, your brain is taking less computational steps? Is it possible that it's actually moving slower because of whatever happens in your mind? I don't know, but I'm claiming there's a way to discern these things, and it needs to be taken more seriously that way.
Well, I'm going to pretend like I understood everything you said.
And then you can answer the question about is there something?
Yeah.
just the perception.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting idea, right? The perception of time and time being a dimension. And how does the dimension of time specifically relate to DMT?
I don't know. One thing before you jump into that, I do want to say because it's important. We just conducted the first official in magnets experiment. That for all intents and purposes, I think most likely is actually both. Like I think it actually doesn't work. Okay. But here's an example of us actually trying something. It doesn't something happened there one time, actually with my fiance, weirdly enough. All the subjects, including myself, we couldn't see any difference. So the experiment was we put a magnet behind the surface, we projected the laser of the surface from the other side, we smoke DMT, we look at it, and I thought we're going to see some change because of if a magnet is powerful enough in the back.
Behind
the surface. So if I just have a sheet of paper and put a magnet here, so you can't see it from here, right? And then you project the laser from this side, and then I'm smoking DMT and I'm seeing the code. I thought that if the magnet is powerful enough, I would be able to see some kind of a change from this side that will tell me where the magnet is, even though I can't see the magnet. You understand? I couldn't. Nothing, no change. So far for us, no. However, there was one instance where we had a camera from above that sees sees both sides at the same time. My fiance, she just kind of jumped in and she just like we probably but for the experiment, like my Bible, she saw, well, she didn't see, but she I guess guessed 5 times in a row with the magnet rolls exactly. So that was strange, because I have to admit, I didn't see the difference. Okay. So either there's some other component here we don't understand, or she just got super lucky. I don't know. We have to look through the data. But I just want to emphasize this, because this is how it should be. This is how people should go about this. They should try whatever it is they think that might work. I don't know why we didn't think of actually putting, because we had not that powerful magnets, but they were pretty powerful, like 100-pound magnets. And we should have used more of them, like also on the laser itself, to see if anything. And we had my good friend Pablo was an engineer. He helped us create the rotating magnets experiment by Persinger. He helped us create a device. So, by the way, it was suggested by John Chavez. Shout out to John. Who also, by the way, listened to the film quite a bit. So thank you, John. And basically, the rotating magnets is something we can maybe put the laser in between and rotate the magnets and see if that does a difference. We didn't do that. We're learning. The larger point is, there should be more of that. We should just test this in this way, and if it doesn't pan out, but we're going to keep trying. And I want to encourage more of that, this insistence that where I feel that I mostly depart with the way that Andrew chooses to go about this. Again, I have tremendous respect for him, and we had since then really great conversations. But where I would openly disagree with him is that there's this insistence that DMT is so crazy that there's no way anytime soon we will ever be able to make sense of it. I'm saying that attitude that you should shoot for, because if you decided that, of course you're not going to make progress. You have to believe that it's possible to actually discern certain things. Yeah. And maybe even he does think that in other ways, maybe he just disagrees with the specific way with which I'm doing it. But this is the way I choose to go about it, and I want to encourage more people to do that and not to get caught up in what they want to be true. If it doesn't work out, say it doesn't work, so we can proceed to the next thing, so we can try another thing, so we can all think about it together.
Well, I think one of the things that he said, which struck me, was, or one of the questions that he asked was, what makes this code any more real than anything else that you see in DMT, right? Like
it's closer to what it's closer to what this is. It appears closer to what this is.
So it's always the same thing.
It's matter-like,
no matter who it is.
It's as real. I'm claiming it's as real as Jupiter is there. That's what makes it different.
So, like, when you explained that console thing that you saw, You explained that sitting in 3D space that was anchored.
Yeah, it's just existing
To the floor. You can walk around it and see all around this whole thing that was there. So
I see it all the time.
So that would be the equivalent of, you still see it all the time.
100% of the time. Every time it's small.
Every time you look, you see the console.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah. Did I send you the Laszlo, our VR guy? He's much more than a VR guy, but he's also a VR guy. He created a fully immersive environment with the representation of the console in it, and it really delivers how real it is. Now, this is like Zoltan says, an 8-bit version of the real thing.
Right.
So, but it delivers how real that is. But that's just me. The reason the console is much less impactful is because I don't know what to do to make other people see the console.
Right.
But I can show you the code.
You don't use any sort of external devices like the laser to see the console.
No, it's as real as the spectrum. By the way, the console is just a small anecdote and unrelated. It's not going to be that interesting, but the console was doing something when we were shooting that experiment that it never did before. Usually the console opens up and has a lot of sections all over the room, and only the very small sliver of menus come in like swallows, but the rest of the console just kind of hovers in the room. It's almost like the body of the console, right? It has different sections. One of the sections, the more physical sections, the one that is just always there, came out and started scanning the people who were looking at the laser. I've never seen that before. Yeah, it was like a plate that came off it and just started, it was scanning, like it was interested in what we were doing. I've never seen that before. Again, this is one of these like, trip report. I don't know what to do with that. It's not people say, hey, can you release the next video of the console because I'm working on it. I'm like, good, I need to have some information there that I didn't have the first time, and I don't have that yet. I want to say something new. I don't want to just.
This party is officially over.
I'm not sure. Zoltan, how many times have you seen this code?
So maybe four times. But the idea is that eventually this will reach a critical mass. There was a time when we had an idea about geocentric universe, right? And who thought that was geocentric? Scientists. It wasn't that the workers in the field. It was the scientists who agreed to, and so there's a scientific class agreed to something that wasn't the case. And then came, Copernicus, Galileo. There were people who thought, well, I don't think that's the case, right? And at the time, that was a physicist idea. It almost cost their lives. They definitely cost their freedom, right? And it had to reach a critical mass where it flips. People start to be interested in this deeper because there's a critical mass of people, right? And that's what. So that's kind of what's happening. That like what Danny was explaining is that he's actually approaching it in a very scientific way, right? Of scientific mind will get into the space and will try to analyze it, and that's the point of these experiments. That is there a scientific way to prove beyond the anecdotes that there's a code, the whole side, right? That's an anecdote, and how do you physically prove it? But eventually there are going to be enough people to see this code. That's what I mean by a critical mass will happen. Or enough people venture into space. That's why I said end of childhood spiritually. That people venture into space, and their anecdotes start to be peddling. Right. When it's just simply not coming from a pragmatic or a spiritual direction and a scientific direction, but I'm just pragmatically saying like,
Just waking up, just having
10,000
breakfast,
people
got
say
everything
that,
going.
I saw
Like
this.
it's getting pretty
And
fat
our-
down here in
and our
downtown, same in
experiences
Chicago. Got
are
Trump in the
very
middle there, you
powerful
can see his
in the way
hair.
that there's a mass of people
Trump in
that
the middle of the
saw
crowd there.
this. And then
I hope
it's
they
not
give that
possible to
balloon to me.
ignore
I want it.
it. It is asking for the scientific community that what people are looking at this. Right? And the whole idea of basically creating the DMT TED Talks that are a community that can start comparing notes. And then there is enough data just alone by witnesses, right? Then is it tangible evidence? Well,
When
That's
100
Chicago
people saw
Live
you
right
rob the
now.
bank, you probably robbed the bank.
Quite a
It's just
large
one of those
amount of
things.
people.
So, by the way, did I tell you that we might have figured out a way to see the code without the molecule? Yeah. So David Carter, the other board member, who approached me a few months ago,
The greatest show on
you don't know me, but I've been following you for a while.
24 hours.
And it's disconcerting.
Probably get that a lot.
Yeah. No, he's incredible. Carter's incredible. So he basically, I guess the best way to describe his who he is he would say he's a organizational expert, but I think he's a large scale problem solver. So basically, he worked from everything from crypto and AI now. He understands what makes big processes work. He even worked on some classified, about a year ago, back then when he reached out to me, I ordered the laser. I saw the code. I never reached out to you, but I started basically talking about it in my circles because I have a certain reputation. People listen to me. I say when I would go to these conferences, I would like, when we're at the end of whatever conference we are, I would like whip out the
Here we are, ground floor in LA. This is exactly what the kid stabbed the other kid in the quad.
This was a
Where we're at, you
I was
don't remember?
moving one more step for them to venture into. So like instead of me telling them there's this laser, and like, no, here's the laser. And I would just turn it on. It's just a simple diffractive laser. But I was telling them, like, I've tried this. I've seen the code. See, people got so interested.